भाई निहाल जीतना चाहिए। अर्जुन जीतना चाहिए। विदित
गुकेश
जीतना
जीतना
चाहिए।
चाहिए।
कौन?
वो लाइव, आई थिंक।
ओ वी आर लाइव। हेलो 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 चैट। वी आर लाइव चैट। भाई हम क्या गपशप कर रहे थे? सीक्रेट चैट्स हमारी रिवील हो गई साज भाई।
ओह यस।
नहीं नहीं नहीं, आई डोंट नो, कुछ तो हुआ भाई। बट वी आर लाइव एंड इट्स गोना बी क्रेजी भाई। साज भाई, डे नंबर 8, आई थिंक वी आर रियली इन द डीप एंड नाउ। लास्ट व्हाट, 4 राउंड्स टू गो, 3 राउंड्स टू गो, हाउ मेनी राउंड्स टू गो? आई एम इवन कंफ्यूज।
फोर
राउंड नंबर
राउंड्स
8, 4 राउंड्स
फोर
टू गो।
राउंड्स 4 राउंड्स।
तो क्या लग रहा है Sahaj bhai? I think we have seen some crazy chess. We saw yesterday Gukesh losing 3 games in a row. We also saw Nihal take down the tournament leader. क्या लग रहा है Sahaj भाई? मतलब मुझे लग रहा है कि आज कुछ तूफानी होने वाला है भाई।
लग तो रहा है भाई, बिकॉज वी हैव ब्लू बॉम वर्सेस निहाल on the top board. Blue Bomb, of course, defeating Pragg Arjun in the same event, which I think is a fantastic achievement. But now he's up against Nihal with the white pieces. तो बड़ा important दिन, मतलब दिन है हमारे लिए. And of course, there's Vincent versus Vidit as well on board 5. That's another very big matchup. I mean, यहाँ से, I mean, Vincent is uploaded, Vidit is downloaded. But agar Vidit, if he loses today, then most likely his chances of being in the top two are no longer there. And also there is another very khatarnak pairing, I would say, on board 6 as well, because we have Rapport versus Pragg, which I think is, if you remember what happened last time they played against each other, it was dubbed as the best game of 2025. वो किंग्स इंडियन वाला आपको याद है, जो
हाँ,
प्रग जो सैमिस खेला था.
नाइट
एंड
टेक्स D5 भाई।
yes,
ओह
knight takes
कैसे।
d5, exactly. Pragg, so of course Pragg looking to take some revenge there. So will be a lot of fun. Arjun, I think, has a, I would say, relatively sort of in better pairing. I would say playing against Shan Sergisi, and of course he's a youngster, very very strong.
भाई प्रणव
And
का देखो भाई, प्लेइंग इयान नेपोमनियाची, मतलब द कैंडिडेट्स किंग, आई एम गोना कॉल हिम। सो दैट्स अ
Ooh.
टफ पेयरिंग Sahaj भाई, राइट? एंड ब्लैक पीसेस के साथ।
भाई टफ पेयरिंग से एक चीज याद आई, किसी और की भी है
Oh,
आज
I
थोड़ी
know
टफ
what you're
पेयरिंग.
talking about. You're talking about the India Pakistan Asia Cup match, Saj bhai. जो
भाई exactly, that is going to be tough. I was talking about Hari Krishna versus David Anton. Of course I was not, but I was talking about none other than Gukesh versus
Divya versus,
Divya.
oh अच्छा, yeah.
It's Gukesh versus Divya today.
Oh
भाई
wow.
प्रिडिक्शंस चैट, अब तो यार हमें आपसे पूछना चाहिए कि आपको क्या लगता है कि आज क्या होगा यहाँ पे. गुकेश ऑफ कोर्स नॉट इन द बेस्ट फॉर्म, and Divya is, I think, in the form of her life. I think with this win she might even be 2500 if I'm not mistaken. She's 2490 right now, if I can see it correctly. No, 93. Yeah, she's 24. No, Kyle bhai, if she takes down Gukesh, she's gonna be 2500.
Wow.
2495, I think 2494 or something like that is her rating. So she's gonna
भाई,
get 7 points.
talk about incentive. Like, I mean, forget the rating, beating the world champion. I mean, that's a claim which I don't know. I saw one stat, I could be wrong. No female player has defeated like a current world champion. Is that true? Or did Judith defeat Kasparov when he was world champion?
No. It wasn't when he was world
है ना?
champion. I think at least.
Exactly. So
जुडिथ
no
ने भी आई
female.
थिंक रैपिड में हराया था कस्परोव को, सो इट वाजंट अ
हाँ,
क्लासिकल
so
मैच.
so no female player has defeated a current world champion in classical chess. If I'm wrong, I'm really sorry, but I think I heard this stat somewhere. And this could be the first time ever. And let's not forget, like, these are roughly the same age, and they have been playing amazing chess for the past no, couple of years. But Gukesh is not in great form, as you mentioned, Saj, and that is a big factor while Divya is playing fantabulous chess. So, and that you can look at the points, yeah. Divya is on 3.5, and she's come from defeating a 2650 player, and Gukesh has come from losing to a 2650 player. So yeah, Sahaj bhai, I mean, I think the trend is clearly in Divya's side, but Gukesh has the white pieces. And what do you think Gukesh is thinking right now? भाई win 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 तो काम ही नहीं कर रही, loss 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 हो गया, अब क्या करूं मैं यहाँ पे?
But I think it's a very tough day psychologically, I would say, for Gukesh, because he's playing his countrymate. She has also, won the World Cup. She just got the GM title as well. So I would say psychologically, it's a tough day. Also suffering 3 losses in a row, bhai, it can kill you. I remember that once it happened to me in Budapest itself that I lost 5 games in a row. By I didn't want to just, I didn't want to get out of bed. It was so difficult, and as a world champion, it must be so difficult, um, to face these things. So I think tough day for Gukesh, but I think if he wins today, I think he will get some of his mojo back. He will of course try to finish strong. uh, लोग जो कह रहे हैं कि आई एम रूटिंग फॉर दिव्या भाई, आई एम रूटिंग फॉर चेस भाई. इट्स अ वेरी वेरी नाइस मैचअप. आई थिंक वी ऑलवेज टॉक अबाउट गुकेश, वी ऑलवेज टॉक अबाउट दिव्या, बट they have never faced each other in classical chess, if I'm not mistaken.
Hmm.
So a very very interesting day indeed.
And yeah, to be honest, I think I mean, Divya won the World Cup and she was trending on social media. If she wins today, I can assure you that will also be the case. And Gukesh, we saw a reel. Yeah, I think I saw a reel by FIDE, which I shared with you, Sahaj bhai, right? I think Gukesh was
Mhm.
holding on to his yesterday after losing 3 games in a row. It was insane. And I can assure you he's coming there, and I'm sure he's disconnected from social media. He's not seen any articles or tweets or whatever. But I mean, he understands, yeah, what is going on social media. Subconsciously, he knows from his coverage of the previous events that he has won. जितना win में जनता चढ़ाती है उतना कई बार अटैक भी करती है on social media during losses. So super important game for Kesh. But let's not forget the star game for today. It is between the two leaders, Nihal Sarin and Matthias Blubam. Matthias Blubam has the white pieces, Sahaj. And let's keep in mind, this could be a life changing event for Nihal Sarin. Gukesh is still the world champion. Divya technically cannot qualify for the main candidates. So, I mean, she's playing for, of course, her own accomplishment, but definitely cannot get that qualification. But these two players can, and Nihal Singh is the best bet India has by far right now, because I think Vidit also is on 5, but his tiebreak is worse. Nihal is on 5.5. If he wins, Sahaj, tiebreak doesn't even matter. He'll be on sole lead.
Absolutely, भाई. I think apart from Vidit and Nihal, they have the best shot. I think 4.5 पे Pragg और Arjun भी हैं, but okay, they have to win a bunch of games, to have a shot, which is of course not an easy job. But yeah, Nihal has a huge day today, भाई. Huge. Also, भाई, there's also another very khatarnak pairing today, I have to say, which is Ali Reza versus Hans as well, which is just on the second board. So let's go. आज तो भाई
And
मेरी बहुत बढ़िया है.
I just maybe I am the one who just noticed this. It's Vincent versus Vidit, and I remember Vidit not having a great record versus Vincent. I think Vincent has historically kind of had a good positive result. I remember I think कहीं match हुआ था. I don't know which event it was. जहाँ पे maybe World Cup. I don't know where it was, but he defeated with it. Yeah, I think one and a half half. So he has had good results. Vincent, of course, is in the form of his life in the World Top 10. He reached after Chennai GM. So with it, of course, has to win as well, Sahaj, right? Because his tiebreak is really bad.
Also, black pieces se jeetna, I mean, when you're playing at 2750, I mean, on paper, Vincent is a stronger player because he has 2750 with this 2712. And with the black pieces, of course, it's going to be a very challenging thing. But let's see bhai, kya hota hai yahan pe. Let's see kya hota hai. I also
Yeah,
think Pragg has a very, very dangerous pairing today because Rapport kabhi bhi kuch bhi kar sakta hai.
yeah.
You know.
And also I think for Pragg, right, it's a no-brainer. He's kind of stuck behind, so his tiebreak will now not be the best. He needs 4 wins, Sahaj. I mean, pretty much. Yeah,
Hmm.
3.5 might work at the end if he's lucky, but he needs those wins. So, from Pluck's perspective, he knows what to do. He has to go for a win. I think Nihal maybe is not so clear. And with the black pieces, he might come. Okay, draw is also fine. And if we're going to see what happens, and I think not to forget, jitne bhi log 5 points or above mein hai, look at the names: Matthews Bhuvam, Nihal Sareen, Ayanu Mishra, Param Maksudlu, Firuzja, Nodirbek, Hans, Anish, Vidit. So it's a very, very tough field. And if you lose a game, I think a chances evaporate.
Yeah, and you're right. Vidit has the worst tiebreak right now because his performance rating is, बहुत कम है यार. सिर्फ 2778 की performance है. What is this, Sahil भाई?
Yeah.
2778 की कोई performance थोड़ी ना होती है. What is this?
या 2800 तो मेरी डिस्ट्रिक्ट चैंपियनशिप में थी लास्ट टाइम यार साज भाई. आई मीन क्या यार, इंटरनेशनल लेवल पे इतनी कम, साज भाई. दिस इज नॉट
I mean,
एक्सेप्टेबल.
it's just crazy. Yeah, 2778 की performance में your tiebreak is the worst is insane to me. I mean, you're having a wonderful tournament and then, it's just, this is just insane. But yeah,
Yeah.
right now, Abhimanyu Mishra has the best performance rating there. He has 2879. because I think he defeated Gukesh, and also he drew to Pragg and did, and he hasn't lost a game yet. I think that's probably what counts the the performance rating in this way.
Hmm.
But yeah,
Yeah.
so Abhimanyu Mishra ke liye, I think it's a good tie break. Yeah, I mean he can feel a bit safer more or less.
Yeah, and come on, Nihal Sarin, let's go. This is the day. Seconds to go, Sahaj. What do you think the first move is gonna be? The games are starting. Let's go, Sahaj. Healthy. First move.
Okay, this first move D4 played by Matthias
Oh,
Bluebaum. Okay, the queen pawn opening. Is he gonna go knight f6? Is he
is
gonna
he
go
gonna go
d5?
G6, Sahaj? G6, D6. Typical title Tuesday
Mm.
opening. No chance, yeah?
I mean, if he wants to play for a win, I mean, this is employed at the elite level. So let's
Oh,
see what
knight
happens.
f6. Knight f6
लोग
played.
ऑलरेडी बोलना शुरू हो गए गुकेश के बोर्ड पे कौन सी ओपनिंग चल रही है इट्स सिसिलियन बाय द वे वी गॉट इट फ्रॉम द चैट बट लेट्स स्टे ऑन दिस बोर्ड एंड देन विल स्विच वेरी
साथ
सून
भाई moves आ चुकी हैं आगे, I think.
आ चुकी हैं ओके ओके नहीं नहीं एक ही
हाँ,
मूव है
by
ये
the way, नहीं नहीं आगे आ चुकी है, I think. I'm seeing the moves. Just check. अच्छा, मैं गलत बोर्ड पे देख रहा हूँ भाई. Sorry, sorry, sorry.
and Nihal is still thinking on move one after
हाँ.
d4.
Chat, I think we can all agree we have three very important games, the star games for today. जिससे पहले कोई बोले, chat, you're not looking at Hari Krishna games. I'm just telling you the top three games today, chat. It is Blue Bomb versus Nihal, the star game for today. Next is, of course, Vidit's game, right? Because he still has a good chance. Gamer against Vidit. And third most important game, of course, is Gukesh versus Divya. And of course, Pragg and everything else matters as well. But I think in terms of top three, these are our star games today. And that's where we'll focus the most attention on. Deepak and Nihal thinking,
You
is he
know,
late?
when you are announcing this, I'm sure जो बंदा बोलेगा ना कि you're not focusing on this person, that's वो बंदा भी है नहीं चैट में 100%. वो बाद में ही आते हैं
Dude,
and then they say,
ट्रू ट्रू ट्रू. अबे
am
कैमरा
I
राइट्स ले
wrong
लो
chat?
भाई. बहुत महंगे है भाई कैमरा राइट्स भाई. मैं तो घुटनों में के भीख मांगने को तैयार हूँ भाई, बट नहीं देगा फिर यार. इट कॉस्ट अ लॉट एंड वी कुडंट अफोर्ड इट भाई. एटलीस्ट दैट्स व्हाट आई नो. सो बाकी मुझे पता नहीं है. By the way, D5 played by Nihal Sarin on the board, so no knight f6, going for something more solid. Saj, Queen's Gambit accepted हो सकता है क्या? Because usually ना लोग D5 तभी खेलते हैं. When they go for knight f6 move order.
That is true. That is true. But he can also go for some safer e6 approach as well. Oh, ho, 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 ho.
I told you भाई, I knew it. आजकल मैंने बहुत नोटिस करा है, people if they want to go for the Queen's Gambit or a Slav, they will choose the knight f6 move order because they can
Hmm.
transpose. But once they play d5, you better be sure you are prepared for the Queen's Gambit accepted. Nowadays, very trendy.
Yeah. Because Srinath ने इसका एक course निकाला था, if anyone knows, from the black site some time ago on Chessable. And since then, the line has been trending everywhere.
Wow.
So
Bhai,
Srinath
Srinath
OP,
is
bhai.
himself trending, by the way, newly engaged. So course to trend
Hmm.
hoga hi hoga. And now knight to f3 played. So knight to f6, and I'm guessing now e3 is the move.
Yeah, e3, black plays e6, you take on c4, black plays c5. Looks like a very slow game to me. Looks a bit slow. And also another sort of unfortunate thing that feels like just how much time Nihal is thinking. I feel like Blue Bomb is more in prep. Like he has looked at
Hmm.
this the day before and the day off, and Nihal has not. That's what I feel
But
like.
but also आपने Queen's Gambit accepted खेला, right? And from white, it's not something that's not your first expected choice. So technically, Nihal should be prepared. My guess is maybe this is not something he plays as often. He's prepared, but he's just taking that extra moment to kind of recall everything. जैसे मैं कई बार नई opening खेलता हूँ ना, even though if I'm prepared, I take some extra time. Maybe that's the case, or do you think Nihal has played this enough times?
No, he must have. He must have. I mean, Nihal has played, I think, every single opening, every single person so many times because of his, online presence. So I think he's more or less prepared for anything. I mean, this is what I mean. I keep repeating this game. मतलब जब भी उसके stats मैंने निकाले थे ना, he had so many games in so many weird types of openings against everybody that I can think of. So I mean, he should be very well prepared. But he's thinking right now. I think e6 is the
Yeah.
only move that I know of here. Maybe he's planning on a6, b5, and just messing up the move order a bit. But usually you play e6 here.
Yeah. And meanwhile, कोई कह रहा है शाह भाई, please tell if Arjun still has chances or not. I think the people who have chances, Are of course, first of all, Nehal, highest points. Second is Vidit, 5 points. Then it is, I think, Pranav, Arjun, and Pragg, right? I think
Yeah.
these three have outside chances if they can score three and a half or more out of four. That is next to impossible in this field, but hypothetically, it is possible. But objectively, I think maybe two people have chances now. That is Nehal and Vidit.
Yeah, the best. I mean, Vidit being the defending champion, so let's hope the best for him. By the way, let's go to Vidit's game maybe while Nihal is
Yeah.
thinking. So this is the current position. We have the Berlin on the board. So knight f6, I bishop b5, knight f6, and he goes d3. So anti-Berlin. Black plays bishop c5, and then he takes on c6. Pawn takes short castle, knight d7. Knight d7 just to defend this pawn and maybe to play f6 as well. And white killed the knight d2. So white's plan is to go knight c4 and put pressure on this pawn. Black probably has a plan with f6 ready, but I think a good choice overall by Vidit, yeah, keeping it solid.
Yeah, I think Vidit has played this, by the way, in the candidates as well. I remember him playing this opening, so very
Mhm.
interesting. And that means Kamer might be well prepared. So he will have to, try to confuse Kamer as soon as possible. Already Vidit 5 minutes behind. Look at Kamer, yeah, he's gained 3.5 minutes. So he's very, very well prepared in his score prep. So maybe Vidit has to come up with a surprise here to confuse him. Saj bhai, I think Vidit's game is gonna be a bit slow. He's thinking, can we go to the Gukesh game once and see what's the position and what do you make of the opening moves?
So I took a quick look, by the way, a bit earlier. It's the Rosso limo system, and Divya opted for this E5 variation, which is hyper modern. The plan is simple. You want to go bishop d6 and you bishop c7 पे बैठता है somehow, and then you develop knight f6 and short castle. This pawn is not hanging, by the way, because if you take, I can take back with a deep pawn, I think, yeah, because knight e5 पे I have queen d4, very similar to the, in ये Spanish पे भी होता है. But after e5, he goes short castle very quickly, and Divya comes up with a interesting move that I have not seen before, and it is bishop to e7.
Wow. And Saj, very interesting. Among the stats, Bishop E7 seems to have a good record for white. So definitely not something that's popular. And now I think around 18 games have been played. Eight games went rook e1, five went c3, knight c3, d3, bishop c6. So multiple options available for white. And I think the best move according to engines is the pawn move to c3. What do you think about that move?
I think they're pretty much the same because I think the plan is to go c3 and d4, and I think after c3, if black say let's say goes knight f6, then you have to defend this pawn, so you have to play rook e1 anyways. Yeah, so they're transposing into one another. You can also play rook e1 pehle, black khelta knight f6, and then you can play c3, and it would be this basically the same
Hmm.
situation. Of course, I'm
Yeah.
just trying to explain that they are not very different. White just wants to break in the center, which makes a lot of sense because black के दोनों pawns अभी थोड़ा center की तरफ देख रहे हैं. So breaking with d4 would, give white a good advantage here. But clearly, Divya is very well prepared here so far.
Yeah.
And Gukesh अभी
And
already सोच रहा है भाई.
हाँ सोच रहा है एंड आई थिंक न्यू आइडिया पे सोचना भी चाहिए ग्रेट स्ट्रेटेजी देयर एंड दो क्वेश्चन चैट में है कैन गुकेश play candidates? No, he cannot play the qualification tournament to his own world championship, but definitely he can play the qualification tournaments to the candidates like the Grand Swiss and the World Cup. Another question, Tiku, that Nihal is 3 by 3. Why can't Pragg Arjun Pranay do it? The problem is Nihal did 3 by 3 in the middle rounds, so that is much easier because you are playing a bunch of people. In the last three rounds, you're playing people who are at their peak, who are in form, right? Even Nihal is very unlikely to do 3 by 3 now because he's playing Matthews Bluebaum, who's also in lead. So Nihal kind of got the right end of the stick there. He kind of did it in the middle zone. And now I think he's ahead by 1 point. That really makes it easier. For example, बाकी लोगों को 3.5 चाहिए चार में से, निहाल को चार में से ढाई चाहिए. That is such a huge difference,
Hmm.
right? When you think about it that way. 4 में से ढाई करना feels very normal, but 4 में से 3.5 करना feels like, oh my God, I have to win every game.
Like you don't have any room to lose a single match. I think चार में से तीन probably would secure a first place spot for Nihal as well. क्योंकि
Yeah.
लास्ट टाइम 8.5 पे बना था, so 8.5 पे आई थिंक ही कैन विन द टूर्नामेंट स्टिल. आई थिंक एक वो आपके पास एक रूम है, फॉर errors, which makes a lot of sense. By the way, some updates in the Nihal board as well. He did end up playing e6, White खेलता है bishop c4, c5, so very much mainstream. Short castle cd4, ed4, bishop e7, knight c3. Short castle आता है and blue pawn plays rook e1. He's still playing super quickly, by the way here. By the way, we have
Yeah.
a super chat.
Yeah.
Sahaj bhai, only when you consider only talent, forget about preparation. Sarin should be in the same league with Guki, Pragg, Arjun. Perhaps he hasn't taken classical format seriously. Your thoughts? Um, I I get what you're trying to say, and I do agree to some extent that Nihal is probably one of the most talented Indian youngsters that we've had. But I don't think it's because he hasn't taken classical chess seriously. I think he has, but I think he likes to have that online presence more. But I think he is taking his classical chess seriously as well. I mean, this
Hmm.
tournament. I mean, a year, I think we have seen a lot of classical events by Nihal. So I think I don't think he hasn't hit 2700 because he hasn't taken it seriously. I think he has, but it just hasn't happened. It's only a matter of time for him, and I think it's also only a matter of time before he hits the big leagues as well. I think he's definitely on track for that.
Also, Sajbhai, I think that's a great question, and I have a point to add there that sometimes when you play too much online chess, certain things work in online chess that don't work in over-the-board chess, and that one of those is the kind of risk you can take in an opening setup. I mentioned this because Sahaj, Nihal's last move was a slight error after rook to e1. He should have played knight to c6 or knight to d7, controlling that important e5 square. He plays a6, which is objectively not the best. And look at White playing knight to e5 in just seconds now. And the problem is, Sahaj, Black's only move here, according to the engines, is knight to c6. But that's just giving me a very, very weak pawn on c6. I don't like that at all. And I mean, what else can I play? For example, the move played in the previous games is b5. But after b5, queen f3, apparently it's already +1 for whites. And Nihal might have made an opening error here because he played a6 in 5 seconds.
Oh, by the way, Knight C6 played. Maybe he knows this already, and maybe he's comfortable with this setup of takes takes. Knight C6 BC6 वाला जो setup जो
Hmm.
हमने just mentioned किया है यहाँ पे. By the way, taken Blue Bomb is very well prepared, but I think Nihal is too. So I think yeah, but you do have a point कि भाई I think आप ब्लिट्स में इंटुइटिवली ज़्यादा खेलते हो तो आई मीन
Hmm.
समटाइम्स व्हेन यू आर आल्सो फेसिंग न्यूअर ओपनिंग्स इन क्लासिकल चेस यू रिमेंबर योर ब्लिट्स गेम्स राइट मैंने यहाँ
Hmm.
पे ये खेला था एंड ये काम कर गया था आई एंडेड अप विनिंग एंड मे
Yeah.
बी दैट कैन हैम्पर योर जजमेंट अ बिट but I think at this level, probably it doesn't affect them as much because they are breathing chess. Yeah, they are just living chess. They are
Hmm.
looking at it like some 14, 15 hours a day. Wouldn't be
Yeah.
surprised if it's any less than that. Um, so I think maybe at this level it affects them, but maybe not to that extent that it would affect me. Because I'm not breathing chess at this point.
Yeah. 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 Yep, yep. I think maybe there are a bunch of factors. One of them is this one, like 10, 20 points. Ye factor hai 10, 20 points. Maybe what you said is true, 10, 20 points. Maybe it's less playing less classical events, 10, 20 points adds up together, and that equates to roughly 80, 90 points, the difference between Nihal and the others. But right now, Sahaj, I'm a bit worried at how fast White is playing this. If you look at the position, Bishop f4 played in just seconds again. He's ahead on the clock. And I'm worried about the c6 pawn yet again. Rook coming to c1 next. How are we kind of defending that pawn? And as of now, this feels like a two-result position to me. Do you think that's a bit, harsh for Nehal, or do you think that's kind of correct?
I do agree, but maybe two result is like there are too many pieces on the board for me to say two
Hmm.
result. But yeah, it can definitely develop into a two result position
Hmm.
for sure. Like अगर queens exchange होगी तो it's very hard for Nihal to win. So
Hmm.
I think it's safe to say that Blue Bomb has won the opening battle here.
Hmm.
And best move seems to be a5 for Nihal, and to play bishop a6 and try to exchange this bad bishop on c8. And अगर आप bishop को b3 पे भी लाते तो क्या bishop becomes more or less active because it controls so many squares on this diagonal, which I think is a good thing. But
Hmm.
the question is he going to play a5? Because if he doesn't, there are only two moves, yeah, a5 and queen b6. Otherwise, he's worse, basically.
Wow, and that tells you, yeah, White is super sharp prepared. So Nihal Sarin under slight pressure. I think it's something he can neutralize, but फिलहाल के लिए थोड़ा सा nervous होंगे. So तब तक के लिए maybe we can check out Rapport against Pragg, because I think as we know Rapport भाई थोड़ा सा wild chess खेलते हैं, and कुछ ना कुछ तो उन्होंने आज crazy board पे लाया फिर से, and Pragg
भाई
का opening choice भी interesting है.
Exactly. So we started with knight f3, the Reti system. d5 आता है c4 and e6. Okay. g3, knight f6, bishop g2, and Pragg goes for the most dynamic line here with d4. That's the most challenging. Yeah. Otherwise, you can play bishop e7, go into some solid Catalan lines. But Pragg wants to win today, so he goes for d4. Short castle आता है knight c6, e3. Black plays e5, e takes d4, and here comes the star move in the opening at least, which is e4. By I'm not gonna take this pawn. I'm gonna attack your knight, capture this on d4. Now the downside is that he's gonna lose this pawn for sure, but he does get this beautiful knight on d4, which is acting like a good compensation for the material deficit. So white goes rook e1. He plays bishop e7, only move in the position, and now takes, and rook takes e4, and this is the current position. And chat, the best move here, at least the two best moves I will just lay it out for you. First one is very simple, bishop f5, just attacking the rook and all of that. But rook e5 ke baad, white can go rook e5 and take this bishop on f5, supposedly. That's possible in this position. And the second best move for black is, can you guess, chat? Can you guess what the second best move here is for black here? Think of alpha zero.
Yeah.
अल्फा
So
जीरो
Saj,
की
आपको
याद आएगी और ये चाल आपको एक
हाँ.
सेकंड में दिखेगी.
And the best part is, I think it's not the best part actually, that Rapport seems prepared. So I don't know what rook e4 was. Bishop e4 Sahaj apparently was the better move, but he took with the rook. Very interesting choice there. It could be preparation. It could just be over the board thinking. Very interesting position, I would say, and promises to be a tough fight.
Absolutely, h5 is correct, chat. h5 is the right move with the idea of h4, and you just launch an attack on the king side. And to, add on to Sahil Bhai's point that rook e4 is a novelty here. Bishop takes e4
Hmm.
has been played in 4 games, and rook e4 has never been played before. So yeah, I think this is looking great for Rapport, yeah, for now.
Yep. And very interesting position. Pragg right now in deep thought. Let's go to the Arjun game, because players have castled on the opposite sides. And whenever that happens, Sahaj, I get a feeling kuch na kuch crazy hota hai. So let's check out the moves.
Okay, so we start with e4. Black plays e5, knight f3, knight c6, knight c3. Oh, ho, ho. Wait. So he goes for, I think, a very solid approach here. It takes, and Arjun plays bishop c5. No bishop b4. Bishop b4. I mean, the position can be a bit
Draw,
drawish.
yeah.
We know that. Bishop c5. So Arjun plays on bishop e3, bishop b6 आता है. Queen d2, short castle, long castle. Okay, interesting. Rook e8, attacking the e4 pawn. White plays f3, pushing the golden pawn, and now d5. Best move in the position, breaking through the center. White takes ed5, knight takes d5, and now bishop g5 is on the board. And now Arjun is thinking, and once again he has to play f6 in this position, which I absolutely don't like. And I feel like, yeah, this is fizzling out into a draw.
But draw kaise, Sahaj bhai? If I play f6,
भाई सब
do you
एक्सचेंज
see
हो रहा है.
something here which could
बिशप
lead it?
c4.
Oh,
सब एक्सचेंज हो रहा है भाई. नाइट
knight
d4,
d4. Knight d4.
नाइट
Yeah.
d5,
Then knight
बिशप e6,
d5.
बिशप e6 only move,
Bishop e6. Okay.
bishop
And now
f6, gf6.
bishop f6.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't really think it matters. You can also go knight b6 first. I mean, we can go knight b6 just for clarity's sake. Black goes a b6, queen takes d4, queen takes d4, bishop takes e6, rook takes e6, and rook takes d4. And I offer you a draw.
Sahaj, Arjun wins this endgame. I think he wins. I think he wins this endgame. I'm telling you, he'll win this if he was white. अरे यार ब्लैक से कैसे जीतेंगे
यार
सहज
क्या
भाई, ये तो
यार.
इम्पॉसिबल है यार. ये तो कोई चांस ही नहीं है, आई फील, है ना, जीरो चांस, बिकॉज अरे यार डबल पॉन्स है, broken स्ट्रक्चर है. आई फील दिस इज एट बेस्ट अ ड्रॉ, एट बेस्ट अ ड्रॉ. So
Hmm.
maybe Arjun के chances आज ही खत्म होते हुए साज भाई, because I think if he draws this, I think team 3 by 3 करने में भी his tie break will not be the best and he will have no chances, I think.
Hmm. So looking like a very, very drawn position in Arjun's board. Going back to Nihal's board, by the way, because there is an update there. He did play A5 and Blue Bomb immediately plays Queen to D3. What do you make of this, Sahil bhai?
Wow. So, chat, whenever you see a top player play a move which is not the best, you see the bar go down, but he plays it quickly, it's preparation for sure. It's a new idea that they've seen. But usually, I think this is also the moment for the opponent to sit down and kind of understand what the difference is. Why this move? Sometimes the opponent also seen analyze the position, right? They know this is not the best move. And they have to find out a way to kind of challenge this, Sahaj. And apparently, A4 instead of queen b6 was the best move, not an easy move to play, honestly. But queen b6 is not bad either. The second best move, again, I think, with the idea of bishop a6 at some point, also attacking the b2 pawn. If I win b2, then I'm stress free, right? Because you can take c6. Jaan do bhai, hawa ando, farak hi nahi padta mujhe. So yeah, Nihal for now playing decent chess.
But अभी के लिए queen b2 possible नहीं है. Like I think the queen is getting trapped. So if I just play h3 or something,
Yeah.
black
Yeah.
takes rook b1, queen a3, queen rook b3, and okay, there is no
Hmm.
escape squares for the queen. So right now, but yeah, future में pressure डालना बढ़िया है. But you can also play rook d8 for example to put pressure on d4 as well. So
Hmm.
it's like pressure डालने के लिए बढ़िया है. जरा सा भी कुछ pieces अगर move करते हैं, like if the queen moves for example, then the queen can escape to c2 as well. So that can definitely help, putting pressure on the b2 pawn. So yeah, I think not really a bad move by Nehal. But yeah, a4 was better. And now I think we can
Yeah.
also see why a4 was better because white को यहाँ पे knight a4 खेलना है. So basically the fight is around this a4
Ah.
square and
Hmm.
probably the a4 square से c5 square आपका control होता है, right? So if
Hmm.
you have control of the a4 square as black, then you can play c5 and get rid of this weakness. And white on the other hand wants to play knight a4 and keep this weakness alive in the position. Basically that's where the battle is. But blue bomb thinking for the first time, think that's a good sign in what do you think?
That's a great sign, actually. Chad, remember, Blue Bomb is a very strong player, but he's not among the top 50 players in the world. He's a German player who's rising up the ranks, has played fabulous chess. And just to highlight how well he's played, I think he drew against Alexander Predke, drew against Maxime Lagarde. So two draws against 2,600 players. But look at what happens next. Wins against John Ludwig Hammer, wins against Cristobal Henriquez, two 2,600 players, defeats Pragg, draws against Abhimanyu Mishra and defeats Arjun. So he's on like a, he's like वो होता है ना जो ऐसे वो रैपोर्ट और ममिदारोव थे, like Indian killer हम बोलते थे. Already knocked out Pragg, knocked out Arjun, and now he's trying to knock out Nihal. भाई ये नहीं चलेगा भाई, हम ये तानाशाही नहीं सहेंगे, हमें जीतना है, हराना है भाई इसको.
बिल्कुल भाई. एंड आई थिंक अर्जुन भी यही सोच रहा होगा इस टाइम पे बिकॉज बाय द वे ही डिड प्ले f6 यार. अर्जुन अर्जुन का गेम बहुत जल्दी खत्म हो सकता है. I'm just switching back very quickly just to show you guys. This was the position we were discussing, and he did play f6, and Shant just played bishop c4, and knight d4 is the only move here.
Wow.
So
Chat,
this might be just be a draw.
चैट वुड लव टू नो व्हाट्स योर ओपिनियन. डू यू थिंक ये गेम ड्रॉ होगी? एंड बाय द वे चैट, कहाँ कहाँ से आप लोग ज्वाइन कर रहे हैं? अपनी सिटी एक बार चैट में सब लोग लिख दें. वुड लव टू नो कौन कौन कहाँ से है. दैट्स ऑलवेज नाइस टू नो साज भाई, कहाँ कहाँ से फैंस ज्वाइन कर रहे हैं, किस सिटी में चेस कल्चर है. बाय द वे, नाइन टेक्स d4 ऑन द बोर्ड.
Yeah, knight d4 played and now knight takes d5. सब exchange हो रहा है यार. ये piece भी मर रहा है, queen d4 भी मर रहा है, and you're going into that double rook endgame position जहाँ पे maybe Arjun can push a bit, but I mean push करने के लिए कुछ pieces भी तो चाहिए होते हैं आपको.
हम्म.
Like against e4 e5 you have this problem, this four knight scotch, and it's an ever long problem.
हम्म. Oh man, Sahaj bhai, I think ये opening ही ऐसी है, and White chose that opening with clear intentions. He wanted a draw. He was comfortable with the draw against Arjun, and Arjun tried to complicate matters, but it didn't work. Yeah, not much. I think we can do there. So maybe it's time to switch games. And chat दुनिया भर से join कर रही है. I can see न्यूयॉर्क से लेके पाकिस्तान and नागपुर से लेके सिंगापुर. So दुनिया भर के लोग chat में है. Glad to have you all here. Oh, Aditya is watching while admitted to the hospital with dengue. Arey bhai, take care yaar. Take care of your health. That's very important. Platelets count. Hopefully Indian players की rating आपके platelet counts दोनों high जाते रहेंगे यार. Take care of your health यार.
Nice, nice, nice. Take care of your health, bye. And white goes knight a4 in this position. Black returns with queen a7. So this is the current position on the board. Now Nihal playing relatively quickly. And blue bomb is the one thinking here. I think यहाँ पे जीतने के chances अभी भी हैं, I think निहाल के. I don't think this is a two result position just yet.
I agree. I think in an ideal world, somehow, I mean, there is some pressure, right? I mean, the D4 pawn is also weak, as you pointed out earlier. And if the C6 and the D4 pawns are trade-offs, random, suggestion, then I think you have an imbalance because you have 2 against 1 on the queen side, and you have 4 against 3 on the king side. So imbalance hai. And imbalance means
Hmm.
ki bhai, there are chances for one side to outplay the other. But Sahaj,
Hmm.
from Nihal's perspective, what do you think is going on in his mind? Do you think he's thinking, you know what? I don't need to do anything fancy. I'll play solid chess. A draw is enough. Okay. And what do you think is going on in Blue Bomb's mind? Because Blue Bomb के white pieces हैं. He knows कल उसका black लगेगा against some 2780 player, right? It could be Anish, it could be Firuzja or anybody in the world. Param, whatever. So he knows कल जीतना मुश्किल रहेगा. So is he thinking I have to strike today? I can confirm my candidate spot. So mindset दोनों पे ऐसा क्या हो सकता है आज?
I think blue bomb के side से like it is I mean like if you're in this situation where you're the tournament leaders, no player is going to overextend themselves, right? क्योंकि उनको पता है कि draw is enough. But when you're playing against a higher rated player with the black pieces, then this pressure is on the 2780 player to beat you. I think that's
Hmm.
also why Arjun, took those chances against Blue Bomb. That's also why Pragg took those chances. So maybe he can bank on that fact. कि ठीक है भाई, आई कैन ट्राई टू प्ले इट सॉलिड. आई मीन अगर कुछ मिलता है तो मिलता है, बहुत बढ़िया. पर अगर नहीं मिलता है तो इट्स ओके. लाइक अगेंस्ट
Hmm.
2750 प्लेयर और वट एवर, आई कैन हैव प्रोबेबली गुड चांसेस बिकॉज दे विल ओवर एक्सटेंड देमसेल्व्स. लाइक कल उसका इंटरव्यू देखा था मैंने. आई रिमेंबर ही जस्ट सेड दैट ही wasn't really thinking about winning. He was thinking he was just trying to play good moves, and he was and the opponent just blundered. Something
Hmm.
like that he said. I remember in one of the interviews. So I think that's a good strategy to have in an event like this. Or यहाँ पर, if you're leading the tournament, then the pressure is not on you. Yeah, आप draw
Yeah.
करके you can just stabilize everything.
And also, I think, good point. I think even if he just assume a random occurrence, he just draws all his 4 games. He goes to 7.5 with arguably the best tiebreak in the entire tournament. There's a genuine chance he even qualifies then. Like it is possible that that might happen. So I agree with you. I think he's maybe not going to push too hard. If he gets a chance, he'll capitalize. And right now, of course, he's thinking at least he's out of prep. Sahaj, Nihal ka idea to clear hai. Bishop a6. White ka idea clear hai. Maybe rook a c1. How do you see the main line moving forward in this position?
Probably white will play something like rook c1, like you mentioned. A bishop a6 is. I'm not as keen to play this move because it's like I'm offering the queen of trades as well. And then उसके बाद position बड़ी dry हो
Queen
जाती है.
of
Maybe I
trades
can
ki
go
trades of queens, Raj bhai. Queen of trades.
trade of queens. Trade of
That was
queens.
nice.
Maybe.
Okay.
My bad on
Uh,
that. But yeah, black plays rook d8 probably, which I like a lot in this position. Because you are attacking the d4 pawn, and the moment you start defending it, like the knight can jump to g4. Like for example, bishop e3, but knight g4 looks tempting to me at least. So knight d5 also looks very tempting. And then the position becomes complicated. Yeah, then you have good chances in the position. And if you play bishop e5, oh by the way, knight g4 already gives Nihal a decent advantage here because you are taking on e5, and double bishop advantage is gonna be dangerous here for blue bomb here. So I like this idea of rook d8 quite a lot, and attacking this d4 pawn. And whenever the bishop defends, just hit it with the knight and just take it, and then take the double
yeah,
bishop. And then I think the
true.
position opens up. Yeah, सब time कोई भी जीत सकता है.
True, true, true. And I think Blue One is contemplating all these choices. And I think both players have one important idea. As you mentioned, Rook A C1 is the hearts of ace for Blue Bomb here. So let's see
Ace
what
of hearts भाई,
happens.
ace of hearts होता
Wait, 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 wait. That was the that was the point, Saj bhai.
एक्चुअली मुझे पता क्या लगा. मुझे लगा आपने आपने एस ऑफ हार्ट्स बोला और मैं आपको बोल रहा हूँ, नहीं नहीं, हार्ट्स ऑफ एस होता था. आई वाज ट्राइंग टू कंटिन्यू द जोक, बट देन आई रिमेंबर्ड, अरे यार, साहिल भाई इज टू स्मार्ट. ही इज
Wait.
टू क्विक फॉर मी.
By the way, Sahaj bhai, Bishop F5 played in the Pragg position and Rook E5 played by Richard Rapport. And now Queen D6 play. Apparently, you just give the Rook for the Bishop. Yeah, that's the only move.
भाई राफोर्ड बहुत खतरनाक प्लेयर है यार, बहुत बहुत खतरनाक. एंड आल्सो लेट्स गो थ्रू द लाइंस. क्वीन d6, rook f5, knight f5, bishop takes b7. Just thank you for the second pawn. And rook has to go somewhere. If you go to b8, for example, then I can play queen a4 check. And now the point is that you cannot defend with queen d7 because I have bishop
Hmm.
c6. And you have to move your king away, and then I defend my bishop to e4 or to g2. I don't know where. I'm sure Rapport has looked at this very, very deeply,
Hmm.
and it is such an imbalanced position. Yeah, I mean, I'm not even sure who's better here.
Yeah. And I mean, this is not definitely you want to play. I don't want my king on F8, Sahaj bhai. So can I save my castling rights and also get the exchange?
So you can. I'm not sure how though, because takes bishop b7. Apparently, you can go rook d8. I can still play queen a4 check though and rupture your castling, but supposedly it's not the best move here. Like you're supposed to go bishop e4 and allow black to castle. That's what I'm getting at least. But queen f4 check
Hmm.
is possible here, and I can just damage it as well.
Hmm.
But the best move seems to be here to play bishop e4, just return the bishop, attack the knight, black goes knight d4, and then you defend via knight c3, d3, bishop e3. Sorry, you just develop, and the game is on, basically.
Very
तो
interesting
रैपोर्ट की
chat.
स्ट्रैटेजी समझ आ गई मुझे, लाइक क्रिएट
Hmm.
एन इम्बैलेंस अर्ली ऑन, क्योंकि पहले वाले गेम में किंग्स में भी ही सैक्रिफाइस्ड अ नाइट फॉर सम कॉम्पनसेशन ऑन द किंग साइड, एंड नाउ ही सैक्रिफाइसिंग एन एक्सचेंज अगेंस्ट प्रग. सो दिस लुक्स लाइक टारगेटेड प्रेप टू मी.
Yeah, and I think ये आइडिया बहुत पॉपुलर होने वाला है, especially if Rapport, Richard Rapport wins. रिचर्ड और रैपोर्ट का मैंने मिक्स कर दिया भाई. आज की स्ट्रीम थोड़ी ऐसी है साज भाई, हमने स्ट्रीम चालू भी ऐसी करी, आज
भाई
ऐसी चल रहा है
chat,
बट.
we are very very excited for today's matches. Of course, it's a very very important day, and it's like I feel amongst all the pairings today.
साज भाई बोर्ड का है. बोर्ड चला गया भाई, साज भी चला गया. आज की स्ट्रीम एपिक होने वाली है भाई लोग, आज की स्ट्रीम कुछ क्रेजी है.
Crazy भाई, crazy crazy crazy. Was I
या
gone क्या for a second?
या
अबे
या
यार.
So Saj bhai, maybe I think we check out the game of kahan gaya? Gukesh again, because we have a bunch of moves and it seems like Gukesh has a slight edge as of now.
Okay, so we have rookie one, knight d4. By the way, this was her prep. So I'm assuming अगर वो कुछ भी और if he had played c3, then it would have different implications. ना कुछ different prepare किया होगा उसने वहाँ पे. We thought it was transposing, but it's not. Divya had other plans. Knight d4 आता है, bishop c4 takes, knight f6 only move. Of course, your f7 pawn was under attack. So white plays d3, short castle आता है, knight c3, d6, a4, and bishop to e6. So very stable edge for Gukesh, I would say. Like
Yeah,
because of this d5 square, maybe you can go bishop g5, bishop c. I think it's like one of those first examples of Sicilian that you learned. Go bishop
yeah.
g5, take this, put your knight on d5, good knight versus bad bishop, and all of that. But supposedly bishop g5 is not the best here.
Yeah, but I think this is also very logical, though. I think, as you mentioned, very logical, but also if you have other ideas, b3 apparently makes sense. ताकि अगर black यहाँ मारे तो I can take with either pawn and both give me one target, right? B से मारा तो b7 target, D से मारा तो d6 target. So a pleasant choice for Gukesh. And as of now, you would agree, I think Divya is like she has to be careful, I think, positionally in this game.
But I think she did kind of, I think, get the position that she wanted, because up until bishop e6, na, she had, I think, an hour and 41 minutes, something like that. So she was very much in prep.
Hmm.
But इस moment के बाद उसने सोचना शुरू किया. And even though it's better for white, I feel like Divya has gotten the position that she wanted. By the way, h3 played by Gukesh, taking it very, very slow. Um, it's a nice little, एक तो आपने वो बैक रैंक का घर खोल दिया. No bishop g4, knight g4 type of move. It's a very useful move, I think, in the future, because black doesn't have anything direct. Black would love to have d5 in this position, but that's just not happening.
Yeah. Saj bhai, So I agree. I think Gukesh trying to get Divya out of prep also and improving his position. But I have a question. So usually when we start chess, I think we start from the initial position, right? Art pawn, art pieces, initial squares. So why did Arjun's game start from like an end game?
That's a good question, bhai. That's a good question.
Like they should have started from the beginning, ना? Like मतलब इतना ऐसे फाइनल पोजीशन में देख रहा हूँ तो लग रहा है कि एंड गेम से चालू किया है.
तो टेक्स भाई, कैसे जीतोगे भाई इधर? हाउ हाउ विल यू विन दिस? I think this is also kind of you know, Arjun's oversight, yeah, in this sense that he went for e4 e5. He should have gone for something more sharper, I guess,
Yeah.
because against Arjun, people will play for a draw. And e4 e5, जब भी आप खेलते हो black से, this is an ever looming problem. Like I can promise you, after knight f3 knight c6 knight c3, ये जो मूव आउट होता है ना, ये सबसे annoying होता है black के लिए, because यहाँ पे जीतना is so difficult.
Yeah.
So I
And
feel
Sahaj
like
bhai,
this is gone.
honestly, if I was white against an equal rated player, I would say I have some winning chances. I have rook d7, for example, I can play right now, and then your only move apparently is rook c5, which kind of holds the position together. Then rook h d1. Already, I think white is slightly better. So I think Arjun has absolutely zero chances against a strong player, like 2050 players chance Sarkisian. So अर्जुन के चांसेस गए भाई एंड आई थिंक दिस मींस 3/3 तो मुश्किल है सो हिज ओनली टूर्नामेंट रिमेनिंग विल बी द वर्ल्ड कप अदरवाइज he will not qualify to the candidates. That's a big surprise for me at least.
For sure, for sure. I think this is blue bomb, sort of spoiling it. And by the way, to those who are wondering why this is more comfortable for white, it is very simple. हर एंड गेम को आपको किंग पॉन एंडिंग की तरह ट्रीट करना होता है, लाइक उसका फाइनल वर्जन जो होता है, बिकॉज दैट्स द किंग पॉन एंडिंग. सारे पीसेस अगर एक्सचेंज होते हैं, तो इफ यू टेक अवे द रुक्स from this position, then white would be winning here, because white has these three pawns here, they are connected, but black has double pawns. So अगर आप किंग भी हटा देते हो इस पोजिशन से, तो ब्लैक के लिए पासर निकालना यहाँ पे बहुत मुश्किल होगा, बिकॉज दे आर डबल पॉन्स. Now double pawns of course are
Yeah.
not always bad. They have some good uses as well. For example, in middle games, अगर आपका king b8 पे बैठा होता है और बहुत सारा अटैक आ रहा है आपके ऊपर, then the double pawns are amazing in that scenario. But in end games, they are not ideal, and this is,
Hmm.
I think, a good example of that. So yeah, I think chances maybe too soon to say कि उसके chances पूरे गए, because it is Arjun. He is a
Yeah.
monster when it comes to beating 2650 players. I think today was, I think, a big oversight by Arjun. I mean, I think he's
Yeah.
definitely regretting playing e4 e5 today. I think वो कुछ भी खेल सकता यार. उसने गुकेश के साथ e4 d6 खेला था यार. I don't know if you remember that. He played d4 d6 against
Yeah.
Gukesh. So I mean, I'm genuinely surprised that he went for this opening, that he allowed this by his opponent, because Arjun never does this.
And also, I think at least his tie breaks among 4.5 people on 4.5 is the highest. So an outside chance if he scores 3 on 3 that he still qualifies. But this game, I think, is pretty much gone. I think a draw, if his opponent offers, should be accepted without any problems whatsoever. So, chat Arjun, I think likely a draw. If he can go to Nihal's game, Sahaj, his opponent Gruba Matthias has played the most logical move, Rook a c1, putting indirect pressure already on that weakness on c6. I would love to put that diagonally back to b7, that pawn, but it's just not possible. So as you mentioned, rook d8 is the move attacking that d4 pawn. And Sahaj, apparently after rook d8, the best move is queen f3, which to be honest is not easy because you've just played queen d3. Now you move into
Hmm.
f3. I mean, diagonally chal sakti thi queen, right? d3 pe aayi kyun? That's a waste of tempo. And maybe then rook d8 is the right choice.
But I feel like the follow-up is also not easy for Nihal. Like यहाँ पे queen takes d4 कौन मारेगा? Like, like you will be so
बट बिशप
scared.
d3 है ना साज भाई रुक d4 पे आई थिंक तो ऑप्शन भी नहीं है इफ यू वांट टू टेक दैट
Yeah,
पॉन तो क्वीन से
of
ही move.
course. But I'm just denying the possibility of taking this pawn altogether, because there are like so many ways that I can attack this
हाँ.
queen. I can play rook d1, bishop e5, bishop e3, bishop
And
c7.
wow, and look at this, Sahaj. There's apparently a crazy variation. Rook d8, queen f3. Very
Mm-hmm.
hard. I don't think white will find this. Queen d4. And now not bishop e3, which I thought was the move, but bishop c7,
Mm-hmm.
basically attacking the rook and controlling a bunch of squares. Rook f8 now. Now queen takes the pawn. Bishop d7, and white only has one square for the queen. That is queen to b6. Otherwise, the knight on a4 hangs.
Very
There is
nicely
no way.
spotted.
There is no way white finds all of this. And now queen d2 is the best move. Rook e d1 and queen g5. This is not happening. So queen f3 नहीं होने वाला over the board.
भाई ये पोजीशन आ भी जाती है तो आई थिंक निहाल के चांसेस बढ़ते ही तो हैं यहाँ पे लाइक आई फील ही इज
Yeah,
गुड हियर
agreed.
ही इज गुड बिकॉज यू टुक अवे द वन वीकनेस फ्रॉम द पोजीशन या ओके यू कैन से a5 इज अ वीकनेस बट a weakness is only a weakness if it can be attacked. So I wouldn't really call this. You don't really have many pieces that are targeting this. And also on the king side, I have a nice majority. Maybe I can create an attack. Perhaps knight e4, bishop c5, something like that. Bishop c6 kabhi bhi aa sakta hai, attacking the g2 pawn once the queen is kind of kicked away from the square. So it does look nice for Nihal for now, but I also think taking on d4 is a difficult move. पता नहीं यार, I mean, I would be scared to do this. Like I would have to calculate a lot before I play queen takes d4.
Agreed. Agreed. I think it's a definitely a risky move, right? Because अभी queen इतनी बार already चल चुकी है, can be attacked with the bishop, the rook, and multiple pieces. So it's a tough choice. And Nihal right now, the other option I think Sahaj, as we saw, was the move bishop a6. And you mentioned like the queen trade maybe is not ideal because now in the end game the pawn on c6 is just weak. So how would white potentially build up pressure on c6? मान लो ये position आती है तो.
भाई बिशप ए6 खेलना ही नहीं मुझे यार. आई फील लाइक मैं सब बिशप ए6 क्वीन ए6 मैंने मार दिया. अब आई मीन व्हाट कैन यू डू? लाइक ओके
Yeah.
क्वीन ए6 लो, जीत लो यहाँ पे. लाइक हाउ आर यू गोइंग टू व्हाट कैन यू डू हियर? आई कैन जस्ट डबल अप द रुक्स, पुट प्रेशर ऑन c6 फॉर एवर,
Yeah.
एंड ब्लैक को जो सफर ही करना है. रुक ए6 पे क्या कर रहा है बेचारा? ए c6 को बचा रहा है, a5 को बचा रहा है, b6 पे भी नहीं आ सकता. नाइट एकदम पकड़ के बैठा हुआ
Hmm.
है. अगर 8 पे चलेगा, b8 पे भी नहीं आ रहा है क्योंकि बिशप पकड़ के बैठा हुआ है. It just feels like a very bad square for the rook. And
Yeah.
I'm maybe okay. I'm being a bit, pessimistic when it comes to black in this position. But I feel like bishop a6 is a move. Then it's very hard to win. Like
Yeah.
it's very hard to
Yeah.
win. So I think you still have to make those conscious decisions to not simplify the position that much. Unless Nihal is okay with a draw, which I think he should be, yeah, because
Yeah.
6
Yeah.
point is still not bad. He's still gonna get 3 round बचे हैं भाई. 3 round में से 2 white होंगे निहाल के पास. So
हाँ,
it's still
true.
a very very good, I think, strategy. But मुझे रुक
Yep.
दिया देखना
And
है भाई.
yep, and Rugdi would be awesome. Nihal right now 16 minutes behind, so let's hope so he plays quickly. Meanwhile, Sahaj, one interesting position is Firuzja against Hans, because Hans' ke
Ooh.
winning chances have, I think, dropped down to basically zero. And this is, I think, a typical two-result position. I don't know if you agree, but as of now, the bishop on d5 looks like such a good piece. मतलब ये वो है भाई, असली रणछोड़ दास छाछठ ये है भाई, जो हमें दिख रहा है.
अरे अरे अरे, प्रोड्यूसर साहब,
अरे
एपिक मोमेंट, क्लिप वाला मोमेंट बन गया यहाँ पे.
भाई
लेट्स गो.
भाई मतलब
बाय द वे, आई
हाँ.
वांटेड टू कम टू दिस पोजीशन फॉर सच अ लॉन्ग टाइम बिकॉज आई थॉट यहाँ पे ओनली अलीरेजा कैन विन. I know I was fighting the right moment, but very nicely spotted. White can also play queen g4 in this position and just slowly put pressure in. And black तो यहाँ पे जीत ही नहीं सकता है. Like I will play
Hmm.
f4, g3, king आराम से f3. Maybe I put the rook on h1, double up here. ब्लैक के पास कोई काउंटर प्ले नहीं है. लाइक ब्लैक ने एक b4 चाल चली, आई कैन प्ले a4. काम खत्म. नो काउंटर प्ले हियर.
Hmm.
एंड आपके लाइट स्क्वायर्स इतने वीक हैं यहाँ पे बिकॉज c6, ऑल ऑफ दीज स्क्वायर्स, दिस बिशप इज ऑन d5 इज अ एब्सोल्यूट मॉन्स्टर, एब्सोल्यूट यूनिट. ये अगर बिशप जो e7 पे पड़ा है, इट डजंट हैव रियली any uses for now because this pawn on d4 is just blocking everything. So
Yeah.
not looking
Yeah.
the best for Hans right now, but he has to save this position. But if he does save this position, he still maintains some chances maybe.
Yeah, of course. I mean, he does. I think 5.5 would be great, but I think if he loses, तो उनके chance भी I think pretty much गायब हो सकते हैं. So important game for Hans Niemann. Meanwhile, Sahaj bhai, if we jump to the Pragg game, what we saw has happened. Queen d6 Pragg, after a 12-minute thing, finds that move, but suddenly, boom, a brilliancy by Richard Rapport in 35 seconds. Knight takes f5, and now bishop takes b7. The good news is, even though it's rapid preparation, no, he's seen it at home. Pragg finding the best moves over the board.
भाई रैपिड नहीं है, रैपोर्ट प्रिपरेशन है ये.
भाई रैचोट भी ऐसा हमने कहा भाई, आई थिंक हो सकता है, बट फिलहाल
But
बट
It's so scary that Rapport has an hour and 41 minutes on his clock still. Why 14 chale
Yeah,
hui hai and Pragg is on an hour and 8 minutes. I don't like this.
yeah.
I don't like this for Pragg bhai.
Pragg को भी जीता है, by the way. I think his tiebreak is even worse than Arjun. So Arjun can still have hypothetical chances after drawing. Pragg will have none. So he needs to win this one somehow. And Rapport कह रहे हैं भाई याद है वो एक गेम खेले थे हम कुछ महीने पहले. So Pragg needs to strike and Rapport भी black pieces जीते थे. Hopefully Pragg भी जीत पाएंगे.
Hopefully. But okay, position is good, you know, to have winning chances. Black has a rook, with 5 points. White has bishop and 2 pawns, which is also 5 points. So a nice imbalance there. And also, जब भी आप कुछ exchange sacrifice करते हो, I feel you should have some attack on the king, right? Usually
Hmm.
हमेशा ऐसे जब वो Rapport ने knight takes d5 मारा था, for example, like he had attack on the king. I feel यहाँ पे Pragg के king पे कोई attack नहीं है. Like
Hmm.
it's not like you are just putting pressure there. I think his largely his pressure is going to be on the queen side, and it is Pragg who probably has to create some attacking chances on the king side, maybe via h5 h4 or f5 f4 after he castles, and generate something there, because he does seem to have this hook with g3, and once he opens up some lines here, I mean, look at his pieces, yeah, these सारे एकदम घर पे बैठे हुए हैं अभी. He has
हाँ.
only used the king side pieces so far, Rapport. He has not even touched anything on the queen side at all.
And that to me is interesting, Sahaj. If black doesn't do anything and white brings out all his pieces, it might be even worse for Pragg. So because अभी तो pieces game में है ही नहीं white के.
Hmm.
So very interesting position. And Soch King is saying Arjun drawing pakka. I think he is. White didn't find the best move. He played rook h d1, and now Arjun does play rook e7. So that's helpful कि आपने अपना 7th rank थोड़ा defend कर दिया. But maybe draw के chances बढ़ गए, but जीतने के chances वहीं के वहीं है भाई, 0.23 पे. And this is, I would say, डिंग के रूक f2 के ब्लंडर करने के chances ज्यादा थे than Arjun winning this one. Why? This is a draw at best.
I think like it would be a very, I mean, Shant would be very, very, very upset if this
Shant.
match ends in a draw. Shant, yeah. वो शांत हो
Yeah.
जाएगा. Draw, ये अगर draw नहीं
हाँ
हुआ तो.
हाँ हाँ हाँ.
It
So
is so
very
frustrating to
interesting.
draw with a -100. Yeah, I know, but white say जब भी, this is an ever looming problem, I would say, for all top players. And not just top players. I think anyone who's anyone who's playing against someone who's lower rated, ठीक है, with black. If white plays e4, it's an ever looming problem कि कोई ऐसी line नहीं है. Apart from, if you go this d6, g6 and you accept a much worse position, if you don't do this, then there is something that white can do that will fizzle out into a draw. Always. Like against Sicilian, you have Alapin system, which has a reputation कि भाई बहुत solid होती है, कुछ मिलता ही नहीं यहाँ पे black को, सब exchange होता है. E5 में is what he played, with this 4 knights d4, कुछ नहीं मिलता यहाँ पे black को. So with d4, I think it's less of a problem because you can still play King's Indian. The King's Indian is
Hmm.
a like a main weapon, which is okay. Computer के हिसाब से it's worse, but you still get a fighting game every time. So c4 के साथ भी same होता है, knight f3 के साथ भी same होता है, but e4 की problem हमेशा रहती है यहाँ पे.
या एंड प्रॉब्लम से याद आया साहज भाई, अगर आप निहाल की चाल देखें तो शायद आपको पसंद ना आए भाई.
नहीं
Bishop
यार.
Bishop a6 played, and now I think White has to choose. Does he go into the proper endgame by trading everything, bishops and queens, or does he try to push with a move like bishop to e5 or knight to c5, asking White to take on c4 and then taking with the rook instead? So important choice for White here, and Nihal did take 16 minutes almost for bishop a6, so he wasn't convinced with all the other options.
आई वॉज थिंकिंग यार, ये रुक d8 वगैरह के बाद क्वीन d4 मारना इज नॉट एन ईजी डिसीजन फॉर निहाल. सो डज मेक सेंस. आई मीन, first he's trying to equalize and see if blue bomb is going to push here. I think he should be more or less happy with a draw. I think bishop a6 is a example of that. So I okay,
Yeah.
makes sense, but I would have loved to see rook d8 भाई.
Yeah. If Pragg
0.8 किस
qualifies,
पोजीशन में कह रहे हो भाई?
that's Gukesh versus Divya actually. Gukesh is slightly better. If Pragg
Oh,
qualified
really?
by FIDE Grand Swiss, I think if he qualifies via three paths, the earliest path matters. So he would qualify via Grand Swiss, and the other two spots would go to the next people in the list. तो ऐसा नहीं है कि वो players कम हो जाएंगे. ऐसा तो भाई फिर एक ही बंदा सारे क्वालिफाई, रेटिंग भी, ग्रैंड स्विस भी, वर्ल्ड कप भी, तो he is directly won the candidates already. I don't think
Hmm.
that's how it works.
खिला दो उसको भी, गुकेश को भी कैंडिडेट्स, आई मीन he can win it
भाई
and then
ऐसा ना हो
he just
कैंडिडेट्स खेल के ही फिनिशेस इन सिक्स प्लेस भाई एंड देन ही इज सपोज्ड टू प्ले द वर्ल्ड
नहीं
चैंपियनशिप.
यार, ऐसे थोड़ी ना
भाई
होगा ऐसे.
दैट कुड बी रियली
यार
वियर्ड. तो आई
नहीं
थिंक
नहीं, गुकेश हैज सर्टेन टूर्नामेंट्स यार जहाँ पे मतलब ही जस्ट कंप्लीटली थ्रैशेस एवरीवन. कैंडिडेट्स में आई मीन ही जस्ट रैन अवे विद इट. मजा आएगा यार, गुकेश खुद से खेले, वो पहली चाल वाइट से, फिर वो ही गोस टू द अदर साइड, प्लेज विद ब्लैक एंड ही जस्ट बट या. फिर उसके बाद हमें एक वो मूवी बनाएंगे, सर्चिंग फॉर डी गुकेश. इफ यू गॉट दैट रेफरेंस चैट, यू आर अ चेस फैन.
या. एंड मीनवाइल चैट जल्दी से लाइक कर दो. लेट्स गो टू 250 लाइक्स भाई लोग, भूलो मत. 500 लाइक पे कल मेंबरशिप दी थी, आज भी हम देंगे. एंड अर्जुन की गेम तो ड्रॉ ही चल रही है. सो which game shall we go to, Saj? Maybe a look at the Vidit game because that's equally important.
एब्सोल्युटली, विराट का गेम हमेशा इंपॉर्टेंट होता है. वी हैव ऑपोजिट कलर्ड बिशप्स ऑन द बोर्ड.
Ne, ek second, aaya.
And it is, yeah, sure, sure. It is not the same type of opposite colored bishops as in Firuza versus Hans Niemann. So I'm just going to show that position very quickly to you. This is the same opposite color bishop, but this opposite color bishop is way stronger in this position. But if we look at Vidit's board, which is here, यहाँ पे दोनों opposite colored bishops are equally strong because your pawns, black's pawns are sort of placed on the dark squares. It restricts the bishop's activity. Very soon, I think Vidit will think about playing c5 to, fix all of the pawns on the dark squares and limit the bishop's activity further. And white, on the other hand, maybe is looking for some. Oh, by the way, c5 played as we are just looking at it. White has to look for a break in this position. And chat, a strategic question for you, okay? Not really a tactical. हमेशा tactical questions पूछते हैं यहाँ पे, but आज strategic questions पूछते हैं. What break is White looking for here? If I had to give you some ideas here, you know what a pawn break is. What break am I looking for here as White?
साज भाई कहीं ना कहीं पे इट्स लाइक वो पॉन ब्रेक के लिए वाइट के पीसेस आइडियल है क्या? आई एम नॉट इवन श्योर. एंड ब्लैक
Not
का आई एम
not
गेसिंग.
at the moment, but we are not talking about breaks that are going to happen immediately. हम future में सोच रहे हैं क्या करना चाहिए. A lot of people saying b4 would be good, but it would be very unlikely, yeah, because तीन pieces हमारे यहाँ देख रहे हैं. d4 actually is not good at all because d4 के लिए आपको c3 खेलना पड़ेगा. And once you trade all of these pawns, then black का जो pawn chain है ना, this is fantastic here. The break you're looking for here is f4, the only break in the position that I think makes sense, because once you take and this file kind of opens up and I can generate some kind of an attack on the king side, maybe via knight h4, knight f5, something like that, and doubling up, on the f file, and carrying the pressure on that side. आपको queen side पे बिल्कुल नहीं खेलना है यहाँ पे because black seems to have the majority there. Black has more focus on the queen side right now, so don't focus there and focus on the king side. But yes, the golden pawn भाई, धोखा देना पड़ता है कभी कभी. क्या करें?
Yeah, the well then the masters know when to break their own rules, but also I
Mhm.
think why can't black break with f5? That would be a bad move I think because white का rook perfectly placed है, and suddenly after f5 he takes f5, rook and queen एक file पे आ चुके हैं. होता है ना, ट्रेन ट्रैक पे खड़े हो चुके हैं queen and ट्रेन ठोकने वाली है, and this is going to be very tough and the e5 pawn is very weak. So f5 maybe not, yeah.
f5, no, no, no. Black f5 नहीं खेल सकता. I think because you are left with this lousy pawn on e5, which was also on the dark color. तो हमारे पास एक, I mean, theoretically speaking, white can attack this pawn with one extra piece, right? So you would never want this pawn to be isolated ever. You want to trade it. So black f6 खेल सकता है just to, set all of these pawns on the dark squares to limit this bishop further and to, give room for this bishop as well. कभी e6 f6, कभी भी कहीं पे भी ये bishop आ सकता है. But yeah, he's basically just preparing for the f4 break. अगर white f4 नहीं खेलेगा यहाँ पे तो black के पास ज़्यादा कुछ options बची नहीं है.
Hmm. Meanwhile, Sahaj bhai, very interesting कि in the Nihal game, um, Blue didn't opt for taking on a6. He actually went with the best move in the position, and that is bishop to e5.
भाई, I think this is a draw offer.
Really? How?
Knight g4, bishop g3, knight f6, bishop e5, knight g4, bishop g3, knight f6. But
Really?
maybe
Are you
not. Yeah,
sure?
of
But
course
knight
I'm
g4,
not.
bishop
Of
g3 पे
course,
क्या होगा?
bishop g3 पे भी knight f6 क्या फर्क पड़ता है?
But white somehow improved his position, no? Like मतलब bishop g3 पे now it's not hanging. Yeah,
I
no.
mean, I'm just asking a simple, how is the bishop better on g3 than it was on f4?
Hmm.
Like it's just, I think it's the same. Like I would argue
Hmm.
actually f4 पे bishop थोड़ा ज़्यादा useful है, because आप e3 पे भी e3 पे भी ला सकते हो, कभी d2 पे ला सकते हो, to attack the a5 pawn. I wouldn't really say this is
Hmm.
an improvement. I don't know. मतलब draw offer तो मतलब खैर is overstating things. I don't think that's gonna happen. By the way, is bishop g7 possible or no?
No chance. Yeah, no chance. I mean, that would be horrific.
Why? It's not bad. It works. King g7
Wow.
and bishop takes a6. Okay, I didn't see this move. Full honesty, I thought queen g3 सीधा आ रहा है, but queen a6, queen g3, and white is again slightly better. And apparently, after bishop a6, black shouldn't go queen a6. Black should play rook f d8 in this position. Bhai, okay, the game is on. Let's go.
Okay, that is crazy. And after rook c6, rook c6 after rook d8, bishop h4 निकालना है
Oh,
Sahaj bhai, and
बाप रे.
don't ask me why. So I think super crazy position could turn out to be spicy. Knight g4 would definitely be a way to spice up things. I think Nihal Sarin tactically तो बहुत strong है. We know he likes these kind of positions, so that is definitely one of the moves he's considering. Baki, of course, rook bishop takes c4 is not ideal. I feel you're kind of giving white a free tempo, right? उसका rook develop करने के लिए.
This pawn on c6 gets under attack as well. But if Nihal wants to take it safe, then he can play knight d7. That's the benefit.
Hmm.
Like he doesn't have to advance his knight to g4 and invite this unnecessary calculation with bishop g7, and he can keep it safe with knight d7. Same idea, you're still attacking the e5 bishop. White should save this bishop at all costs, I feel, because once this is taken, I think double bishop advantage is on the line. d4 pawn attack ho sakta hai. If you take d5, then this queen also becomes super active, hitting the golden pawn here. So I think knight d7 is probably the most likely here.
Yep. And कोई कह रहा है are any games drawn till now? Yeah, I think Vakidov की ये game draw हुई है Gabriel Sargisan के साथ. But I think you won't see many draws quickly because I think this is the business end of the tournament. I think this round and next round, Sahaj Bhai, I think people are going to push really hard, right? Because anybody who has chances knows कि I have to strike right now. So you might see long games as we saw yesterday.
So
Final two rounds में majority of players would have nothing to play for, and then you might see some draws.
you think there won't be any draws soon? फिर
एक
से
ड्रॉ
लगा
हुआ है ना
देते
अभी
हैं,
आई
फिर
थिंक.
से लगा देते हैं एक बार अर्जुन का गेम. आई थिंक आप
अरे
भूल गए हो.
हाँ.
फिर से लगता है भूल
मतलब
गए हो आप ये पोजीशन.
मतलब not by choice, मतलब by like Arjun would have preferred not to have this position I think. And king f7, at least Sahaj bhai, it's closer to a draw maybe than it was earlier, but white is
Like,
pushing on the king side.
this is so draw that if you even just remove these pawns from the equation, it is still draw. Like dead draw.
Yeah.
Not even something that white has to defend. It is dead draw. It's so
Hmm.
there is nothing to play for here. By the way, h4 played by Shant Sargisian. I mean, also at some point, maybe Arjun also has to think about, liquidating quickly with, I can see h5 is a potential move here. Okay, not an easy move to play. I think I would go like rook e5 or something and just keep this position, and कोई improvement ही नहीं है किसी side के पास. But yeah,
साथ भाई कई बार
नहीं.
पॉसिबल चीज है, लेट्स से white play, let's say h4 के बदले white plays king c1, ठीक है, and then black plays rook e2 to attack the h2 pawn. He's
हाँ
like,
हाँ,
yeah, I'm gonna
big
win the h2
attack.
pawn. And अब h4 पे rook h2 आ रहा है, so white plays like rook 4 d2 maybe, just to kind of rook 4 d2
No,
Saj
white
bhai.
plays rook h1 na, best move.
Also, but I think I'm going to, I think rook 4 d2 makes more sense, Saj bhai, because you're
Oh,
trying
okay.
to exchange that active rook. That makes more
Hmm.
sense. And chat, find the best move here. Let's go, chat.
I was thinking rook
So there
h1
is.
because rook's behind pass pawns.
But I was
Rook
saying
should.
rook d2 because rook preventing on the seventh rank. No, Saj bhai. I think थोड़ा डिफेंस भी
Hmm.
जरूरी है कई बार. डिफेंस मिस कर रहे हो साज भाई, अटैक के लिए जा रहे हो.
Yep, absolutely. Rook a1. This is a very nice warm-up tactic for you guys. Yeah, it is
So
possible.
it is possible, Saj bhai. Nothing is draw bhai. Nothing is draw.
Hmm.
Anything is possible, Saj bhai. By the way,
Wow.
Nihal Sarin has played knight d7. A nice move attacking that bishop. अगर वो bishop मिल जाए तो बात बन जाए. So bishop has to drop back to g3, and then likely he's going to put that knight on f6 again. Yeah, and then do you think we see a draw? Do you think Matthias will take a draw? That's the question. Nihal, of course, will in this position.
I Probably not. I think मैथियस थोड़ा खेल सकता है. ये पॉन अभी भी थोड़ा वीक लग रहा है मुझे. Maybe he can play, but this feels like a draw. This feels like this a draw for.
Hmm. Sack the king and save the pawn. Nice, टिक्कू भाई. भाई मैं तो बचपन से किंग सैक करता हूँ भाई. इट्स अ फोर्स ऑफ हैबिट. बाय द वे नाइट D7 के बाद अभी भी. हाँ, आई एम ट्राइंग टू गेट इन द माइंड ऑफ ब्लूबा मैथियस. साहज भाई, ब्लूबा मैथियस के दिमाग में चलते हैं सर 2 मिनट के लिए. ओके, आई एम प्लेइंग निहाल सरीन, लीडिंग द टूर्नामेंट. हाउ डू आई ब्लंडर माय क्वीन? Queen go to H7. So Saj भाई, Queen H7, I think he might play. I mean, he might
I
think
don't
the
know
bishop
why
is
I
on
even
C2.
showed that with an arrow. I don't know why I did
Maybe,
that.
maybe he thinks the bishop is on C2, Sahaj bhai, and then he just takes on H7. Yeah, checkmate in
Hmm.
one.
अरे प्रखर भाई in the chat. I'm not sure ये same प्रखर है क्या नहीं. But I don't think so. उनका नाम भी प्रखर गुप्ता ही है ना? If I'm not mistaken.
हाँ, Pragg Gupta. Yeah.
Is it him?
It's not him, bhai. I think he has. This one is also YouTuber, but the main Prakhar has 2 million subs, and this guy has 1 sub, so a
Hmm.
bit less. But yes, he's Pragg Gupta.
प्रखर गुप्ता भाई नाम तो बढ़िया चुना आपने. Why not analyze Gukesh game भाई? We can go to Gukesh's game. I think we haven't looked at it in a while. This was where we left it after H3. Black plays queen to D7 and white goes A5. I think a nice positional move. Rook A D8 आता है and bishop to D2. So Gukesh, even though Divya got the position that she wanted, I feel like Gukesh will press here so much.
Hmm.
Already looking, I think, amazing for Gukesh, yeah?
Yeah. I mean, वो D5 स्क्वायर है ना भाई. लाइफ में अगर एक घुटने में दर्द हो साहज भाई, तो चलना बड़ा पूरी बॉडी के लिए मुश्किल हो जाता है. ये वही घुटना है D5 स्क्वायर साहज भाई. एंड इट्स गोना गेट डिफिकल्ट, एंड पूरी गेम के एंड तक, बुढ़ापे तक दर्द करने वाला है. सो दिव्या
You are
विल
right,
नीड टू
bhai.
न्यूट्रलाइज दैट समहाउ.
And he must be so, I mean, used to these setups as well, I think, Gukesh. I'm
एंड
seeing some ideas of B4 as well, like that you can play in this position, which seems actually quite interesting to me.
And Saj, I think this is exactly what Mukesh would need, right? In such a situation where he's lost 3 games in a row, like a positional edge, जहाँ पे he can push without risk and just take a long game, have no risk whatsoever. Like, this is exactly what he would prefer, I feel.
Hmm. Who is the best tactical player? You mean in history or current? Like history, probably Kasparov, I think. Um,
Hmm.
Probably Kasparov, I think, very easily. Um, right now, I think it depends. Yeah, it depends. I mean, Rapport, I think, is very creative. I think very tactical. Um,
Also, it
I would.
depends, I think. Like, Tal was, of course, crazy tactical, but Kasparov achieved a lot more. So, his tactics kind of have
Yeah,
shown better results, so to speak.
but we also learned from Tal, right, that a lot of his sacrifices were not as sound, but he would just,
Hmm.
what was that quote? Like, take your opponent to a deep dark forest where 2 + 2 equals
Yeah.
5 or something like that.
Yeah.
So, I mean, Tal also, of course, has a very big claim to it as well. And I think Arjun as well. I think Arjun is also a very,
Yeah.
very tactical player, I think.
Yeah. Yeah. And but of course, Arjun has a rook endgame right now. I don't know how many tactics he can throw in that position. And H5 played by Arjun, by the way. So a nice move. Um,
भाई
getting
मैं तो
rid
कहता
of.
हूँ सप्लाई
हाँ.
शुरू कर दो यहाँ पे. किसी की
भाई,
क्वीन एक्सचेंज होती है तो जस्ट पुट इट ऑन योर.
भाई मैं सोच रहा था, क्या हम कोई ऐसी चाल खेल सकते हैं जिससे एक्चुअल चांसेस मिले. सो आई थॉट GH5 completely ruining my pawn structure, but still it is draw. So yeah, I don't see much happening here.
Probably the only way you're winning this is if you win the h4 pawn and f3 f6 is still there and you have an extra pawn over here. So
तब भी
basically
ड्रॉ है भाई.
ड्रॉ तो है बट चांसेस होंगे उधर.
Hmm.
द टाइम भी 1.5 घंटा पड़ा है ना इनके पास, द चांसेस ऑफ मेकिंग मिस्टेक्स आर वेरी लिटिल. ब्लिट्स होता तो हम बोल सकते थे ओके
True,
टाइम भी फैक्टर है, बट टाइम कोई फैक्टर नहीं है उधर.
true. Meanwhile, I'm just checking what is going on in Param Maksudu versus Anish. I mean, what is this position?
भाई ये क्या है? Okay, कहाँ से आई है? Okay, so this was the E4 setup. This is always a variation which I really don't like against C4 because I always am afraid of this E4 line.
Yeah.
But black plays C5, E5 आता है, knight G8. By the way, this is normal. You're supposed to win the E5 pawn here. That's why you retreat with the knight to G8. White goes D4, takes, knight C6 आता है, queen F4, D6, knight F3, best move in the position, knight to H6, queen E4, takes, knight takes, and bishop takes on h6. If you took on e5, then this knight would get active on f5. So it's important to damage the structure. So anyway, takes, queen e5, attacking the rook on g8. Black goes rook g8, and now rook to d1. So this was the first long thing for Param as well.
Hmm.
He's choosing openings, I think, really nicely. By the way, cool line here. If you play bishop d7, one of the best moves for white is to play knight e4 here. And if black plays bishop b4 check, then king e2. Let's go.
Yeah, and knight f6 check aa raha hai bhai, ending the game on the spot. So Anish has to be very very careful. I think both sides have to be, but for now it is definitely Anish under fire.
Yeah, I
साज
think
भाई थोड़ा ना
look,
आज यूजुअली अब तक कुछ गेम्स में थोड़ा दिखने लगता था इंडियन प्लेयर्स वर यूजुअली वर्स इन द ओपनिंग देन वुड कम बैक. अभी कुछ समझ नहीं आ रहा है किसी भी गेम में किस डायरेक्शन में जाएगी. डू यू सी एनी गेम जहां पे थोड़ा लग रहा है समझ में आ रहा है हाँ भाई इस गेम में ये होने वाला है.
like I think probably Rapport versus Pragg. I think Pragg के पास slight advantages इस position में, at least according to the bar. He plays rook d8 by the way here. Queen f4 आता है and king f8. And Rapport is thinking for the first time here. And if I remember correctly, यहाँ पे queen f4 was not the best book. Second best, but not the best in this position. And I think black का जो follow up है, it is not that difficult, right? You want to just play h5, h4, and you just want to take on g3. Don't allow white to, develop his queen side pieces because once these are out, then it will be a big problem.
Hmm.
Oh, blue bomb
That is true.
repeats.
What?
Is blue bomb repeating?
Oh,
कोई
he
कह रहा
has
है
put
bishop.
the bishop on f4.
I told you.
So I'm not sure though. First of all, knight f6 is not the best move in the position. Apparently, it's rook f d8. So if Nihal wants to say, you know what, Blue Bam ji, मुझे अपना d4 pawn दे दीजिए जी, then he can play that move, or he can repeat. But I think also Sahaj, psychologically, it's a concession. Once you play knight f6, if white doesn't play bishop e5, then you feel like, अरे यार. Do you feel that way or no?
Of course, because I mean, even when you analyze with the opponent afterwards, you are always thinking, भाई तूने draw for mana किया, तो why did you repeat once?
हाँ
So
हाँ. Uh, Blue Bomb repeats. Can we look at Mishra's game? We'll also have a look at that game pretty soon. Sahaj, bhai, which Indian player will have some pressure in the World Cup? Gukesh or Arjun? Do you mean pressure in terms of winning or pressure in terms of putting pressure? Yeah, not sure.
at World Cup, I think Pragg probably, yeah, because he went to the finals. I mean, he's clearly the favorite in that sense. Lost also to Magnus. Um, I think Pragg
And
has very good chances.
I think also to some extent, all Indian players will feel home ground pressure because the media coverage will be intensive. By the way, knight f6 played by Nihal. So very interesting moment in the game and in the tournament.
एक बार ये कर दो
Will
एक बार ये कर दो
ये
एक बार
करना है हो जाएगा.
तो एक बार कर दो तो
ये
we can
पक्का हो
post
जाएगा
it
ना भाई.
somewhere.
भाई
Yes,
माय
yes, yes.
फिंगर्स आर डूइंग मल्टीपल ड्रॉज भाई. बहुत सारे कर दिया फिंगर डांस चल रहा है. सो होपफुली ये ड्रॉ हो जाएगा. दैट शुड बी अ गुड रिजल्ट फॉर निहाल आई थिंक विद द ब्लैक पीसेस.
Yeah, I think good result. 6 out of 8. Also, you get some rest as well, which is much needed in events like this. You're playing for such long hours and you're preparing for even longer, I'm guessing. But it's nice to have a break. And you're going to be 6 out of 8. कोई भी player आपसे ऊपर हो नहीं सकता है. So good result for Nihal, I would say.
या pressure will be on Arjun because that'll be his last chance to qualify. Agreed. Absolutely agree. I think Pragg will qualify. Gukesh doesn't need to. So थोड़ा pressure वहां जरूर रहेगा.
अच्छा
Sword fight.
pressure
बिल्कुल
they
भाई.
mean like from the janta, like from from
Yeah.
like
That's what my
I think
that's what I heard.
Gukesh, no, in that sense, because I mean if you're a world champion then of course I
I
mean
mean,
you wherever you play.
after this tournament, definitely yes.
I
Yeah.
mean
I mean,
doesn't matter कहीं पे भी आप खेलो, people have really high expectations of you because you are the world champ, you are the best player, on in that sense. So I mean World
but
Cup
you
खेलना I
know,
think.
वर्ल्ड कप में क्या है कि पीपल कैन ऑलवेज से मैग्नस भी सेकंड थर्ड राउंड में निकल गया था, होता है, इट्स अ नॉकआउट इवेंट, वन बैड डे एंड यू गेट नॉकड आउट। यहाँ पे क्या है, यू डोंट हैव दैट थिंग, लाइक इफ मैग्नस प्लेड ही विल विन दिस। so maybe it's more explainable in the World Cup if you get knocked out, but यहाँ पे it's more difficult maybe.
Bhai, I remember when Magnus was knocked out by Booz Yanzi in round
हाँ,
three of the World Cup. Matlab, also he got, I mean, because people expect him to, at least
हाँ,
qualify as much as possible. तो मतलब मैग्नस के साथ भी होता है यार, सबके साथ होता है.
हाँ,
But yeah, you're right.
uh,
Open events में it's harder.
yeah. um But Nihal has to win for improving his tiebreaks. Yeah, but I think the thing is, as long as the thing is, you can't force results. अगर black से draw मिल रहा है, you have to be objective and take it. I think the worst thing that can happen is he can lose, and then his chances again go down drastically. A draw is a good result, and I think if he gets it, he should take it. Salve, आप आ रहे हो World Cup? Likely, I think we all will be there, but I think अभी कुछ confirm नहीं है because World Cup announce ही काफी late हुआ था, right? Because there was some pending whatever. I don't know क्या scene था, but it was announced quite late, so we don't know exactly, but likely we will be there. Likely all top Indian players will be there, and of course बहुत सारे players qualify किए हैं World Cup के लिए, Sahaj भाई. So I think we'll see a lot of Indian participation.
I would love to see, the our big three there as well. तो बड़ा मजा आएगा वहाँ पे. And hopefully we will be there too. But let's see क्या होता है भाई. विदित की गेम में क्या चल रहा है? विदित की गेम में ये पोजीशन चल रही है. ही हैज जस्ट प्लेड, बाय द वे, नाइट D2 इज वेयर वी लेफ्ट इट. He wants to play f4. That's the positional break. Black goes bishop b7, d3 आता है. Queen e6 and he plays knight to f1. Now you might wonder why the knight came to f1, right? This is basically जो साहिल भाई का point था कि can black push f5 in this position, and actually f5 is not really a bad move anymore. Like you can technically play it still, but he wants to put the knight on f1 because he wants to play knight g3, and after that he puts that constant pressure on f5. जिससे दो चीजें होती हैं. पहला, black cannot play f5 as easily, and secondly, once you play f4 yourself, then the square of f5 becomes dangerous because then you can put your rook there, you can put your queen there, and you can conduct an attack on the king side. Um, so yeah, this is
Yeah.
the breakdown.
Yeah, a positional battle, I think. Very interesting. Also, knight d7 pair. I was still wondering if he'll come to d4 gradually via b8. That maneuver hasn't happened just yet. So let's see how Vidit plays this. And Saj bhai, I think Vidit and Nihal, super important games. So technically, we have two players in the running so far after round number 7. How many do you think we'll have after round number 8? Sahaj and Chat.
एक तो है, आई थिंक. एक
हाँ,
तो
एक तो
हंड्रेड
होगा ही.
परसेंट
हाँ.
Just with it, I have to wait and see a bit more how this position unfolds because it does look a bit uncomfortable to be with it right now because you cannot simplify the position, immediately. आप इक्वलाइज नहीं कर सकते, एंड वाइट के पास ना वो एक हमेशा ही F4 का थ्रेट रहेगा. जब तक F4 वर्ड पे आता नहीं, तब तक यू आर नॉट श्योर व्हाट्स गोना हैपन.
Hmm.
So
Hmm.
difficult to say. I would like to just, wait for like an hour and then answer this question because I think maybe in an hour we'll have a clearer picture of what's happening here.
Yeah. गुकेश का डाउनफॉल नहीं चल रहा है. आई थिंक एक टूर्नामेंट खराब हर किसी का जाता है, दो भी जाते हैं. एंड ऑल्सो डिपेंड्स. फॉर एग्जाम्पल, गुकेश इफ ही विंस द नेक्स्ट 4 games, आई थिंक मेनी पीपल माइट फॉरगेट दैट ही लॉस्ट 3 in a row. Although I saw an interesting stat मैंने ट्विटर पे देखा था, the last time Magnus Carlsen lost 3 games in a row was when he
Under
was 12
12.
years old, Sahaj. So that was interesting to me, but I think comparing him to Magnus is also not fair. Yeah, I think although Magnus ne bola, the player who has impressed me the most in the Grand Swiss is a dogmas. By the way, Bishop E5 played in the Nihal game, so we could be seeing a quick draw here. I expect Nihal to play knight d7. I don't think he'll change that maneuver, and then Bishop f4 will be a draw already.
So I think a good result for Nihal overall.
Hmm.
I think very
Agreed.
good result. I'm happy.
Yeah. साहिल स्टॉप कंपेयरिंग. ठीक है भाई, आपसे कंपेयर कर लेते हैं फिर. दैट वुड आल्सो बी pretty logical in your mind. By the way, knight d7 played. So will we see a drawn out chat? Bishop f4. Let's go. निहाल सरीन के लिए अमेजिंग रिजल्ट आई थिंक विद द ब्लैक पीसेस, वेरी क्विक ड्रॉ, बहुत रेस्ट मिलेगा एज यू मेंशन सहाज, दैट्स सो क्रूशियल इन दिस टूर्नामेंट। एंड 6 पॉइंट पे जाएंगे दोनों के दोनों प्लेयर्स, निहाल और ब्लूबाम।
Very, very good result with the black pieces. Very happy. I think a smart decision by Blue Bomb as well because as I mentioned, I think जीतने के chances आपके तब बढ़ते हैं जब आपका opponent ज़्यादा ambitious होता है. So I think he's banking on that fact, when he is up against the likes of Firuza, Nodirbek, that they're going to really push for the win. And when they do, then he can, bounce back there. That's what I
Hmm.
think is the strategy there.
Yeah. Super interesting. And played! Knight f6 is a draw. So I think we're going to have a quick draw in this important game, Sahaj. And that means Nihal Sarin will maintain first place, चाहे tied ही क्यों ना हो. Bhai, his chances are looking great.
3 rounds to go. I mean, he's one of the leaders for sure. And we're not sure what's happening on the other boards yet, yeah, because they can also draw and the standings could still be the same. 5 point पे कितने लोग हैं? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 people on 5 points. It's very likely that okay, at most is going to be three more at most.
Hmm.
But I think there can be a bunch of draws as well, and you might end up in a similar situation जहाँ पे 5.5 पे सिर्फ दो ही लोग हैं.
And we saw that with Param, right? Every round he would be half a
Hmm.
point ahead, but he maintained that half a point lead for the next 3 rounds. So I think it is totally possible that these two guys will be the only ones. Maybe I think one player or maybe two players might join, but team join करेंगे, सारे results होंगे, very unlikely. So congrats to Nihal. I think if he gets a draw, he's thinking right now. But I think I expect him to play knight f6. There isn't really much to do. He has a weakness on c6, right? There's no way he wins this one.
No, 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 no. I think he will just take a draw. Abhi, I think repetition हुआ नहीं है. This. Oh, by the way, Knight of 6 played. He's
Done.
going for it.
Fair enough. It is a draw, chat, and that means कि by Nihal Sarin and both Matthias Bluebam go to 6 points. At least Bluebam ने एक और Indian को बाहर नहीं निकाला, and we should be happy with that draw. They've repeated 4 times actually. They're still repeating. Nobody wants to claim a draw. Maybe I don't know what's the case, but it is a draw.
नहीं 3 बार ही हुआ ना. अच्छा नहीं, दो.
3 बार हुआ.
फोर्थ टाइम हो रहा है. फोर्थ टाइम हो रहा है. नाइट ऑफ
हाँ.
खेलने के बाद अब वो क्लेम कर सकता है, राइट? Think now maybe he's just calling the arbiter and claiming the draw. That's
They're
probably why
still
he's
playing.
thinking here.
They're still playing. But this is very interesting. So photographic draw भी होता है. What if I do a threefold repetition? I play the move. I don't claim it beforehand. We do 4 times and then I claim a photographic draw. There it is, by the way. Draw हो चुका है. And निहाल सरीन गो चाहते हैं 6 पॉइंट पे. भाई 1 पॉइंट का डिफरेंस है अभी.
Amazing, amazing. 8 point cut. Okay, but for now it's a 1 point difference. But yeah, everyone is basically playing 7 players fighting for that 6 point spot. I think out of all of these players, I think there's only just one जिसकी position like देख के मुझे लगता है कि probably he has the least amount of chance to win here, which is Hans. Because this is the current position. Takes Rook a6, and again that bishop on b3 is super active. Rook on a1 is joining in too. But I think he can. I mean, I think he can lose this as well very easily.
Yeah,
It
agreed.
just looks
Agreed.
annoying. So Alireza
Yeah.
has good chances. Abhimanyu Mishra versus Nodirbek. Maybe Abhimanyu ki position slightly better. Taking a quick look here, it is I believe it's from Karo Khan. He does have a better position here. The Nodir, but still Nodirbek has chances, yeah, because all there are so
Hmm.
many pieces present on the board. So यहाँ पे कुछ भी हो सकता है.
Hmm.
And then Param versus Anish is still the same position that we looked at last. By the way, he did play Bishop D7, and this is still the same position. And यहाँ पे भी कुछ भी
Hmm.
possible है. And then going to Vincent versus Vidit, because that's the our most important match. Knight F1, Knight
Hmm.
G3 incoming, and Vidit still thinking.
And very interesting, Vincent is not on 5 points. Very
Hmm.
interesting, point there that Vincent has no option but to win. If that's the case, then he's not going to accept a draw, and Vidit should keep that in mind. In some cases, maybe if he has a way to repeat the position twice and force Vincent to go for a substandard move, that might just be great practical play. So, yeah, very interesting detail there. And Vidit right now behind on the clock, but this time, okay, 10 minutes, I'll take it. Yeah, he's been 30, 40 minutes behind in some games.
Not even 10 minutes. It's like 3 minutes or something with it game
No,
पे.
10
If
minutes, है ना
I'm,
भाई, I think.
is
Wait,
it?
what I see on the Ninja link is different. What I see on the board is different. That's interesting.
Acha, on the board is showing me. Acha, he's thinking for around. ये टाइमर भी अभी सेट हुआ है कि समथिंग इज स्ट्रेंज
हाँ,
हियर
तो फिर
बिकॉज़
वो हो
समथिंग
गया
एंड
होगा आई थिंक। हाँ, ज्यादा हो गया होगा टाइम में भी।
but I think I will trust the Ninja Link more here. So
या
it the 10-minute looks accurate to me. And
साजन
position is
इधर
a bit
अर्जुन,
annoying though.
हाँ अर्जुन की गेम में अगर हम जाएं, आई थिंक वाइट ने कसम खा लिया ड्रॉ करने की, बिकॉज ही प्लेड G4, किंग F7, H4, H5, रुक D8 खेला उन्होंने,
Uh-huh.
exchanges हो गए and rook to A4 by Arjun. So how are we saving this pawn? Maybe just G5, trade it off, khatam.
No, he's just gonna play with these three pawns versus two pawns. I think that's actually happening on the board. He can technically play G5 and just call it quits. I'm just laughing at that white ने कसम खा लिया draw करने की.
No, because
That's
G5, G5 के बाद, I don't think rook H4 works because there's rook F1 and you will lose the F6 pawn.
No, we can play rook e6 and rook d7
But
check
rook
up allowed. Let's
D7,
just show it to the chat. I mean, you can take
हाँ,
fg5 as well, I guess.
हाँ,
That's simpler.
true, true, true.
So Arjun will play maybe a bit, but this is sad. यहाँ पे कुछ नहीं है.
Hmm. टिकुल डांस करो, बिल्कुल। अभी 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 चालू करता हूं मैं। मीनवाइल I'm looking at the games. Arjun is a draw. Vidit is solid. Gukesh, I think, still the same, better position. Rapport, he's played knight c3, by the way. Rapport's game, we can check it. H5 by Pragg. Bhai.
Oh, let's go to Pragg actually. H5, by the way. Okay, nice, nice, nice. We're seeing some fire on the board here. And h4 is his plan, and probably to take on g3. White takes back, knight takes g3, boom, and then it's just checkmate from there. So white does have to make some accurate moves to not allow this. One move,
Hmm.
one way I see is you can just play d3. Okay, yes, I don't think you're able to take on d3 because I think I have bishop e4 and this knight on f5 falls since you don't have any checks on d1. And if
Hmm.
even if you played queen d7, defending the knight, then I can just take this queen and then take the knight on f5, which is simple enough. So this is a poisoned pawn. You can't really take it. Black has to play h4 to put pressure on the g3 pawn. And now you can go bishop to f4 and just, relieve this pressure on over here. Maybe black can go queen b6, but the game just continues, yeah?
एक बंदा कहता Tikku would lose this position with both colors. अरे भाई, सामने जीएम बैठा हुआ 2750, तो हारूंगा ही ना भाई। बट या वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग साज, आई थिंक यहाँ पे कुछ अटैक तो बना रहे हैं। बोथ प्लेयर्स हैव टू बी केयरफुल, टाइम डिफरेंस बहुत ज्यादा है। वन गेम वी शुड आल्सो चेक आउट इज द प्रणव अगेंस्ट नेपो गेम, एंड आई एम सेंसिंग दैट दैट कुड बी अ ड्रॉ एज वेल। एंड उसके साथ ही नेपो के और प्रणव के दोनों के चांसेस कुड गो डाउन टू जीरो।
Is it really that simple?
या आई मीन रुक D1, क्वीन D1,
Not queen
blacks.
d8, I'm guessing, right?
Yeah, maybe not queen d, queen e5, um, attacking e2, giving this check on e4, and it just feels too
Hmm.
solid. Yeah,
Maybe Nepo has already, realized कि यहाँ पे कुछ chances है नहीं, and probably it was some prep by Pranav as well.
yeah.
Pranav actually playing really well in this tournament. He is still unbeaten, by the way.
Wow. I think Pranav will could be a contender. Yeah, for the one of the next 2700s. I mean, the way he's playing, holding his own against everybody he's played has been amazing. Even Ian Nepomniachtchi with the black pieces.
Hmm. Very impressive indeed. By the way, Rook D1 के बाद he's thinking, but yeah, this is definitely gonna fizzle out into a draw. अर्जुन का बोर्ड तो भाई खत्म हो ही रहा है.
Maybe one look at the Gukesh game. I think Saj, आज का मुझे लग रहा है might be the shortest day. I don't know. Like I thought games will be longer, but Nihal's has ended. Arjun's will end soon. I think. I mean, at some point, yeah, because the Rutkan game can't last that long. It feels like top boards थोड़े से cautious हो गए हैं आजकल. They're not really pushing that much. Maybe.
It could be. कल बहुत fiery day था. I mean, I think सबके लिए. I think today is the calmer day. एंड ऑल्सो गुकेश जब टॉप बोर्ड्स पे खेलते हैं तो हमेशा कुछ ना कुछ फाइटिंग चेस होती है, लाइक ही मेक्स श्योर कि गेम हमेशा
And
6 घंटे चल सकता है. हाँ, ही
and
मेक्स
really want
श्योर.
to highlight chat ki Gukesh is not on the second last board. Divya ka board fixed है. I don't know why it's fixed, but it's a fixed board. I think maybe they have a camera set up there to share her broadcast feed. But he's not playing on the second last board. So it's because Divya's board is fixed. अगर Gukesh board 2 पे भी खेल रहा था तब भी second last board पे जाके खेलना पड़ता उसको. I think
Hmm.
that's basically it. Yeah.
No, yeah, of course, of course. But I think still, I think Gukesh was the one player, yeah, जो हमेशा makes sure that we have a fighting game on the board. So, I think still his position is kind of exciting as well. By the way, he plays F4, so the first inaccuracy by Gukesh.
Hmm.
The first inaccuracy on the board. I think यहाँ पर apparently A6 is a very powerful move, which doesn't make much sense to me. B6 पे you're supposed to go bishop B5 and then you're supposed to put this knight on D5 कि भाई आप मार लो इसको D5 पे, and then you plan some F4 push or D4 push, later on. But Gukesh going for F4, and now the position is fairly equal again.
Bye. I'm going to ask you a prediction chat. So I think I set up a poll, but what do you think the result will be for Gukesh in this game?
मैं इस
Win,
क्वेश्चन को
draw, or
सोचते 2 मिनट
loss?
में वापस आ रहा हूँ.
विन ड्रॉ और लॉस नहीं साथ में आई थिंक वो मैंने वो कर दिया काम हो गया सॉल्व राकेश भाई को भेज दिया मैंने सो विन ड्रॉ और लॉस भाई व्हाट डू यू थिंक विल बी
नहीं नहीं नहीं
द
नहीं, मैं
रिजल्ट
एक
ऑफ दिस
मिनट में
गेम
आता हूँ, हाँ. मैं आई जस्ट बी राइट बैक इन 1 मिनट. बी राइट बैक.
सो चैट व्हाट डू यू थिंक इज गोना बी द रिजल्ट सो आई कैन सी ड्रॉ विन लॉस लॉस विन लॉस ड्रॉ lose. Why? I think Gukesh. I think the main factor is how confident Gukesh is because I think अगर वो confident है ना, if he somehow has that mental fortitude to kind of rise up after 3 losses, I think Gukesh will win because he's just the stronger player by far. I mean, look at the rating difference, 300 points, yeah. Um, but of course, if he's really affected by what's happened, I think then anything is possible. Divya is in the form of her life. And also, I think, this F4 move is not the best one. It kind of allows the bishop, the black bishop to now come to F6, for example, come to D4, and really have a purpose in life. I think it's a bit cooperative as well. So, very interesting what Gukesh's idea is. Of course, main threat F5 ka hai. So, Divya has to, I think, take on F4. She can't ignore this pawn. So, but yeah, F4 not the best move. Want Divya to win, but don't. I think, of course, I think for Divya to win this game, it would be a life-changing moment, right? Because she would be the first female player to defeat a world champion in classical time controls. We want her to have that, but we don't want Gukesh to lose 4 games in a row. That is horrific. सर आई डोंट नो व्हाई लेवी अपलोड इज रिकैप फास्टर यस्टरडे भाई तो लेवी ने टाइम टेबल अपना मेरे साथ शेयर तो नहीं किया दिव्याश भाई सो आई डोंट नो व्हाई ही अपलोडेड इट लेट आई एम गेसिंग सुसु करने में टाइम लगा होगा आई मीन हैपेंस समटाइम्स what's the realistic chance of Nihal finishing top 2? Will he play 2700 plus? I think he'll play 2700 plus in every single round from now. So unless of course there's some exception, I think it's going to be tough. But the main thing is in these rounds everybody is nervous. So if he wants a draw, he might get it, especially with the white pieces. Yeah, if he wants a
हम्म.
draw on those rounds, he will get it. Nihal bhai, Sahaj bhai,
हम्म.
निहाल भाई क्या हाल चाल है क्या आप क्वालिफाई करने वाले हो कैंडिडेट्स में
बिल्कुल भाई, बिल्कुल बिल्कुल. आई एम टेकिंग सम क्विक रेस्ट हियर. भाई निहाल आजा चैट पे यार, मजा आ जाएगा. आई डोंट नो इफ
तो
इज
साज
वाचिंग.
भाई आई थिंक एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट सवाल था मेरे पास सो
नहीं नहीं नहीं
हु
भाई,
डू
मेरे को जाना पड़ेगा शायद फिर से, जल्दी से जल्दी,
हु
बट
डू यू थिंक विल विन बिटवीन गुकेश एंड दिव्या हियर
भाई आई थिंक, do I have to be like super
या ब्रूटल
um brutal?
या
आई थिंक ड्रॉ हो सकता है.
वाओ साज भाई
आई
का
थिंक
ब्रूटल का डेफिनेशन थोड़ा डिफरेंट है मेरे हिसाब से आई थिंक
नहीं, आई थिंक आई थिंक इट्स अ ग्रेट. आई थिंक दिव्या इज इन कंप्लीट फॉर्म. आई थिंक ड्रॉ के चांसेस हैं, बट आई थिंक गुकेश विल फाइंड अ वे टू कंटिन्यू द गेम फॉर एज लॉन्ग एज पॉसिबल, एंड इट विल बी अ वेरी टफ मैच फॉर दिव्या. But I think the position is very solid for Gukesh. It's hard to kind of, take those, dangerous risks like, against Edis Gurel and so on. That's why I think यहाँ पे draw के chances ज़्यादा है.
Saj bhai, but the problem is कि Gukesh कभी draw लेता नहीं है. I think that's what we have seen in the last three rounds. So I would agree with you in normal circumstances, but if I had to guess, Gukesh is gonna push yet again. He's not backed down in the last three games. He'll not back down against Divya, who, well, technically is the lowest rated player he's played in this tournament. And 300 पॉइंट का difference, Sahaj भाई. I think हमारा 300 पॉइंट का difference से थोड़ा सा कम है, Sahaj भाई. So I mean, if he
होता
plays
था
in a
एक
classic,
टाइम पे बट अब
हाँ,
बहुत
but
घट गई है मेरी रेटिंग
the point is like Gukesh is a favorite by such a big margin कि मतलब it will be very hard for him to accept कि I'm going to take a draw again. So that's why I don't think draw होगा.
यू थिंक गुकेश विल विन?
No, I mean I don't know who will win, but I think draw नहीं होगा भाई. ये मुझे लगता है.
तो भाई तो एक बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग सा सवाल आया मेरे पास साहिल भाई के, गुकेश और दिव्या में कौन जीतेगा फिर?
भाई I am asking the questions भाई.
नो नो
आप
नो 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 नो
इंटेल
नो, आई एम
आप
आल्सो आस्किंग द
इंटेल व्यूअर
क्वेश्चंस
से
भाई,
सवाल
अब तो
पूछ रहे हो.
आंसर्स भी देने पड़ेंगे भाई, अब तो आंसर आई गेव माय आंसर।
भाई जब एन हैथवे का इंटरव्यू लेते हैं तो वो थोड़ी सवाल पूछती है, उससे सवाल पूछे जाते हैं भाई, तो वही चीज है.
यदि आन है
शी
तो
इज
भी
द
कभी
सेलेक्ट.
वापस सवाल पूछती है ना कि व्हाट डू यू थिंक अबाउट दिस, देन आपको भी
नहीं नहीं नहीं, आई थिंक माय ओपिनियन डजंट मैटर भाई. मैं कौन हूँ भाई, मैं कौन हूँ भाई,
नहीं
मैं
नहीं,
कोई भी नहीं हूँ.
हमारे लिए
मैं तो
भाई,
मच्छर हूँ.
हमारे लिए इट मैटर्स सो मच, इट मैटर्स सो मच फॉर द चैट। चैट एक
सो
बार हाँ लिख दो ना चैट में, हमारा साहिल भाई का ओपिनियन आपको कितना मैटर करता है कि बस चेस्ट जब एक चैट में एक बस हाँ लिख दो, यस इट मैटर्स टू अस, और लाइक जस्ट यस विल लेट अस नो कि कितना हमें मैटर करता है ये। एंड यू सी साहिल भाई, यू सी इमीडिएटली।
सो सो माय गेस इज कि my guess could be Sahaj bhai. It's a tough guess, but it could be कि
साहिल भाई
oh, sorry, sorry,
आपने
sorry. Why? I think my net got disconnected, by the way. Oh, I'm a GM now. Right? So, can you switch that again? एक बार switch कर सकते हो क्या?
नहीं नहीं, मत करो मत करो मत करो मत करो, अरे
हाँ. So
जब
साज
वो
भाई देखो
ओपिनियन
देखो
देते हैं ना तो
GM का
उनका
ओपिनियन.
नाम चाहिए वहां पे।
नहीं नहीं, GM का ओपिनियन आ चुका है. आई थिंक एनएम से पूछना चाहिए. सो एनएम साहिल को, व्हाट डू यू थिंक, हु विल विन बिटवीन दिव्या एंड गुकेश?
नहीं नहीं भाई,
कर
अब
दो,
तो
मैसेज
दे
कर
दिया
दो
आंसर
वापस.
यार, अब तो दे दिया आंसर। दो यार आंसर, व्हाट इज दिस? आंसर टू द चेस, सी सो मेनी पीपल आर सेइंग चेस इसका ओपिनियन इज वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट फॉर अस भाई,
बट आई
कितने
हैव
लोगों
डिच
ने
दैट
यस
चैनल
लिखा
नाउ
है
ना
यार,
भाई, तो
यूनिटी तो है चैट में यार, कम ऑन, इतनी यूनिटी है चैट में।
and I think Saj bhai, I forgot English.
नहीं नहीं,
So
आई गेट इट, आई गेट इट,
Meshubasan,
इट्स
that's
टफ
the
यार।
Kashmiri is the only language I know now, apparently. But anyway, I think Saj bhai, I totally agree with you. I think it's going to be a tough fight. Yeah, 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 totally. Meanwhile, I think if we look
बाय द वे,
at the huh,
there is a cool, I mean, mistake by Divya, which I think is very
cool
normal
mistake.
for.
Hmm.
I think. Okay, actually, no, it's not working. It's not. I was thinking F6 and I was thinking Queen G4 Amirbas, but F5 I think is simpler. F5 was simpler. F6 is a huge mistake, I would say. But
Yeah,
a lot
yeah.
of players can make this, but okay, not someone like Divya. I'm talking about at a lower level. This is possible.
Yeah,
But I think
important
E
because
takes F4 is simple,
F6.
yeah?
Yeah, because F6 के बाद F5 के बाद बिशप टेक्स, यू टेक विद द पॉन, वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. एंड नाउ D5 स्क्वायर पे जो घोड़ा है, ये मतलब बिल्कुल नहीं हटेगा कुर्सी से भाई. जैसे हम लोग नहीं हटते ना 7 घंटा रोज, वैसे ही ये
Hmm.
नहीं हटने वाला भाई. कुछ भी कर लो, कितना भी लंबी गेम चले, ये पूरा कमेंट्री रखे जाएगा साज भाई D5 से.
Relatable, bhai. Very relatable. And clip wala moment bhi hai, just so you know. Knight
बाय द
d5,
वे,
queen g4, rook a3. It looks very interesting, but yeah, f4 is not happening today.
या सहज भाई, आई थिंक आज काफी काफी इक्वलिश गेम्स मुझे दिख रही हैं. इज देयर अ गेम विच कैचेस योर आई, मे बी विदित्स गेम, जहां पे भी सेम F4 प्लान, आई थिंक कुछ सिमिलैरिटीज है विदित और उसकी दिव्या की गेम में. ही हैज प्लेड F5, वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग पोजीशन, बिकॉज आफ्टर ई टेक्स, रुक टेक्स एंड चैट. ये रुक क्यों दिया भाई? कांट आई जस्ट टेक द रुक साज भाई, एक्सचेंज अप? चैट, व्हाट्स द प्रॉब्लम विद नाइट टेक्स F5 हियर?
It's a good question to wake up the chat by knight takes f5. Is it possible?
I think very much, Saj bhai. Rook, very, very tasty. I'm very hungry, so let's take the rook.
Exactly. There is a mate on the board. Queen takes g2, so not possible.
Hmm.
But still, I think f5, although it does, make the bishop active, it also weakens your pawn on e5 in the long run. So
Hmm.
I think now the plan could be to, put pressure on this pawn in some way. Like you can play f3, for example, just solidifying this stance. Like e4 kabhi na aaye. Then maybe you can, reroute this bishop to c3. You can sort of double up on the e file, put the queen on like f2 or something, so it's safe and all. And I think now, yeah, position is equal, but thoda pressure hai, I think, with it.
Yeah. I think a bishop backward maneuver is always very pretty. Whenever you bring the bishop back to put it on a new diagonal, when I first time learned this theme, it was so beautiful to
Mm.
understand ki bhai, you can move the bishop back, yeah. Very, very
Mm.
interesting. So yeah, by the way, on in the Divya game, e takes f4 has happened. Bishop takes f4 played by the world champion, and now Sahaj, maybe bishop f6, the bishop on e7, जो बेचारा घर पे बेरोजगार था, finally gets directly a CEO job by coming to f6, maybe e5, maybe d4, and Divya's position has improved.
For sure. I think now looking, I mean, maybe still slight pressure for Gukesh. I think Divya को bishop c4 नहीं मारना चाहिए इस position में, because once you capture back again, that d5 square becomes a problem. So keep this tension for a while. I think maybe it's time to develop this knight as well to c7. To, put pressure on the d5 square. कभी d5 board पे black ही खेल सकता है. To, in an effort to kind of simplify the position. And yeah, bishop f6 also in the next move. Bishop can come to d4. Maybe you can even go bishop takes c3 and just release this. मतलब ये knight को पहले ही मार दो आप. Like don't even give the chance to
Yeah.
play knight d5 at all. So bishop f6 is actually looking quite interesting to me.
Yeah. Anyone aware of the match timings and venue? I don't think we know the venue for sure yet. Also, match timings usually are similar. Yeah, 3 p.m. to 3 p.m. to, let's say, 9 p.m. something like that. That will be the rough timings. I'm pretty
3:30 हुआ
sure.
ना. 3:30 हुआ ना आपका तो.
हाँ, वही आई थिंक सब रफली ऐसी कुछ टाइम रहेगा. एंड आई थिंक
Oh,
वेरी
you mean in
इट्स
World
वेरी
Cup?
या वर्ल्ड
अच्छा
कप.
अच्छा. I thought you were talking about
हाँ.
Grand Swiss. Yeah, yeah. Sorry, sorry.
हाँ. And also it's very very nice to see tournaments happening in Asia, right? कि at least Sahaj bhai, रात के 3 बजे तक events नहीं चल रहे, because this time zone is very comfortable. The game ends by 9-10 p.m. Same for the World Cup, same for Tata Steel India, by the way. So we have same for GCL, by the way. So multiple events happening in India in the next few months, and Indian chess is growing.
भाई
But the
आपके लिए तो
World
बढ़िया है.
Champ,
टाइम मेरे लिए 12 बजे शुरू होता है यार. So it is
भाई
like
तो
पूरा
आपने भी
दिन.
पूरे मजे किए भाई 2 साल.
वो तो है,
आपने भी
वो
पूरे
तो है, वो तो है.
1.5 साल मजे किए
Especially
आप भी.
by just so that everyone in the chat knows, like I remember World Rapid and Blitz was so tough, I think, for you
भाई
specifically, yeah,
साहब.
because भाई.
भाई बट वर्ल्ड रैपिड ब्लिट्ज में एटलीस्ट 5 दिन था भाई. कैंडिडेट्स भाई याद है भाई, दैट वाज
हम्म.
क्रेज. ऑफ कोर्स इट वाज हाइप्ड आल्सो, सो इट वाज मे बी नॉट एज डिफिकल्ट, बट couple ऑफ इवेंट्स वर इनसेन. बट आई थिंक अब अच्छा है कि इंडिया में और इवेंट्स हो रहे हैं, और होते रहे तो भाई हम लोग भी मजे करेंगे, हम लोग भी जाएंगे देखेंगे. एंड या वी कैन मीट द प्लेयर्स. बाय द वे, यू विल बी एबल टू लाइकली मीट द प्लेयर्स अगेन, जस्ट लाइक एट चेन्नई जीएम आप मिले. आई एम प्रीटी श्योर वर्ल्ड कप में भी ऐसा कुछ होगा जहां पे आप प्लेयर से मिल पाओगे. सो बी देयर इन गोवा.
Absolutely, भाई गोवा में, I mean, जाने का excuse भी चाहिए होता है, तो now you have a good one. Let's go. Saj, by where did you get your three GM norms? So, first one was in Kolkata. This was in 2008 or 9. I was 2200. That's like one of my toughest norms that I think. And the next one was in World Juniors in Chennai. And the final one was World Juniors in Greece. So
Hmm.
दो norms मेरे World Juniors में हुए थे, which I think was not an easy task, but it was fun, yeah. It was, and
Yeah.
if you ask me how many I missed, it is that list I can't even अगर मैं याद भी करने रखूंगा तो I'm sure I'm gonna not gonna remember a few, but there are so many that I missed.
या. वर्ल्ड कप में कोई अच्छा प्लेयर वर्ल्ड कप टीम जीते, लाइक टॉप 3 कोई रैंडम अबासो नाम का बंदा ना जाए. कोई ना कोई रैंडम हो सकता है यूजुअली, या तो यहाँ पे या वहां पे. 8 प्लेयर्स में से आई एम गेसिंग ऑन एवरेज, इफ यू लुक एट ऑल द पास्ट कैंडिडेट्स, एक बंदा आउटसाइडर हमेशा रहा है. किरिल, आई थिंक एलेक्सेंको मुझे एक याद है. एंड इट इज ऑलवेज बीन वन गाय हु टेक्निकली ऑन पेपर डजंट बिलोंग. सो as of now, look at the standings right now. अगर अभी खत्म हुआ टूर्नामेंट तो निहाल एंड ब्लू बाम वुड क्वालिफाई. एंड निहाल एंड ब्लू दोनों 26 तो है टेक्निकली ऑन पेपर राइट नाउ.
Hmm.
सो यू वुड से दे डोंट बिलोंग देयर, बट दे डू. दे हैव प्लेड फैंटास्टिक चेस, एंड वो पर्पस भी यही है इसका, ग्रैंड स्विस एंड वर्ल्ड कप का, कि भाई सबको मौका मिले. इट्स नॉट जस्ट लिमिटेड टू द टॉप प्लेयर्स.
I remember. I mean, the World Cup that happened in Baku, I think last time. I mean, Abbasov had a brilliant performance. I mean, his rating also shot up like some 70 points. He was
Hmm.
2670, I think, on paper. I mean, he was just playing
Hmm.
phenomenal chess. I mean, भाई उसे विराट को भी हराया, and then he defeated Fabi as well in a classical match, which was so impressive. By the way, Divya plays bishop f6 in this position, so not a surprise there. And now I feel this is quite equalish. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it safe to say this is equalish?
Uh, kind of, I think. D5 square अभी white के पास है, but
मतलब
black
आ
has.
कैसे रहे हो?
हाँ, you
लाइक
can't
नाइट डी
utilize
फाइव
it
पे तो
that
ये मर
well.
रहा है ना?
Yeah. I would agree. I think F4 maybe wasn't the best, and now I think it's close to equal. Knight on E8 अभी थोड़ा passive है, so that's why I'm a bit like कि maybe it's slightly better for white. But एक बार ये night game में आ जाएगा, I think it's completely equal.
I mean, and there are two ways to get this knight active. The first one is bishop d4 and knight f6, which is a nice square for the knight, and the other one is knight c7, which is also pretty nice because you are controlling the d5 square. And I think also bishop takes c3 is something we have to consider.
Hmm.
We have to consider this because I think once you take this, then d5 becomes possible. Yes, you do
And
get the bishop pair, but
सामने ट्रिपल पॉन्स, बिशप C3
yeah,
पॉन C3 बिशप C4 D4 ट्रिपल पॉन हो जाएंगे भाई वाइट के.
let's just play this. Let's do king h1. Actually, this is possible, yeah. And black is fine here. In fact, black is the one pushing here.
वाओ.
So clearly, I mean, he's not going to allow this.
या. चैट, फिलहाल के लिए मुझे लग रहा है कि गुकेश डेफिनेटली नॉट सुपर हैप्पी विद द ओपनिंग बैटल. F4 में बी नॉट द बेस्ट, बट ही हैज अ प्लान इन माइंड. क्लियरली F4 खेला है तो कुछ तो प्लान होगा. Sahaj, what could be that plan? I'm wondering maybe if we can somehow even sack the B2 pawn, just go knight D5. Is that a possibility, or is it too much?
I don't know. It looks risky to me. The bishop b2 आता है. Rook b1 goes.
Rook
Bishop
B1,
d4 check.
King H1.
King
And my idea is
h1.
at least I. Oh, King
c3
H1
maybe.
is such a bad move, yeah?
Apparently c3 you have, but I can take on d5 here, which is not
Yeah,
an
that
easy
was the hope
decision.
actually. That was I was hoping. Yeah, you will be forced to take on D5. I get the strong bishop on D5, attacking B7, attacking F7. That was my dream situation, but apparently it's not enough for him to the bar.
Hmm. Like you are supposed to take here and play just rook b8, simple defend the pawn. Like you have
Hmm.
this beautiful bishop, but I can kick it, yeah, with knight c7 or knight
Hmm.
f6.
Hmm.
So a bit
But
careful he has to be, I think.
but knowing Gukesh, bhai, he could totally do something like this just to create winning chances. Saj, he will
Hmm.
accept a worst position just to attack, and I hope he doesn't though. I think his confidence is not that high.
सहज भाई आप ये मीशो क्या होता है? आई डोंट इवन नो. I'm not sure ये कोई ट्रैप था कि नहीं, मैं फंसा कि नहीं. Gukesh fighting for no. Gukesh is still pushing here for sure. For sure. Um but yeah, he's still pushing, but your position is a bit equalish. 2500 के players भी यार weak नहीं होते भाई. Like
Hmm.
they are still pretty strong.
Sahaj second of Havaso, by a close friend, by the way. I've seen a picture of them chilling, so very close
Mhm.
friends. But इस बार I think Havaso
One
कहाँ है by
of
the way
my
साथ
oldest
में?
friends, I would say, from chess. Because we are the
Hmm.
same age. Now we played all the world youths together. So,
Hmm.
by the way, let's switch to Pragg's board because some updates have happened there. And remember, he played h5 here. So planning this h4 launch, white goes bishop e4, black goes queen e6, only move in this position, keeping the knight and this threat of h4 alive. White खेलता है d3 and once again only move by Pragg played. Bishop g2 आता है and another only move by Pragg. He has to go queen e1 check in this position.
Wow.
The plan is
Right, this
simple, yeah.
is.
Don't allow
Hmm.
bishop f4. Like इसको pin करके रखो.
So let's say Queen E1, Bishop F1. Is what's the next plan? Is it H4 or what?
Queen e1, bishop f1, h4. Yeah, that looks good. एटलीस्ट टेम्परेरीली तो आपने इसको बंद कर दिया ना. व्हाइट को g4
Hmm.
निकालना है यहाँ पे.
What?
हाँ.
Why? That's not happening. I think.
I mean, it can happen,
By the
no?
way,
Takes के बाद the
Saj
rook
bhai,
becomes
can we switch
active.
to Pranav versus Nepo? I think it's about to end in a draw. It's almost over. It's a queen endgame, 4 pawns each. I think they're gonna shake. hands very soon here.
Hmm.
So Pranav के chances I think इसके साथ खत्म होते हुए again he will need 3 on 3. Chad, we are assuming कि 3 on 3 किसी के नहीं होंगे. Basis that I think Pranav के chances will also end. But so will Nepo's chances. And even Nepo doesn't have a path. Ian doesn't have a path to the candidates, and he's been there every single time.
वो थक गया होगा यार कैंडिडेट्स खेल के. आई एम श्योर इट मस्ट बी सो टायरिंग and like mentally draining also to play such a strong event every single time. But yeah, looks difficult. Maybe, but now his hope is World Cup, yeah?
Yeah, so you will see Ian Nepomniachtchi at nice, nice, nice. So let's see this draw happen, chat, and then we'll move to another game. Um, our producer has just informed us कि भाई Arjun. Oh, Arjun has drawn. Arjun has drawn, Sahaj bhai. It's over.
Wow. Wow. So he didn't get the G5 pawn, so there was no point in continuing the game.
Yeah.
Arjun will not be happy with this, yeah?
Hmm.
This is an ever long problem, I think, against e4. I'm still
Hmm.
surprised that he went for this e4 e5. I mean, usually Arjun हमेशा बहुत careful रहता है in his opening choices, but I guess he just wasn't expecting Sargisian to go four knight scotch, and it's something that I think can happen to any player, basically.
So chat इसका मतलब अर्जुन के chances भी I think are all but zero. I would say कि 3x3 करना impossible रहेगा. So now our bet is really narrowing down to two players. It is Vidit Gujarati and Nihal Sarin. Nihal Sarin's game is already over. So the one big game, Sahaj bhai, right now is Vidit Gujarati. No moves there so far. So maybe which game shall we check out?
Let's check out, I think, let's go back to the Gukesh board and see if there's any
Mhm.
updates there. This was the position bishop f6 के बाद, and we have Um, yeah, he's still thinking in this position. Bunch of options. You can play e5. That also simplifies the position a bit, though. You can also go bishop takes e6, but वहाँ पे bishop d4 check is possible, and then you can capture back with the f pawn, and it's more or less equal. It looks tough actually. साहिल भाई आप दोनों अपनी रेटिंग बता दो प्लीज यार. रेटिंग बहुत कम कम हो गई है मेरी. आई एम ओनली
हाँ
2460 नाउ,
भाई मुझे
which
तो मेरी
is
कितनी
terrible.
थी 2186 आई थिंक भाई मुझे तो याद भी नहीं है आई फॉरगॉटन क्लास
Hmm.
भाई खेलना पड़ेगा भाई आई फील लाइक प्लेइंग ऐसे वो हिकारू की तरह थोड़ा नर्फ करके टूर्नामेंट सम रैंडम कपल ऑफ राउंड्स ऑफ सम रैंडम टूर्नामेंट्स जस्ट टू गेट टू 2200 वापस 2200 वालों को ज्यादा इज्जत मिलती है भाई मैंने सुना है मार्केट में
By the way, I think Pranav is also playing the Romanian Super League, which I'm also playing now. So I think I will get to see
ओह
him
ओह
in just a
नाइस
week from now.
नाइस 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 नाइस
By the way, Pragg did play Queen E1 check, and I think the best move in the position, Bishop F1 and G4 is H4 is actually happening. So we will actually see that if Rapport goes for G4, yeah.
एंड G4 के अलावा बाकी सब इज ग्रेट फॉर पराग सो G4 के बाद साहब ब्लैक हैज टू फाइंड H3 look at this crazy variation.
बाप रे.
I have never seen anything like this actually. And now Queen C6 is the move.
And then
And now
Rook
Rook
H4.
H4. Bro,
बाप
bhai,
रे.
this is insane.
Queen F3
And
by
now
you can even go further. F5 for some reason. GF5
GF5,
and now
C6.
ये.
And now F6. Bhai, look at this. F6 now. Bishop F6, Bishop G5.
अरे
And
वाह.
it's a draw, I
नहीं नहीं,
think.
क्वीन ए1 पे आई गो बिशप H4 and you continue the
Ah.
game, continue the game.
भाई ये क्या
But
है भाई? ये
इस
चेस तो नहीं है.
चेस तो नहीं है भाई ये. Let's see अगर होता है. But H4 तो I think logical है. I want to see if he plays G4 actually. That's a tough question.
Hmm. By the bishop f1 has been played, so h4 का है हमें इंतजार. It is the only move. Otherwise, chat, if you play a random move like I don't know, what's the random move here? G6, for example. Bishop h6 check is winning the queen. So let's not play G6 Sarge. The worst
Mm-hmm.
random move in the position, maybe. Maybe C5, for example. Yeah. Apparently,
Okay.
Rook B1 is the idea now. And I just
And to
want to get rid of the
defend.
bishop. And I think black is just gone.
Yeah, one like oversight and it's gone. For both players, I think it is true. Like H4 is force. If you don't play G4 as white, Then knight f5 comes in and then takes knight g3 and you are in deep trouble there as well. तो दोनों को एकदम precise moves खेलनी होंगी यहाँ पे.
Yeah. This is going to be fantastic chat. I'm really enjoying the Rapport Pragg battle. Sahaj bhai, I think we should organize a match between these two guys, like a इनके बीच में World Championship match होगा तो can you imagine the openings and the games?
अरे रैपोर्ट तो यार हमेशा कुछ ना कुछ क्रेजी ना. रैपोर्ट वर्सेस अर्जुन, थिंक अबाउट दैट. लाइक
Yeah.
दैट वुड आल्सो बी इनसेन. दोनों प्लेयर्स कुछ ना कुछ क्रेजी निकालेंगे हर मैच में.
By the way, Sajbhai, maybe until Pragg thinks, one look at the Vaishali game, the leader in the women's section, because I think if she wins this one, I would argue she's almost confirmed that spot. What do you make of the position? Vaishali is black behind on the clock, and the bar does seem to favor white a bit.
I think a slight sort of comfortable position because of this poor placement of the knight on a6. It's just a bad knight. Like, ये knight e7 पे होता कहीं और होता तो I think maybe g6 पे होता तो I think maybe she would have better chances. But yeah, because of this knight, the position seems a bit odd. And white can actually play f4 in this position. Like if you go ef4, then gf4 could be a plan. And then you have some central majority which you can play for. Maybe even sidestep with king h1, rook g1 and sort of attack on the g file after
Hmm.
you capture all of this. Yeah, quiet position, I think. But slightly more favorable for Bibisara.
Yeah, I think F4 seems to be the theme of the day. And if we jump back to Pragg's game, Sahaj, H4 on the board after a 2 minute thing. So, and now Rapport has to find G4. Sahaj and chat, my question to you is, does he find pawn to G4? Yes or no?
Sahil bhai, yes, first of all. And secondly, we have not mentioned this yet, but have you noticed the time between these players?
Yeah, 29 versus 1 hour 21. We don't see it. We see Vaishali's time right now. I don't know, for some reason on the screen. Maybe we
Okay.
can refresh the board. But it is almost in 1 hour difference on the clock.
Baap re. Almost 1 hour, yeah?
Yeah. साल भाई आप कहाँ रहते हो भाई मैं दिल्ली फरीदाबाद में रहता था बट नाउ आई एम लिविंग इन पनवेल सो आई शिफ्टेड लास्ट वीक तो भाई अब लोकेशन चेंज हो गई भाई अब से हम वड़ा पाव खाएंगे भाई
But I'm trying to refresh the board.
गाइस सूत्रों के हिसाब से ही फाउंड इट रियली ऐसे कौन से सूत्र आपके पास भाई कहाँ बैठे हो आप नील शाह
राकेश भाई को कब से जानते हो आप?
हाँ
That's the real question.
पनवेल में एयरपोर्ट आ रहा है अरे बढ़िया भाई अच्छी बात है ना भाई साले मराठी सीखो भाई ये तो है महाराष्ट्र में आई थिंक ऑल पीपल स्पीक मराठी है थोड़ा सा कल्चरल शॉक लग गया मुझे थोड़ा बहुत
Let me actually try
गाइस
and just switch to another board.
Oh,
पर हम
G4 blade. G4 on the blade played by Richard Rapport. भाई चल क्या रहा है? These guys are crazy.
and he found it so quickly.
2.5 मिनट भाई 2.5 मिनट में मैगी नहीं बनती साज भाई G4 निकाल दिया बंदे ने क्या आदमी है
Wow, bhai, it is insane. And now H3 again, the blue arrow speaking the truth. H3, the only move in this position to have any sort of chance. If you don't find H3, then I think you're in trouble. I think it's not really a difficult move either. Because H3 ke baad, you have these bishop H4
मैं
type
H3
of
आया साज भाई
ideas and yeah, sure. Like you have so many different ideas. You have Rook H4 also as well. Let's not forget that this Rook G4 is also under attack. तो काफी सारे आइडियाज हैं यहाँ पे हमारे पास. Looks scary. खतरनाक गेम एकदम. You would 100%. भाई यहाँ पॉसिबल नहीं है एक घर चला था तो इट्स नॉट. That's funny. Don't underestimate Rapport. Bhai, we never underestimate Rapport. I mean, Rapport is, I've played so many sort of World Youth Championships with him and I've also played. अरे ये क्या हुआ? साहिल भाई, uh,
साज भाई ये क्या कर रहे हो आप
I it's there's a server cooldown. Should I wait or what should I do?
Wait, is it a cool I can see it
नहीं नहीं नहीं, it's a cooldown.
नहीं भाई हो गया हॉट अप भी हो गया भाई
नहीं नहीं, मेरे पास 30 seconds बोला है उसने. Yeah, we have the
नहीं
live
भाई
board on
वी
the
कैन सी
board.
द बोर्ड वी कैन अच्छा लाइव बोर्ड है क्या
That's
बोर्ड
live
चल
board,
रहा
yeah.
है ओ H3
22
प्लेड
seconds.
h3 on the board, and now queen
Brilliant.
c6 खेलना है Rapport को. Anything else, rook h4 is going to be deadly.
ऑल्सो समय भाई मेरे को बता देना अगर कोई और लिंक मेरे को यूज करना है कि नहीं, या एम आई सपोज टू यूज अ मेन वन? एक बार वापस कर दो मुझे डीएम प्लीज.
Meanwhile, chat, we are looking at all the games. Hari Krishna, by the way, seems to be losing to David Anton. Leon is drawing against Volodar Murzin. Aditya is slightly better against Ronak. Very interesting pairing there. We also have SN Ranan equal against Samshidin Vokidov. Aryan Chopra is, I think, maybe even about to draw. Yeah? Very equal position against Etienne Backrot. And who else?
हाँ आ गया. I think it was working before as well. I'm just gonna open the same link
Hmm.
for both just to not have anything wrong here again.
Karthik
ठीक है.
and Murli winning against Santos James. And finally, Gukesh equal against Divya. Interesting matchups.
Okay, so h3 के बाद I think now probably he's gonna think a bit because he has, oh by the way, queen takes a7 he goes for, capturing the pawn, and now he has three pawns.
Sahaj bhai, I think the difference is now after rook h4, the only move is f3. So my queen is gonna come to f2 maybe at the right moment. Like that's an option maybe.
Mm-hmm.
After f3, this is ridiculous, chat. I'm going to ask you a question, okay? Are you ready for this, chat? Are you ready? Black to play. What is the only move for Praggnanandhaa? Otherwise, he's borderline lost. Find me the only move in this position. Shahada ki shakal dekho. He's like he's seen a beautiful mind movie. Yaad aa gayi hongi shakal dekh ke. He's so shocked. What is the best move for Pragg in this position?
Bhai, but have you seen the follow-up?
I have. तभी बोला साज भाई. It's
Bhai,
I'm not sure if Pragg can find it, and I don't think he can find it, Sahaj.
I mean, it's difficult to find this. It's very difficult to find this. Especially the follow-up is insane.
So I really appreciate that one guy who said Neil भाई की knight b7 engine देखा था. Knight to b7. Sahaj भाई, what is this move?
You are threatening bishop c5 check. अगर मैं queen b7 मारता हूँ तो फिर भी bishop c5 check है मेरे पास, and you win with queen f1 कि king को आपको हटाना पड़ेगा. And look at this, knight e4,
By the way,
rook
these
takes
are only
d3.
moves, yeah. These
Yeah,
are only
all
moves,
only
right?
moves.
Yeah.
All of them only moves.
Hmm.
Rook takes d3, queen f2, queen takes c4.
भाई सहाज
Wait,
भाई
wait, wait,
थोड़ा
wait,
सा
wait, 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 wait,
सहाज
wait.
भाई थोड़ा आराम
F
से बोलेगा
takes.
थोड़ा भाई थोड़ा let me admire this move. Can we go back a move? हाँ, can we go back a move? हाँ, इस पोजीशन में क्वीन अपने आप को सैक्रिफाइस कर रही है फॉर अ नाइट. क्वीन टेक्स e4. Sahaj, I think we have a new contender for the game of the year if this happens.
I I have no words, honestly. Queen, but anyway, queen takes e4. You go f takes e4. ठीक है, अभी बिशप आपको लग रहा होगा बिशप c5 करके वापस क्वीन मार लेंगे, बट नो 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 नो, दैट्स नॉट द प्लान. वी विल गो रुक g4 चेक. ठीक है, वाइट गोस किंग h1, एंड नाउ वी प्ले बिशप c5. आपका रुक मर रहा है बट आपकी क्वीन भी मर रही है. So you take on d3, black takes on f2, and you play bishop d2 to not get checkmated in mate in 1. And this is the position, still very crazy. Matlab, it's like some 6 or 7 only moves in a row
and
that involves a queen
and that goes on,
sacrifice.
Sajbhai. Knight c5, bishop b4 apparently, king e8, bishop e2 attacking the rook, and and if rook g2, bishop f3. I mean, Pragg has 25 minutes, so I don't know how he finds all of this.
That will be difficult. Like the entire follow-up after queen a7, this is the current position, by the way. Rook h4 and knight b7 is the difficult choice. But I think what's more difficult is seeing the variation, all the way through. That rook d3 and sacrificing your queen and then rook g4 check. I mean, that's so hard to see over the board. This looks a bit scary.
Sajbhai, so looking at how difficult this was, maybe if we go to the second preference of the computer, that is rook e8.
In this position.
Yeah, and I think that to me might be more human. So, for example, if why like my idea is bishop, I don't know, bishop h4 or bishop f6, I'm guessing is one of these ideas.
आई
What
थिंक
can white
कंप्यूटर
play
ये
here?
बोल रहा है रुक एट के बाद अब वापस रुके छोड़ खेल देना. I think that's the
No,
point.
but what if rook b1? What if rook b1? You have to move the queen out now, right? Because I
Yeah,
think this
you.
queen gets trapped.
So queen e6 आता है, attacking the g4 pawn, you defend it via f3, and now you have
And
to
now
find
f5.
f5. Yeah.
This to me looks more human, Sahaj. Like this to me looks like something Pragg might find. But
But
वो जो
rook e8
बाकी
is not a
nine,
human move, na? Like in
yeah,
this position,
true,
rook e8 is not human.
true.
Like, what's the plan? Like, there has to be
Ah,
some very deep plan here. So you have to also justify it in your mind, right? कि, if white doesn't do anything, then what am I going to play next? That's how you justify.
hmm,
तो rook e8 का ऐसा कोई point लग नहीं रहा मुझे. If you just gonna go queen e6 and f5, तो वो सोचेगा मैं directly queen e6 f5 क्यों नहीं खेल देता? Like if
hmm,
I go queen e6 here, by the way, it's a bad move. f3 and f5. This feels logical here, but somehow the rook on e8 is more useful in this position, and
hmm.
that's what he has to sort of
ठीक
compare it with.
साइ साइमन सिक्स ने बिल्कुल सही बोला आई थिंक वी कैन ऑल रिलेट माय ब्रेन इज टू स्मॉल फॉर ऑल दिस
I could not
नाइस
agree more. I mean, I feel the same in this situation. I mean, especially with 23 minutes on the clock, this is a lot of pressure for Pragg to handle.
Also, by the way, I think bishop h4 is a move that really comes to mind. But the problem is, Chad, ki just rook b1 and you're not threatening f2 because queen a7 से defend कर रही है. So आपको queen भगानी ही पड़ेगी e6 पे वापस. So if
Hmm.
that is the case, and the bishop is now taken the square for the rook. Ideally, rook
Hmm.
had to be on h4. So bishop h4 doesn't seem to work. If Pragg plays it, I think Rapport will already be better.
For sure. And I think another nice point here is after bishop h4, I can also play queen e3. I mean, technically, I'm three
Hmm.
pawns up. So I'm just forcing the queen trade. You go rook e8 or something.
Yeah.
I just take on e1, rook e1, and I just start launching these pawns. Without the queen, there is little threat in the position. But yeah, now that I think, I mean, now that I look at the bar, of course, rook b1 is a better move according to the engine. But just by seeing queen e3, he will just
Yeah.
say, okay, I'm not gonna go for this.
And also, I think the time situation is a big factor. I think Rapport has 1 hour 20 minutes. He can really think for a long, he could think for an hour and still
Hmm.
only reach Prague's time. Pragg, I think, has used up a bunch of it. I think it comes from Rapport's preparation. This was Rapport's idea, right? Pragg had not seen this. So he took a lot of time to come up with the opening moves. And he has an amazing objective position right now. It's just कि जो objective के जो line है, जो पतला सा है, एक ही string of moves खेलनी है. And they're so complicated. And kudos to Rapport for finding this idea, Saj. I can imagine this idea becoming very popular in multiple tournaments across the world now.
For sure, for sure. It's a beautiful idea. This rook e4, rook e5, and just sacking the bishop on f5. Very nice idea indeed. Looking scary. Looking very scary.
Yeah,
By the way,
very.
giving a quick update on Gukesh Divya here because I saw it in the chat after bishop f6. Gukesh ended up playing e5 in the position. So I think he's offering a pawn trade. Pawn takes, bishop takes, and this is the position. And by the way, the next move for Divya is not an easy one. Like she should not take bishop e5. And she should not keep the bishop on f6 either. She should play bishop to h4, which is not an easy decision here, Asail bhai.
I think it's about the c5 pawn. That's pretty much it. So, um, because my take was, I think, for example, let's say you play bishop takes, queen takes, uh, bishop takes, pawn takes. And now, for example, queen d6 to defend the c5 pawn. Unfortunately, there is rook a d1. And again, that knight on e8 is the problem piece, which is kind of disconnecting my rooks quite a bit. So maybe this plan is dangerous. And bishop h4 is not an easy move to find, Sahaj. And then the rook has to come to f1. And then you take on c4, which is also not super easy because it gives the d5 square away. And now you play knight f6, leaving the bishop on h4. And look at this.
Hmm.
Bishop takes f6, rook takes f6, rook takes f6, pawn takes f6, and knight to d5. And maybe this is Gukesh's idea.
And also this rook joining the attack via rook a3, rook g3, and a very pleasant rook lift here. I think knight f6 for sure she's not gonna go, because when you see this
Hmm.
plan of rook f6, you are already super scared. I see some other ideas here like queen e6, for example. You know,
Hmm.
threatening knight f6 in the next move. This could be more realistic, I feel.
Hmm. Yeah,
Okay,
you don't want to
Gukesh
leave
के
the
chances
yeah.
काफी हैं यहाँ पे, I think. He does have
Yeah.
good chances.
I think if Divya finds bishop h4, Sahaj bhai, that's gonna be a big statement. Ki I think she's fighting it out in this game. Not an easy
Hmm.
choice though.
Only move, by the way. If she doesn't play bishop h4, she's gonna be worse.
Hmm. Interesting. Meanwhile, I think we should probably head back to the Pragg game because Pragg has 19 minutes now to play 19 moves. He's more than 1 hour behind his opponent, and the position could be anything but simple.
I don't like Pragg's chances here. I feel that this is not going our way somehow.
I think
Divya
Divya has
traded,
traded,
kya?
yeah,
Oh,
queen
really?
e5, and she's given queen d4 check. So she does solve the problem of the pawn on c5. It'll go to d4 now. But yeah, I think Gukesh is gonna be slightly better here,
Yeah, the
at
problem
least.
is you can take, and I think you have to capture back with the pawn to not lose bishop e6 and rook e6. Free का pawn नहीं देना आपको. And cd4 के बाद white can play knight e4, I guess, or white can also go bishop e6, f e6, and then knight e4. And then, okay, you have this permanent sort of advantage in this position. Yeah, this weak pawns on e6, and you have the nice square on e4 as well. But by the way, in this position, this is insane actually. You knight e4 seems like the most logical move, but actually it's the second best move. The best move is knight b1.
Wow. What's the idea?
I think probably to keep the pressure on e6, so you're forced to defend it. And knight c7 कुछ खेलना force होगा, and then knight d2, and then you probably play rook e4, rook e4, rook a4. And yeah, you just have one weakness on the
I
board.
think it's to get to the maybe the d4 pawn, Sahaj, because it cannot be defended. Rook e4, rook d1, knight f3, yeah? Rook a4,
Hmm.
rook a4, rook e4, and knight f3. It's gone.
Hmm.
Let's look at my
And you
camera.
win something. And you win something for sure, yeah.
Yeah.
But the question is, does Gukesh go for knight b1? So remember, chat, in this position, यहाँ पे भी knight e4 possible है. This is more or less fine. But if he takes on e6, black takes back, and then knight b1 is a very difficult move to play for Gukesh. But if he plays it, he gets a good position. I think he is going to be very comfortably better, and he can put the pressure.
Sahaj, we need to jump to
Yes.
the Pragg game because now 16 minutes for Pragg to play 19 moves. This is looking extremely dangerous.
Okay, Queen A7 and now 16 and a half minutes for Pragg. But this looks scary, scary, scary. Scary days.
Look at what played.
Oh ho ho, let's go. Brilliancy? Surely,
Not
right?
really, not
How is
really,
it not
because
a brilliancy?
sacrifice करना पड़ता है ना उसमें कुछ. It's not really a
अच्छा
sacrifice here.
अच्छा अच्छा राइट नाइट बी सेवन विल बी ब्रिलियंसी आई थिंक. ओके ना F3 आई थिंक तो वो खेलेगा ही, फोर्स्ड ही है.
Yeah. Come on, let's go. Rapport भाई Rapport पे गलती कर सकते हैं, इसमें चांस ही नहीं है ना.
यहाँ पर तो
F3 is
नहीं यार,
pretty much
पॉन मर
finished.
रहा है. सिंपल.
Hmm. Chat VD game में VD has been thinking for like half an hour, so we'll go back to the game soon. इस गेम में आग लगी हुई है. Nihal has already drawn. Arjun has drawn. Pranav has drawn.
आई फील लाइक रिचर्ड इज नॉट ऑन द बोर्ड राइट नाउ. ये तो बोर्ड पे बैठा होता तो ही वुड हैव प्लेड F3 इंस्टेंटली. और कोई चाल ही नहीं है ना इधर तो. Or maybe he's
I
calculating that knight b7 वाली line.
I think he is. Also, I think F3 के बाद what is the second best move, Sahaj? If let's say I don't find knight b7, what is the second best move?
By any other move is +1 advantage for Rapport.
And look at this, Sahaj. I just saw it. Second best move is knight f5.
And you go gf5. Black plays
And
bishop
then
f6 to go bishop
come,
d4.
wow. And
Knight
then
e2
knight e,
आता है.
and then rook
बाप रे.
d3. Queen f2, queen d1, and now? King H1. Explain
Haha,
that
of course.
to
Of course, of course.
explain that to your students, जो है कि King H1 अच्छी चाल क्यों है?
What
Oh,
is
F3
black
played.
threatening?
F3 played.
Okay, now knight b7. You see the blue arrow here? Knight b7 only move in the game.
Sahaj
Otherwise,
bhai,
he's massively worse.
Knight B7 is a move if Rapport has not seen it. By chance, he has not seen it. Could absolutely make him collapse. This is that sort of move, chat. So I think it is still double edged. It could go either way. But if Pragg doesn't find Knight B7, I think it's all downhill from there. 15 minutes on the clock. His king on F8 is weak. Rapport is just gobbled up a bunch of pawns. And somehow एक बार white का bishop develop हो गया. Look at the bishop on c1. Once white plays rook b1 and bishop somewhere, Pragg can resign basically in this
Hmm.
position.
The whole battle is around these two pieces. That's why the queen is sitting on e1. That's why white wants to play queen f2. That's why he went f3 as also. ताकि queen को वो भगा सके. But some very tough moves incoming for Pragg here.
Yeah. And for example, one third best move is rook h6. Second best move, sorry, in this position, third best, I don't know. I mean, he
हाँ
just
हाँ
came
रुक
to
h4 अभी खेला अब रुक h6 वापस
हाँ,
जाओ.
rook h6 जाएंगे. और वो bishop के सामने है, by the way. There's a bishop on c1. Yeah, long
But he
term,
could
that's just
play
hanging.
f5.
f5, knight d5, apparently. Sahaj is just lost.
Yeah, I know, but it looks like a logical move f5, like
But
to
Sahaj,
break
your
open the
move queen e3,
position.
na? Queen e3. I think that's just a pleasant
Hmm.
worry. That might make it simple for Pragg to avoid it because queen e3 ke baad queen trade is forced, and then he knows he's just clearly worse.
FG4 पे, by the way, you don't have to capture back. Even capturing gives you an advantage, but you can just play something like bishop f2 and then take. Or even knight d5 still is a very good move. This is a tough
Pragg का
position for
time
Pragg.
glitched है. Chat, the only glitch is the position. If Pragg doesn't find knight b7, 14 minutes for India number one, for whom Rapport is proving to be just like his arch nemesis, yeah. And not all Indians have lost a bunch of ratings. Sahaj, when we started, Pragg was around 2790, Arjun Gukesh around 275, 2780. Now Pragg is 2781, Arjun is 2771, and Gukesh is 2751. So
अरे
Indians
वाह.
have lost a bunch of rating in this tournament.
Hmm. Like 2600s, I'm sure have gained. Like Pranav has gained a
Yeah,
lot
yeah,
of
yeah.
rating, so they have gained a bunch of rating. But the top players, I think this is what happens in open events. Yeah, in general,
Hmm.
when top players play open events, this is kind of normal. Very hard to keep your rating because one draw, one miss can just completely topple the rating.
Yeah.
हाँ देखो चैट को लिख रहा है 2750 यार. अरे यार क्या हो गया भाई. It's still very strong. But happens यार. Some bad rounds. It's not really something to worry about. He will definitely bounce back.
आई फील ब्लंडर इनकमिंग कह रहे हैं हर्षित. हर्षित भाई, एक बार ब्लैक को चलने दो फिर बोलो भाई. बिकॉज either side could blunder, yeah. After knight b7, let's say Pragg does find it, white's only move is knight e4. Now that does feel logical, but you can imagine there are a bunch of moves here. So
I mean,
yeah,
94 makes sense, no? Because bishop c5 check का threat है.
yeah, I mean, for sure.
Oh
Also bishop
भाई.
g5.
अरे
Huh?
अरे. There is also bishop g5 in this position.
Yeah, bishop g5, and then you have to take on a1, takes
Yes,
on
but look at this
e7.
line. Takes queen takes b7. I mean, I don't think black is better here. Maybe the
Hmm.
best you're hoping for is a repetition, but you still have a lot of pawns.
But
The
maybe
best
Saj
move
bhai,
here is
the
rook h6. By who's gonna play rook h6?
but okay, Queen E1 खेलूंगा मैं. Queen E1 to me feels natural. Queen
Then
E1 now.
queen c7
हाँ,
check.
Queen C7, King E8.
And then I was thinking like knight e4, but you have queen e3 check. So I need to stop queen e3. So I think now queen c5 makes sense.
Hmm.
Well, two rooks versus bishop and knight and four pawns.
I feel like this is just a matter of getting to the king. If I get to the king, great. Otherwise, you're winning. But maybe there is a way to do it. That's why
If the
bar
king is on
c3.
g8, yeah, then you're fine.
Yeah, true, true, true. Oof, oof. There's a move, Sahaj, here. Crazy move, and that is f5, apparently.
Baapre. Queen F2 or something? Like, this is not
Queen
simple.
F2.
Like, even in
भाई ये
Endgame,
तो
this is not simple.
भाई दिस इज भाई 11 मिनट है प्रग के पास. व्हाट्स हैपनिंग प्रग?
Oh, this looks scary. This looks very, very scary.
By the way, chat, somebody in the chat mentioned this. I saw it earlier. I wanted to, not focus on it, but Abhimanyu Mishra is apparently better against Nodervik.
Arre, wow. This unbeaten streak continues. He's definitely playing, chess at a very high level.
By
Knight
knight
d4, as we can see.
d4. It looks crushing, yeah?
But he also has time issues, yeah? 26 minutes.
Hmm.
There was apparently a blunder by Nodirbek in this position. He went knight g5. Not sure why it's a blunder. I think it's a bad move, not a blunder. But it took takes and fg6 and black plays f6 and this is the position and now knight d4 is the plan. He's a pawn up, right? Yeah, he is. Black has
Mishra
some
seems
queen
to be.
e5 plans maybe in this position.
Mishra, I think, is playing chess at a very high accuracy. I think when his opponent makes a mistake, he's very good at spotting it, Saj. That's a great
Mm.
skill to have among a youngster. You're always turned on in your mind. You're good at spotting those critical moments. Ki opponent galti kab kar raha hai. Never misses the moment. And
Mm.
if he wins, I mean, he will join the leaders on 6 points. That's a huge leap.
I think a great game for Abhi here. But knight d4 is a difficult move to find. By the way, switching back to Prags, but boy, 9 minute pade hain, yaar. I'm scared now.
Why I have been scared for half an hour, Saj. Why now? This looks like it's.
This
साज
could
भाई, एक
end
सवाल है आपके
very
लिए.
fast. It could
So
end
what do you
very
think will
fast.
happen? What is the result for Pragg in Rapport versus Pragg? By what do you think is the result? Your prediction?
I think there is a good chance that Rapport can win this. Very good chance.
Hmm.
Because 9 minute pade hain aapke paas and you have to find so many only moves and white has bunch of different options.
Bhai, let's call it 8 minutes now. It's not even 9. How many moves left for Pragg? 18 moves to go. I can. I mean, I will not bet money on it, but I'm pretty sure the game will not last 40 moves here. Like it's 18 moves to go. It will not last 40 moves. Somebody will
Mm.
resign.
Yeah, that's and I think like Rapport can still think a lot in his own time. So
Yeah. Good morning, Arindam bhai. Please show Divya Gukesh. We'll have a look at that game soon. But I think ये crucial moment है chat. I think that game is roughly balanced. कुछ crazy नहीं हो रहा है वहाँ पे. We'll have enough time to cover that. But as of now, this is such a crucial game.
wow,
Oof.
insane.
8 minutes. Going down. Further down than 8 minutes.
Bhai Prag play. Come on. Although we have another draw, I think, incoming. Yeah, I think Aryan ka game looks
I think it ended
equalish.
already. I saw
Ended
it a
already.
while ago. I think so. No Indian in top two. My prediction screenshotted. But Sam, नहीं यार. We need one at least. ऐसे कैसे चलेगा भाई? Oh, come on, come on. 7.5 minutes for Pragg.
Five consecutive only moves to play by Prag, and now the sixth move is with only 8 minutes left. Exactly, why? Exactly. Prag is panicking. I mean, we are panicking too. We are in the same
And
boat.
and Pranshu, 5 feels like an understatement to the number of moves he has to play, and those were relatively easier. Queen e1 check, rook h4, these are logical moves. Knight b7 is not logical, at least at
Yeah.
first glance.
You are taking the knight backwards, and chat में कोई पूछ रहा था why it's the only move because your threat is bishop c5 check. And you are capitalizing on this, advanced queen, and you want to threaten bishop c5 check. But it's such a difficult move to play. Also, it also gives way to play rook takes d3. It's just all of this feels very um like impractical.
We have the World Cup in India. Yup, Ravikant Bhai, that's going to start, I think, on 31st October or 1st November. Exact date, I think, I don't remember, but it's going to be a month long event almost. and it's gonna be epic because गोवा में होगा साज भाई. I think if we get, most likely we'll be there, but अगर होंगे तो भाई मतलब मजा आएगा भाई. गोवा में चेस देखने में यूजली लोग कहते हैं गोवा क्यों जा रहे हो भाई, चेस के लिए. मतलब इट्स नॉट अ कॉमन आंसर.
परफेक्ट एक्सक्यूज भाई.
हाँ. उफ,
मैं
अगर
मैं
इफ
तो बहुत खुश
रुकेश
हूँ भाई
लॉस.
कि गोवा में हो रहा है.
हाँ, आई एग्री. यार दिल्ली से भाई, ऊपर से ऐसा भी नहीं कि द ऑप्शन वाज अ गुड ऑल्टरनेटिव है. द ऑल्टरनेटिव वाज दिल्ली व्हिच इज लाइक द वर्स्ट सिटी इन नवंबर. सो
या एंड वी आर बिफोर एनीथिंग हैपेंस वी आर बोथ फ्रॉम दिल्ली जस्ट सो यू नो.
हाँ हाँ हाँ. नहीं नहीं भाई, इसमें यूनिटी है भाई. चैट में दिल्ली को हवा रोज करने में यूनिटी है.
भाई 5 मिनट.
भाई दिस इज गॉन. कम ऑन प्राग. साउथ गोवा में कि नॉर्थ में,
साहिल
ये
भाई.
पता नहीं यार.
साहिल भाई. Sindarov just missed mate in one
व्हाट.
against Abhimanyu Puranik. This was the position. I I'm not sure if
वेट,
this
गो
is the
बैक.
position. Why would
वेट,
you
गो
go
बैक, गो
Rook
बैक, गो बैक.
F1 though?
या दिस सीम्स लाइक एरर टू मी. आई थिंक रुक F1 मेक्स नो सेंस. ये एरर होगा, डिलीट एरर होगा भाई. रुक F1 क्यों चलेगा कोई वहां पे.
Are you sure?
दिस, या रुक F1 देयर इज नो सेंस ना. किंग F1
हाँ.
होगा भाई.
किंग F1
किंग
होगा
F1 होगा.
राइट. किंग F1
हाँ.
नाइट की तो ट्रांसमिशन है भाई. मैं डर गया एक सेकंड के लिए. What was this?
हाँ,
I
दिस
was
मेक्स
so
मोर सेंस
scared.
एक्चुअली. हाँ हाँ हाँ.
Yeah, going back
बाय द
to
वे,
Pragg board.
4.5 minutes.
Wow.
चैट भाई, स्ट्रीम लाइक करो भाई. जितना प्रग का टाइम है उससे तो ज्यादा लाइक्स होने चाहिए. चैट कम ऑन, लेट्स गो. Why Pranav making move? Because he's not able to calculate all those variations. I mean, he's thinking, he's trying to calculate. But Sahaj, I think, I mean, he understands कि one mistake here is lost. I think उसका intuition उसको बता रहा है कि I cannot afford to make a mistake because then the position is lost anyways. So I need to come
Hmm.
up with the best move. And maybe he has seen knight b7. And उसको justify करने के लिए time तो चाहिए, but time है ही नहीं.
Hmm.
Oh! Bhai, he
Beautiful.
finds knight b7. Brilliancy on the board. Wow.
भाई बट लेकिन प्रॉब्लम ये है कि 4 ही मिनट बचे हैं अभी भी. तो ब्रिलियंसी तो
Uh,
बढ़िया बट लेकिन 4 मिनट इज लुकिंग अ बिट स्कैरी टू मी.
and chat, now from Rapport, he has two moves that don't lose on the spot. One is knight e4, which is very logical, and one is bishop g5, which is a bit crazy. So if he doesn't find any of these moves, I think bishop c5 or bishop d6 is just lost. For example, d4, trying to stop bishop c5, bishop d6 apparently is just lost because bishop h2 ka threat
बिशप
hai
एच
followed
टू
by
है.
it's just over. So he has to find knight to e4. Kudos to Pragg, by the way, for finding it. He finds that insane move. I think it takes incredible calculation and intuition to find such a crazy idea.
Hmm. Insane. Insane. Very happy with this, but 4 minutes on the clock is just a bit scary to me. He must have
Yeah.
seen the follow-up. I mean, now also maybe he can think in his opponent's time as well. The दो ही चालें हैं white के पास एक
Played.
94.
Bhai, Rapport time de nahi raha hai. And now rook d3 is the best move. f5 is an alternative. So either rook takes d3 or f5. Oof, 4 minutes, Sahaj.
So rook takes d3, queen f2 is what we looked at, and then queen takes e4 is what he has to find basically.
बस. बस.
बस simple भाई simple.
अरे ये तो मैं ब्रेकफास्ट में सॉल्व करता हूँ ऐसे पजल, साज भाई.
अरे अरे
डिनर
अरे
वाले तो
अरे.
दिखाओ.
About playing on Pragg's time, absolutely. I think that is the strategy here. It's working decently for him. By the way, Gukesh having a substantial
सहज.
advantage against Divya.
I think he'll find f5. The idea is f5 के बाद you can't take because rook takes e4 is resigns. So it just feels
Ah.
like a logical human move now to just kind of attack. But after f5, there's queen f2, and you will have to trade queens, and that just goes to an endgame.
And I think not a very pleasant endgame for Pragg
Yeah.
because you still have 3 pawns. Maybe you will capture the b2 pawn at some point, like black and blue bishop f6 and take this at some point. And also he's playing on seconds as well, so that's another sort of downside here.
But I think maybe he has to go for it. Yeah, 2 minutes now for Pragg. I mean, in that complicated other variation, rook takes d3. He after queen f2, he needs to find queen e4. I imagine justifying that in
So I'll
such
be
time
one
pressure.
second, huh? Just be right back.
Hmm.
1 second.
Hmm. Chat 94, important move. Now that knight is holding the c5 square. वो c5 square पे bishop आना चाहता है. Not even to attack. Oh, he takes rook takes g3. Bhai, Pragg is finding another brilliancy. Oh my god. Bhai, knight b7 brilliancy, rook d3 brilliancy, and now queen f2 is played by Rapport. Oh my god, Sahaj bhai, board refresh to karke jao. Wow. Rook d3 played and queen f2 played, and now Pragg has to find a queen sacrifice. Queen takes c4. Can we have the live board? Sahaj bhai, जब तक Sahaj bhai आते हैं. What a position. Wow. भाई 2.5 मिनट है, उनको क्वीन टेक्स e4 निकालना है. क्वीन d1 is also possible, but queen takes e4 would be a third brilliancy in a row if we can find it. This is literally 3700 chess. I think it is. Gotham feature by दुनिया की future video. Who's not gonna cover this game? Queen d1 played though. Oh, he doesn't sack the queen. But queen d1, and now only move for white is queen e2 played by Rapport. भाई Rapport क्या घर से रट के आया है क्या भाई? Crazy. And now queen takes d3 is a threat because ध्यान रखो bishop is attacking the rook. So rook वापस जाना पड़ेगा d8 पे. And then the queen threat happens. And we are going into an endgame. Wow. I think queen takes c4 would have been better, but this is also a crazy idea. 2 minutes for Pragg. He needs to keep an eye कि भाई rook hanging है. Easy to forget sometimes कि rook hanging है नहीं है. Sahaj bhai, rook d3 happened. Can we go to the boards? Sahaj bhai.
Yeah. Queen f2 and rook queen d1. Oh, that's a mistake. No, no, it's
No,
still fine.
that's also decent. But now queen e2 only move by Rapport in 10 seconds. भाई क्या आदमी है?
Baap re. And now rook d8 he has to find, which is not easy.
Yeah. Because rook hanging है ना भाई. Queen takes e3.
Hmm.
Come on, come on, come
Queen e2 तो
on.
आप मारोगे नहीं obviously.
हाँ, 1.5 मिनट. भाई
Rapport
चक दे
finding the
इंडिया में
best
डेढ़.
move. भाई but
चक दे
problem ये
इंडिया
है
में.
ना भाई.
हाँ.
हाँ बोलो बोलो.
नहीं, मैं चक दे इंडिया में 1.5 घंटा मिला था भाई. यहाँ पे 1.5 मिनट है. बोलो सच भाई.
ट्रू. मैं कह रहा था कि मतलब प्रॉब्लम यहाँ पे है कि अब एंड गेम आ रही है बाय फोर्स.
हाँ.
White can just take and go king f2, king a2, and just chuck the rook away and then develop the bishop. And this is going to be difficult to save, I think, in a minute.
Sadhvik, question for you. How do you chuck the rook away?
By rook d8, d7, कहीं पे, I don't know. Like
Chuck.
d4
So,
is the
so you're telling me you wanna do chuck rook? नहीं, rook chuck d8, yeah? या मैं कुछ जोक मारने वाला
oh
था. कंफ्यूज
nice
हो गया मैं.
nice nice very
कंफ्यूज हो गया मैं
nice
थोड़ा
very nice very nice very nice. यही बात सुन के rook d7 जाएगा देखना.
बहुत.
By
भाई
30.
30 seconds. What?
Pragg must be in so much pressure right now.
भाई भाई 20.
मैंने
Oh, rook d7.
I
Wow.
said this, I told you. आपका जोक सुन लिया उसने.
Rook chuck d7 भाई. And now king f2 only move for Rapport. भाई
I
अभी भी
think
बैटल खत्म नहीं हुई.
and played 4 seconds. No
क्या
time to
आदमी
think.
है Rapport. भाई कोई कहकर Rapport टाइम प्रेशर में भाई. क्लॉक्स उल्टी है. ही इज प्लेइंग फास्टर. And now look at this f5. Best
No
move if you
ways.
take rook takes e4 wins for Pragg.
Why no ways? I think f5 is
हाँ
insanely difficult.
भाई f5 gf5 rook takes e4 pawn takes
Uh-huh.
e4 bishop h4 check, and if king e2 there is rook e1 winning the bishop.
Yes, but king g1 pe you still have to. I mean, knight d6 still is normal. But what I think is after f5, he's not going. He's going to see knight c3 and rook f1 here is a very difficult move to play. No.
Yeah, by the way, knight
Knight
c5
c5
played. And look at this, Rapport has to find knight c3 only move. That's hard. नहीं,
in a
that's not hard. रुक
second.
अटैक
I
हो रहा
think he
है.
will play it in a second.
यार रुक हार्ड अटैक हो रहा है यार.
Like, of course, I mean, he wants to. Maybe the rook date we'll see again. So, the chuck date will happen again.
Hmm. Come on. By the way, if you take on c5, bishop c5, king e2, rook chuck d8, and maybe oh no, you can't chuck d8 actually. Bishop g5 हो रहा
It
है.
is
Crap.
bishop g5, yeah. Rook d7, chuck d7 again. And okay, now this is not pleasant. The knight, he has to keep the knight, I think. He has to.
Hmm. We know knight c3, rook somewhere, bishop e3, very, very comfortable for Rapport. So I think that looks, I mean, maybe it's objectively holding, but practically बहुत difficult लग रहा है hold करना.
Hmm. I think it's only the time. I think that's the issue. With this
Hmm.
time, it's very difficult.
Hmm. Prexu edits can feel the pressure inside. भाई, I know it's 9c3 के बाद बहुत difficult है.
Hmm.
और रुक ऐसे कर क्या रहा है भाई अब? I'm not even sure whether Rook is doing on h4 anymore.
I mean, rook has to go back to h8 as well at some point. बट वाइट के पॉन्स जब जब बढ़ेंगे यहाँ पे दो ही पॉन बचे हैं h3 का पॉन में भी मर सकता है बाद में.
By the way, many games changing because Firuzja hands is now equal. Mishra, Nodirbek better. Parham, Anish better.
Nodirbek
All
is
the
better
three,
now.
all the three games have had to turn around.
Oh wow. So Nodirbek being better is huge, yeah, because Abhimanyu had a very big advantage before.
Hmm. Rapport not at the board. ठीक है, तो अगर Rapport board पे नहीं है, this is the right moment to check out some other games, Sahaj bhai. And I'm thinking maybe Gukesh could be a good start.
Okay, let's take a look at Gukesh versus Divya. So he didn't go bishop e6, yeah, he played, sorry, he after queen d4 it took pawn takes and then he plays knight e4 and Divya काफी time से सोच रही है यहाँ पे.
Hmm.
So this is, I think he's gonna play against his pawn on d4 and okay, very good chances for Gukesh, I think now.
Hmm.
It's a very smart move, I think, knight e4 immediately, not taking on e6.
Hmm. Also, Vidit game is some updates. Sajway, let's cover that and let's then head off to the Rapport game again because that's crazy. I think h3 was played after rook
Mm.
f5, queen c6, threatening melting one again. So f3 भी खेलना पड़ गया. And now rook f6, saving the rook. Bishop d2, as you mentioned, trying to maneuver it to c3, rook g6, and now king to h2. Very sensitive position because white has targets, black is trying to create targets.
Nicely put. Bishop c3, rook e2, and queen d2, rook e1. Just put play against this pawn. Black is kind of, I think, looking for some sacrifices, I think, on maybe on f3, like bishop f3 perhaps at the right moment.
Hmm.
But knight is, this is the sad thing about the position. This knight cannot really move. The knight कहीं d4 वगैरह पे होता तो this could be very dangerous for
Hmm.
Vincent here.
Hmm. Okay, so let's go back to I think the Prague game maybe because still 12 more moves to go with 1 minute on the clock. I mean, Prague is literally, he can't even go to the washroom, Sajbhai, at this point. Yeah,
You
Saj, do you
know,
think that's a strategy you think for 45 minutes here? Your opponent can't get up. And maybe he has to go to the washroom, he's distracted, then you play the move.
I mean, a lot of people do that in open events. Yeah, a lot of people do that. It's a good strategy, I mean. But I mean, you also want to keep your time advantage
हाँ,
here.
हाँ. रैपोर्ट प्रेप से बाहर आ गया भाई, वो तो कब का हो गया भाई, ओवर द बोर्ड सोच रहा है वो. ओवर द
Hmm.
बोर्ड इतना बढ़िया सोच रहा है, दैट्स इवन क्रेजियर.
Hmm. Knight c3 तो लेकिन forced ही है ना यहाँ पे.
हम्म.
So what is he thinking? Knight c3, knight d3 check perhaps, or bishop
Knight
d3, rook
d3,
d3,
but
something
king
like
e2.
this. King e2, then rook d8. Fine. Whether king e2 is
Ah,
not the best move, yeah. Apparently,
ah,
knight
rook c.
d5. When you try to trap this rook after king e2 is a good possibility.
हम्म. अर्जुन को ड्रॉ नहीं करना था भाई, चांस नहीं था, कोई कोई मौका मिला ही नहीं उसको.
हम्म कैसे पता
बहुत
चलेगा
ज्यादा
ओपोनेंट को वॉशरूम जाना है? आई मीन, आई थिंक इनफ टाइम would have passed. Yeah, it's already like 3 hours, almost 3 hours into the broadcast. And I mean, at some point you have to go, right?
निहाल ड्रॉन भाई, वो तो 4 साल हो गए तब से यार।
तो आधे घंटे में ड्रॉ करके उठ गया वो। निहाल कितना खुश होगा अभी आज के दिन के बाद, लाइक आई
But you
मीन
know,
टुमारो
it's
गेट्स 2 whites as well.
uh let's hope so, yeah. I think he has the best chance technically with two whites.
Also, this is a good strategy to have. Like, अगर आपके पास 1 घंटा पड़ा, by the way, knight c3 played, so the best move on the
Wow.
board. And just so you know, rook d8 is a huge inaccuracy here. After knight d5, it's GG almost. So rook d7 पे रखना है.
But how do you figure out that difference is my question. Rook d7, rook d8 इतना खराब है।
Probably because after knight takes e7, king e7, you have some bishop g5 type ideas.
रो तब भी आएगा ना साज भाई। रुक d7 पे
आएगा,
रो तब भी
but
आएगा।
that's a good point, yeah. Let's actually figure out the difference. So rook d7 के बाद अगर मैं bishop e3 खेलता हूँ, तो what am I supposed to do? I'm supposed to play just c6. So why couldn't I play c6 if the rook was on d8? So if rook is on d8, bishop e3, c6. Actually, this is fine. This is fine.
But knight d5 is the stronger move. So rook d7 के बाद knight d5 पे there is bishop d6 apparently, and
Ah,
that
because
is
bishop g5,
equality.
yeah.
And if you play rook d8 after knight d5, bishop d6 doesn't work because of bishop g5. I think that's the difference now.
Hmm.
So bishop
Nice,
d6 is
nice,
black's
nice.
idea basically. You want to grab the h2 pawn and queen, yeah? Very
Hmm.
brutal, brutal chess.
फिर भी क्वीन नहीं होगी,
Ooh.
मार के आप वापस भी ले आओ तो।
Knight d3 check played instead. Second best move.
भाई बार थोड़ा ऊपर जा रहा है यार यहाँ पे। आई
भाई
थिंक
40 सेकंड। आई एम गेसिंग अब हर चाल में बार थोड़ा थोड़ा ऊपर जाएगा साज भाई, आई थिंक, बिकॉज 40 सेकंड ही है बस।
टेकन
टेक्स
बिशप
टेक्स
d3 rook d3।
या। एंड नाउ वाइट्स प्लेस वेरी नॉर्मल, बिशप e3, knight d5, किंग e2। बस
नाइट
एच
d5 इज
पॉन कैसे,
इंटरेस्टिंग।
एच पॉन कैसे जाना है वो देखना है मुझे। हाउ डू आई सेव द h2 pawn? We have to play rook h1. I don't want to play that.
हम्म
Makes an आया सामने।
या श्योर श्योर श्योर। So knight d5 chat is the move here, which is मेरा simple idea. I want to take on e7 and I want to play bishop g5 check. And also king e2 के बाद ये रुक भी थोड़ा सा, I mean, weak लग रहा है। तो black has to find bishop d6, attacking h2, and white just has to completely ignore it. You have to play king e2. Rook d4 आएगा, because of course if you take this I capture your rook, which is not feasible. Rook d4 पे अब you're attacking this and still attacking on h2. White just plays b3, and now bishop h2 is a mistake. Mistake probably because bishop e3 के बाद your rook on d4 is still trapped. So now Pragg has to find f5. What? Bishop e3 पे rook takes d5. This is not easy. This is definitely not easy. Like cd5, fg4, fg4, rook g4, and okay, this is a draw because you're getting rook g2 and you're winning the h2 pawn. But it looks very scary to me for Pragg. And this is just one variation, yeah? साहिल भाई आपकी म्यूट हो रहे हो।
Sorry, Mekana, if Pragg finds all of this, I mean, he's going to win the next 3 games. Then we have no stress. I mean, 1 minute है
Yeah.
भाई. This is impossible. Sahil भाई can't hear. I can hear भाई. इसलिए कॉमा लगाना चाहिए कई बार।
Nice, nice, nice. Abhimanyu Mishra just played a brilliant move, really. क्या बात कर रहे हो? But he has a worse position, no? According to the engine at least. I mean, while he thinks, maybe you can check it out just for a second. This is the position. Oh, yeah. Queen c3, brilliancy on the board. He's sacrificing e2. The queen f6 मर रहा है, of course. But yeah, I think Nordirbeck has some chances. I think maybe he's going to win the g6 pawn at some point, and then the position kind of becomes good. But also, Abhimanyu के पास time भी काफी कम है. तो Nordirbeck putting the pressure here.
Yeah, Nodilbeek also, yeah, a contender, a strong contender. He did not qualify for the last candidates. And he's ahead of Gukesh
Mhm.
now. If he wins, he'll be world number, I think, 7, if I'm not mistaken.
Mhm.
3 ranks ahead of Gukesh.
By the way, one update I think on Gukesh board, Divya went for bishop d5 here. So the best move here, not trading the bishops immediately. If you want to trade, then white should be the one doing it. But the problem is that this d4 pawn is now isolated. So I think this looks quite positive for Gukesh. Like I think an idea like knight g3, knight f5 looks interesting because you're also putting pressure on d4 and you're threatening rook e7 as well ताकि कुछ 7th rank पे कुछ problems आ जाए यहाँ पे.
Hmm. And again, that knight on e8 is kind of getting in
Hmm.
the way. I can't even challenge your rook with rook e8 at some point. So, Gukesh time. I think he can utilize it. As of now, at least things looking good for Gukesh. Nothing crazy to worry just yet.
I think Gukesh wins, yeah, probably.
Looks like
He
it
looks
for
like a
now.
very good. I mean, it's a perfect position to have, I think. Perfect time as well because he's not low on time here.
By the way, in the Vidit game, after king h2, Vidit played queen d6, of course, setting up that e4 move there. So rook e3, गेमर कहते हैं भाई आप खेलो e4.
E4 पे just fe4 and the rook defends the g3 knight. So very nice move. By the way, is rook g3 possible?
No, feels too much, yeah.
Is it?
Oh,
That
just
takes e4 पे you have to find f4.
hmm.
Hmm.
But okay, doable, I think, yeah.
For sure. Now, Rapport taking a long thing because the position has sort of simplified and he's thinking about by what's the best way to put pressure on Pragg here because I think once he makes the first move, then he's gonna make a bunch of moves quickly, yeah, to put him in time pressure again.
Yeah, yeah. And rook f8 maybe is the move. So Vidit can try to bring more pieces into the game. But
Hmm.
Sahaj, if you go back to the game, I kind of feel कि जो counter play था Vidit का, it's kind of evaporated now. I like White's position.
For sure, White has a wonderful position. Uh, like it's a two result position almost. Bishop c3,
Yeah,
queen e2, rook e1. Very, very simple, very safe.
Vincent
बट यहाँ पे
Keimer, as I meant.
काइमर को भी
हाँ,
हराना मुश्किल होगा यहाँ पे लेकिन.
but like we have no chances of winning, and that's very depressing. And Keimer has traditionally had a great record against Vidit. So I get a feeling
Hmm.
कि being Vidit here is suffocating because you need a win, and at least a draw, of course, you need, but you're kind of defending for a long, long time.
Hmm. Top boards पे yeah, everyone is thinking and the bar is like more or less equal everywhere. Um,
And we've not had a single win for any player so far in the entire tournament. Yeah, only draws. So crucial, crucial day. I think today and tomorrow at the FIDE Grand Swiss chat, because I think last दो round में we'll have a bunch of like 5-6 people who'll be fighting for it. बाकी सब लोग तो chill कर रहे होंगे. But as of now, multiple people having a chance, so everybody is fighting their out of their skin. Um, okay, Rapport has still not played.
by the way, Hari is dead lost against David Anton. You want to take a quick look?
Sure, sure.
He's a piece down. Wait, what happened here? So this was the position जहाँ पे he went knight c5 and this was a blunder apparently. Because of bishop e7. Oh, and he loses a piece, knight e4 or knight d7.
Wow.
I think this might end very quickly because he's just simply a piece down. Okay, he has a bunch of pawns, but I don't think it's going to amount to much. So Hari, I
Wow.
think probably is out here completely.
Yeah, I think this is lost. Meanwhile, wait, look at Anish's last move, Sahaj.
Anish's last move. Ooh, क्या बात है. Nice find.
And
Very
chat,
nice
the
find.
rook on d6 थोड़ा सा तन्हा हो रहा है, because if you take the bishop, there is king e7 and Anish is suddenly about to crush Parham Maksudlu, who might lose two in a row.
Wow. So bishop d5 के बाद I can play bishop h3 I think because if you go rook king e7 then I can play rook d5 but you have rook c7 but only Anish is sort of putting pressure here, yeah?
Hmm. Yeah. And in fact, then you have to find like bishop g2 and king e7 pe, you have to sack the exchange and fight that endgame. So bishop g2,
Hmm.
king e7, rook d5, pawn d5, and just play that endgame and hope for a draw, which is likely because black also has double pawns.
Mhm.
But I mean, not what Maqsoodlu wanted, right? I mean, he was leading the event and suddenly he's fighting for his life in this position.
Just one loss can completely change everything. Yeah, no updates in Vidit's board, no updates in Pragg board as well. We Rapport can think, yeah? He's thinking he can think as much as he wants.
Yeah.
Also looks
By
like
Rapport,
Erdogmus might be taking down Levon Aronian.
भाई मैग्नस कार्लसन को कितने इंटरव्यू लेंगे हम भाई क्या है भाई ये डॉगमस जी का खतरनाक प्लेयर है भाई
Crazy. Okay, switching
वाह
back to the Pragg board, I think this is the current position. And we were looking at bishop e3 and knight d5 as two potential moves. And I think Pragg is in some trouble. I mean, bar is still saying 0, I mean 0.5, 0.4 पे जा रहा है, but in endgames you're more or less fine there, yeah, because position is simple enough to hold. But
हम्म
somehow I'm just not, I'm getting a feeling that Rapport will find a play to like find a way to kind of complicate the situation again, and then Pragg will be on time pressure, and then he might make a mistake.
ट्रू
Oh, GM Gukesh is saying, "Bhai G silent hai. Are you sure?"
कहना क्या चाहते हो भाई जी साइलेंट है क्या उसमें डॉमस दैट
I don't know actually.
मजेदार गुकेश भाई कैसे हो मुकेश भाई क्या लग रहा है भाई हरा पाओगे दिव्या को आज व्हाट्स हाउ इज द फीलिंग भाई 3 गेम हार गए लगातार व्हाट्स गोइंग ऑन इन योर माइंड प्लीज शेयर विद अस
By the way, Gukesh also in 32 minutes was 24, so some pressure there as well. But position बहुत ही comfortably better है. Hurry drawing,
हरीज
no ways.
नहीं नहीं भाई नहीं नहीं he's lost I just saw drawing a painting
हम्म। शायद भाई स्माइल क्यों करते हैं? भाई मैं स्माइल ही करता रहता हूँ. आई लाइक स्माइलिंग. स्माइल करते रहना चाहिए आपको.
साज भाई कोई रिजल्ट्स नहीं आ रहे यार इट्स लाइक
सारे ही ड्रॉ हैं अभी तक तो.
है ना कोई भी ऐसा
हम्म. नाइट d5 played.
वाओ
1 minute timer has begun again.
लेट्स गो एंड नाउ बिशप d6 इज द ओनली मूव फॉर प्रग
Mm-hmm. Because otherwise knight e7 and bishop g5 check, and let's not forget king e2 as well kind of traps the rook as well. आपके पास सिर्फ d4 का square है, but I can play b3 and bishop e3 and still try to trap this bishop or trap this rook.
38 seconds of Prague needs to find bishop d6 Oof, super difficult
Oh, bishop d6 played.
great
Let's go.
but now for example if bishop e3 apparently bishop h2 is uh, digestible at least that's some counterplay something
Hmm.
to cheer for that h pawn
कुछ तो मिला. Now is he gonna play quickly is the question.
Pragg has 9 more moves, so I think he might play quickly because king e2 also looks logical. I just want your rook, de bhai rook. So rook d4, only move. And now b3. And I just want your rook again with bishop e3 or bishop whatever.
Yeah, the
So
problem is bishop h2, bishop e3. No, not bishop h2 actually. Bishop h2 is bad. Wow. Bhai, the line is f5. We looked at this a bit earlier, but f5 के बाद bishop
Bishop.
e3 and then you take rook d5.
Yeah.
cd5 fg4 and then you play this. You can capture the h2 pawn at a later stage, but
But it doesn't even end after that. Fg4, fg4, rook g4, rook f1 check, and now king e8 only move.
but why?
Because king e7 पे there is apparently rook g1 and that gives
And
white
this
some
comes with a
chances.
check. भाई ये क्या चेस चल रही है यहाँ पे? King
भाई
e8,
वही
king
कह रहा
f3
हूँ.
and rook h4. Okay, not the only move. Rook b4 is also possible. They're both more or less okay, but then rook f2 and okay, white is a pawn up at least. But yeah, this
Yeah.
feels like foldable. By the way,
Oh,
mistake.
bishop g5 mistake.
Okay, rook h8. Okay,
Gukesh
now we're
played.
on 000 territory.
Oh, that's nice.
भाई टाइम उसका कम है लेकिन गलतियां रिपोर्ट कर रहा है. First mistake, I think, in the entire game, right? Yeah, first mistake. By the way,
Yeah.
accuracy is 98.2 for Rapport and 98.8 for Pragg. So almost 99, yeah?
Yeah. And now I think same, yeah. King e2. I think that has to be the plan, anyways.
Hmm.
I'm
But then Rook
assuming.
d4 पे Rook c1 is your plan, क्या? Hmm.
b3 पे क्या प्रॉब्लम है?
कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है. आई थिंक खेल सकते हो. बिशप e5 आ रहा है लेकिन. I think you have a threat of Rook d5, and if I just defend this pawn now on h2, then you can play c6 and the Rook escapes.
Hmm.
Then I'm not able to capture it. Bishop e5 से bishop rook defend भी हो गया ताकि bishop e3 के बाद bishop d4 मारूंगा भी तो bishop can capture back and black will still be a piece up.
Hmm. I think 8 more moves at the time control. So Prague's task is not over yet. Psychologically, it's difficult. I think Sahaj, usually in these cases, right, the mistake happens on the 40th move when you're so close to your goal. That's when the mistake happens.
8 moves left, 1 minute. But yeah, mistakes can happen here. Pragg के साथ भी mistakes can definitely happen here.
By the way, Vidit Gujarati is now worse because I think after rook e3, he played h5. I think looks like a logical move. White plays knight e4, and Vidit chops off that knight. And now after f takes e4, I mean, his structure is so good, yeah. White structure, black. I mean, okay, I don't get to attack the e5 pawn, but I'm still very happy as white.
Yeah, but difficult choice for Vincent because rook e4 feels most logical here. Because you want to keep the pressure on the e5 pawn. And d takes e4 also looks very logical because you want to have a majority on the king side. So f e4, I think it just attacks the
But
h5 pawn for now.
rook e4 में Saj, there is knight f6 and e4 check, so he cannot take with the rook. तो
Ah,
rook
right,
मारना
right,
ही
right.
पड़ेगा pawn से. And that just simplifies his choice quite a bit. Now it's like D takes या F takes.
Hmm. Probably f takes is the best, attacking the h5 pawn. And then you focus the energy on the king side now, bishop c3. And you instead of doubling on the e file, you're doubling on the f file. Prag's
Yeah,
game, please, 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 please. Okay, Pragg का गेम लगा देते हैं.
भाई
Some
रैपोर्ट तो
up,
चैट.
no updates.
हाँ,
सोच
नो
रहा है भाई.
अपडेट्स चैट में ही कह रहा है भाई कि आ रहा है रैपोर्ट. रैपोर्ट भाई थोड़े मजे हमें भी करवा दो यार. एक कुछ लुक फुक दे देते थोड़ा सा. साथ में आज आई थिंक मेजर गेम्स आई थिंक वो निहाल की जल्दी खत्म हो गई. इट्स लाइक आदत नहीं है हमें.
हाँ, थोड़ा मतलब वियर्ड हो गया. क्योंकि गुकेश नहीं है ना टॉप पे, तो गुकेश के गेम्स हमेशा
हाँ.
इज ऑलवेज समथिंग.
हाँ. अर्जुन
हमेशा
ऑल्सो
उनका
ड्रू.
गेम पे कुछ ना कुछ फाइटिंग चलता है. हाँ, अर्जुन का भी एकदम फटाफट ड्रॉ हो गया. प्रग का है मतलब इट्स गुड. Pragg has only 1 minute. Yes, welcome, welcome to the chat, bhai. Because it's been like that for the last 10 moves or something like that. But yeah, it's been crazy.
या वैशाली की गेम में टाइम प्रेशर है बट आई थिंक विल गेट टू दैट इन अ फ्यू मूव्स चैट बिकॉज अभी वहाँ पे द पोजीशन इज स्टिल वेरी सॉलिड सो आई थिंक प्लेयर्स शुड बी ओके बट वील ऑफ कोर्स कम बैक टू दैट. गुकेश खुद ही पूछ रहा है 40 मूव हो गए क्या? तो गुकेश भाई आपको पता होगा ना भाई।
गुकेश गेम लगाना एक बार।
लगा लो।
सी, दिस इज द पोजीशन 98 हुआ था, एंड गुकेश प्लेज A6, so the best move, I think, fixing a weakness on the queen side. If black plays B6, then you remember that idea with rook E7 we were looking at. Now rook
हम्म
A7 is just hanging.
हम्म दैट्स अ ग्रेट पॉइंट, बिकॉज A7 गया तो भाई A6 पॉन तो खुश है।
It's like that H3 wala pawn in
हम्म
Pragg's position, yeah?
ट्रू।
Tikova, will you invite chat to your wedding this year?
सादे बाय द वे व्हाट हैपेंड इन द प्रग गेम? क्या वो हंस क्यों रहे हो भाई?
इग्नोर करने का तरीका बड़ा सही था।
हंस क्यों रहे हो भाई? आई थिंक लेट्स गो टू रैपोर्ट गेम। कुछ क्रेजी प्रेप हो रही है मैंने सुना ऐसा आज भाई।
हाँ भाई, क्रेजी प्रेप।
बाय द वे स्टिल नॉट गेटिंग एनी रिजल्ट्स व्हाटसोएवर। आज सारे लोग मतलब बस गन्ने का जूस पी के आए, कोई रेडी नहीं है रिजाइन करने को। क्या चल रहा है साज भाई?
मतलब वहां पे, यहाँ पे कोई सारे गेम ड्रॉ हो रहे हैं, मतलब यहाँ पे कोई कुछ लोग हैं जो जवाब नहीं दे रहे हैं। इट्स लाइक
मेरी बोलती बंद है साज भाई। एट द मूव्स, लुक एट द मूव्स, हाउ दे हैव प्लेड, इट्स क्रेजी।
साहिल भाई, will you be invited to?
मैं आया भाई, एक सेकंड कुछ खा के।
वाओ। वो छोड़ के ही चले गए भाई। Wait, what? Okay, he's still thinking after bishop e4, so not much has changed in the Vincent versus Vidit game, but it looks like Vincent is at least gonna put pressure here, a lot of pressure here, and Vidit would have to defend for a long time. जीतने का chance काफी कम है. He's doing a roundup of all the games while Sahil Bhai returns. Okay, Ali Reza versus Hans is more or less equal. I think Hans still has some chances, but Ali Reza के पास एक extra pawn है यहाँ पे. But if he goes GH5, then okay, probably the pawn is returned. But okay, they're still double pawns. Now that update is this bishop on B3 is, which was super active like a few moves ago. Like in this position, for example, this bishop was fantastic, yeah. But now in this position, the bishop is not as good anymore. So that's the first game, pretty balanced. Abhimanyu versus Nadirbek, Nadirbek seems to have a very good position. I mean, not super good, but okay, some chances. But he does have a lot of attack on the king, so he has to be a bit careful. Uh, Maybe equal, I would say. Not really a big advantage for Nadirbek here. I would say still pretty much equal. Parham versus Anish. This is board number 4, I believe. यहाँ पे this is the current position, and where he has, by the way, he did end up sacrificing the exchange. So a very comfortable sort of push for Anish Giri here after king e7, ef7, king f7, because there are two double pawns, sorry, one double pawn. And on the queen side, though, his pawns look very, very good for black. So now Parham would have to find some kind of a fortress to hold this down. And he has 10 minutes on the clock, so that could also play a part here. But I think Anish definitely, well, he's playing for two results, I think, more or less here. No chance for, I think, Parham to win this for now. Then Vincent versus Vidit, we looked at it, and I think Vincent has a good position if he finds f takes e4. Vidit would have to defend for a long time. Then Rapport versus Pragg में जहाँ पे एकदम chaotic game था, and now I think it has calmed down a bit. Rapport is now thinking. By the way, his last move, to those who are just joining in right now, Bishop g5 was a slight mistake by Rapport. But after Rook h8, he's now back to thinking. Perhaps he miscalculated something, or he wasn't sure about something, and he's reconsidering his thoughts. But he has all the time in the world, so he can do anything he wants, basically. Like king e2 is possible, rook c1 is possible, bishop e3. Bishop e3 तो खैर illogical लग रहा है क्योंकि अभी bishop g5 गए थे. So yeah, king e2 is probably the most logical move. But I think Pragg looking fine, but he has to make 8 moves in under a minute. Yeah, so that's the update. I think all the other Indian players, I think Abhimanyu Puranik has a slightly better position against Sindarov. But looks like Sindarov has a lot of attack in this position. His last move was a mistake. He could play knight e6 and the position would be very good. But knight e4 के बाद knight g6 आता है, h6, and now he has to go bishop takes e4, rook takes e4, and simply just play rook d2 and bring the other rook back to d1. By the way, played as we are talking about this game, rook d2 is forced here to have rook d1. I think the only annoying thing in Abhimanyu's position is this bishop on a3. Mate in one threatened in his game, really? Oh, really? Oh, h6. Acha, come on. You're right, you're right. Should have been mentioned, but yeah, this is the current position. GH5 मार दिया उसने, so no mate in one threatened anymore. But it was a threat. So we're looking at Puranik's game, by the way. This is the position. He was bishop to f8. Wow. But okay, this also probably is going to be a draw because he takes on f8, white takes on d3, and it is very similar to that Arjun game, against Shant Sarjisian. So very similar there. That's the rundown basically. Going back to Pragg's board to see what is going on here. Rapport अभी सोचते हुए.
सहज भाई क्या करें अब? नो क्लैरिटी कि भाई कहाँ से रिजल्ट, कहाँ से पॉइंट्स आ रहे हैं.
I don't know, I think clarity तो मतलब चैट को मिल सकती है कुछ, अगर वो क्वेश्चंस पूछते हैं आप जवाब देते हो. You never
बाय द
know.
वे, 52 minutes for Rapport. गुकेश लॉस एडवांटेज, क्या बात कर रहे हो तुम?
नहीं नहीं नहीं, b6 खेला उसने, नाइट d2. अरे हाँ.
भाई
अरे
एक्चुअली,
हाँ.
wait, bishop takes c4 पे we are supposed to take d takes c4, not
She
knight takes. I
takes.
thought, भाई, and pawn takes to me makes, I mean, I thought knight takes मारना होगा.
नाइट टेक्स तो मतलब बड़ी लॉजिकल चाल है, बट अब रुकी 7 का थ्रेड है तो रुक d7 तो खेलोगे ही ना यहाँ पे. दिव्या इज बैक टू इक्वालिटी एंड ही गोस नाइट c4. वाओ.
Bhai, this is getting close, too close for comfort, because now black also has a target on c2. कल को knight कभी हिलेगा तो. Even we can
हम्म.
kick the knight away with b5. Of course, there's knight b6 ideas. Always, you have to take that under consideration, but looks difficult. Rook d7 played.
Mm-hmm. For sure, Rook D7, best move by Divya. 24 minutes, so 16 more moves to make.
Damn, bro. साज भाई 15 मिनट दिव्या के पास, 28 मिनट गुकेश के पास, 16 मूव पेंडिंग हैं. आई गेट अ फीलिंग कि भाई ये ड्रॉ हो सकता है यार. जनरली ड्रॉ हो सकता है.
नहीं, आई थिंक रुके फोर रुक बी फोर करके कुछ प्रेशर डालेगा d4 पॉन पे, सो गेम कैन कंटिन्यू. इट्स गुकेश आफ्टर ऑल, ही इज गोइंग टू प्ले. बट अपेरेंटली नाइट ई5 खेलना है यहाँ पे. नाइट ई5 कौन खेलेगा इधर? लाइक रुक c7 पे नाइट f3 और रुके फोर
भाई
इवन.
रुस्टन रुके फॉर विंस. वाओ.
या रुके फोर विंस.
हाँ, ओके, नाइट c4, रुक d7, नाइट e5, रुक d6, ड्रॉ. साज भाई, ही हैज द ड्रॉ.
हु हैज अ ड्रॉ?
गुकेश हैज अ ड्रॉ if he wants to.
बट ओके, इज नॉट गोना टेक अ ड्रॉ. ही कैन आल्सो ऑफर अ ड्रॉ, नो?
That's what I said, भाई. That's what I said earlier कि भाई ड्रॉ लेगा नहीं. And then you never know what happens. Okay, waiting for moves. No moves. Where are the moves? Did
एज वी
Rapport भाई?
वेट, अगर कोई चेस से रिलेटेड, कोई चेस से ना रिलेटेड कोई क्वेश्चन हो आपके पास चैट, तो आप प्लीज पूछ लीजिए चैट को. हम हमको तो हम वी कैन आंसर.
By the way, Sajwa, we are going to, I think, get a result. Maybe I think.
टू विच
Uh,
गेम? ढूंढो ढूंढो फटाफट.
नहीं, I think Hans Niemann. मुझे लग रहा है कि like Black can now play Queen G4, the first preference of the engine, and I don't see how. Okay, and I don't know how you avoid the exchange.
हम्म.
Oh, Hari has lost. Yeah.
क्वीन जी फोर तो बढ़िया चाल है. राकेश भाई आस्किंग मी, सहज भाई व्हेन आर यू गेटिंग मैरिड? पता नहीं भाई. मेरा बड़ा भाई है ना, तो द प्रेशर इज ऑन हिम, नॉट ऑन मी. अभी बहुत टाइम है.
Vaishali game, please. By the way, we have not looked at Vaishali's game, Sajay. What do you make of that position?
Which board?
वैशाली भाई, वैशाली. But
काफी
d5, what if
डाउरी,
you
आई मीन
take?
ड्रॉइश सा लग रहा है नहीं?
Why you take queen takes knight takes? Isn't Vaishali just absolutely fine? ऐसे गंदे अश्लील jokes. So I'm about to get cancelled. By the way, d5 played central break. Why?
C-Tex D5 तो नहीं मार सकते ना अब?
क्यों मार सकते भाई, हम मारेंगे. क्या भाई?
He just left.
साज भाई कुछ तो कुछ. साज भाई खाने में क्या खाया था आज?
I'm just okay. Let's get back. We have CD5 and C5. I think CD5 तो नहीं मार सकते यार बिल्कुल भी. CD5 is
क्यों
a
भाई,
bad.
मारेंगे ना भाई.
It's a bad move, I think.
क्या
I've
भाई?
Queen D5 के बाद it looks equal.
तो भाई इक्वल है ना भाई, इट इज इक्वल. प्लस कहाँ
Hmm.
से लाए, जब है ही नहीं प्लस.
I think C5 से थोड़ा imbalance create हो सकता है.
बट ब्लैक के पास सेंटर है भाई.
Hmm.
एंड सेंटर हर शादी पे 2,000 रुपए रिवॉर्ड देता है.
अरे
साज भाई कर
राकेश
लो.
भाई.
साज भाई कर लो.
क्या रुकेश इवन खेला उसने बाय द वे?
रुकेश वन प्लेड.
हम्म.
Oh wow. Okay, I mean makes sense. Yeah, if you take, I take with the rook, maybe attack your knight. Queen के पास
हम्म.
square नहीं है, so some initiative. I mean Vaishali has to be careful. अब
डीसी
5
फोर
मिनट है
मारा तो
भाई.
क्या हो रहा है?
भाई she has 5 minutes to play 16, 17 moves. What?
अभी प्रग का देखा है ना भाई, प्रग हैड टू प्ले लाइक सम 15 मूव्स इन लाइक 1 मिनट और समथिंग. तो ये मैनेजेबल लग रहा है उससे उससे मतलब कंपेयर किया तो.
भाई तब भी यार, मतलब Pragg is not like Pragg technically chances क्वालिफाई करने के बहुत कम है. वैशाली is leading the event. And if
हम्म.
Bibisara wins, Bibisara by the way, you know, yeah, she's very I would say strong, and if she has huge incentive to defeat Vaishali here.
हम्म. For sure. He also played the freestyle, which was, I think, a great. Okay, not the best event for her, but still, it was a great opportunity. I think, in that sense.
Yeah. By the way, no
Switching back,
moves. No
and
moves.
Hans. Yeah, he played Queen G4 by the way, Hans. So your move on the
भाई,
board
but हैंस नीमन ने बचा लिया भाई फिरोजा के अगेंस्ट. टू सेव दैट एंड गेम इज एन इम्प्रेसिव फीट.
for sure. Yeah, for sure. Hey, does he keep his chances alive though?
I think so, because I think as long as Nihal Blubam didn't win, na, they
Hmm.
didn't win. आधा पॉइंट पीछे हो गए लीडर्स से, सो हाफ अ पॉइंट बिहाइंड द लीडर्स. आई थिंक यू हैव चांसेस, आई फील, है ना.
Hmm. Oh, by the way, Hari has lost his match against David Anton, so that match has
या.
finished.
हार्ड
First
हार्ड
result, I
लक.
think, in the entire event, and not the best one for the Indian players. By the way, taking a look at Gukesh's board, this is the current position, and he did play 95, and she goes Rook D6. Why? Divya is not giving up.
भाई लेट्स गो भाई, वी नीड दिस नाउ.
Really?
लेट्स
You
गो.
think so?
भाई वी नीड द ड्रॉ भाई. नहीं, आई थिंक वी शुड नॉट गो फॉर इट, बट
Okay, no chance Gukesh goes for it. He will play until the very last minute.
okay, knight c4, rook d7, as I repeat once to chill. And
Hmm.
then what do I do?
So which move are you gonna play here?
अब वही तो मैं पूछ रहा हूँ आपसे. मुझसे पूछ रहा हूँ बस.
No, no, I thought you were saying we were just gonna wait in black. What is black gonna do? So I thought कोई move आपके
नहीं
दिमाग
नहीं,
में.
नाइट सी,
But
लेट्स से हाँ 95 है. सो व्हाट इज वाइट्स नेक्स्ट मूव?
I mean, you wanna put pressure on D4 and A7. So I think, however, there are many ways to do it. Like Rook A4 से आप A7 D4 पे pressure डाल रहे हो.
हम्म.
Rook E4 से D4 पे pressure आ रहा है. Knight को हटा के you can play Rook E7 as well. So if I envision the perfect sort of position for white, then Knight should be on F3, Rook should be on E7, and Rook should be on A4, and it is December.
इंटरेस्टिंग। दिसंबर में आई थिंक वर्ल्ड कप नवंबर में है साज भाई, तो इट विल एंड
अच्छा अच्छा,
अर्ली।
सॉरी मुझे गलत लगा।
हाँ। Meanwhile, no moves in the Prague game. Vaishali, I think we had a couple of moves, Saj bhai. If we go there, she
Yeah,
did
sure.
take on c4, and knight takes c4 was played, attacking the e5 pawn. And I mean, queen e6, there is rook f d1, and suddenly Vaishali is under pressure.
Okay,
Huge
she has a
pressure.
very difficult move to make now. She has to play knight d5. No ways. I that doesn't make much sense to me. Because after knight e5, you're supposed to go knight takes b4.
भाई
Okay, no
हलवा
one
है
does
क्या?
this, yeah?
हलवा है क्या भाई? मतलब चेस है भाई, कौन निकालेगा
Hmm.
ये? मैं ना कैलकुलेट एनालिसिस अपने बोर्ड पे करते करते आफ्टर नाइट टेक सी6, नाइट टेक सी6 कैप्चर कर दिया भाई रूटीन।
अरे यार।
बिकॉज आदत है ना भाई रिकैप्चर करने की। डैम।
अच्छा। नाइट टेक c6, नाइट टेक c3, ये भी मतलब इजी नहीं है वैशाली के लिए, बट या टाइम बच जाएगा इसमें, लाइक इट्स प्रोबब्ली दिस पॉन विल यू नो बी गॉन सून, एंड ओके 4 वर्सेस 3 डिफेंड करना होगा, विच शुड बी होल्डेबल, ओके नॉट इजी।
हम्म। Meanwhile, oh, Vidit game में Gamer did capture with f takes c4, rook f8 played by Vidit, rook f3, and now h4. So, Gamer is better. I think queen e2 and rook f1 automatic moves incoming. ये h4 pawn कल को एंड गेम bishop e1, bishop h4 can be a big target. साज बहुत डर लग रहा है विदित के लिए।
टू रिजल्ट पोजिशन, एंड एक्चुअली एक रिजल्ट उसमें ज़्यादा, लाइक ड्रॉ इज नॉट द मोर expected result here somehow. I feel like he's gonna suffer here for a very long time if he draws this.
हम्म। Oh, played queen e2 on the board.
Wow. भाई
Bro,
रुक
this
एफ
is
थ्री में
getting
मैं जी एफ थ्री तो नहीं मारूंगा ना?
नहीं, why gf3?
हम्म।
Queen f3, rook f1, khatam, queen f7.
हम्म।
I mean, I would. You can't play like bishop. If the queens and the rooks are traded off, bishop g5 wins for white. Yeah, I'm guessing.
हम्म।
So,
मैम यू हैव टू बी केयरफुल इफ द नाइट कभी d4 पे बैठ जाए तो, बट ओके दैट्स विशफुल थिंकिंग।
hmm. Okay, so 10 minutes for Vidit now. Also under time pressure. कोई इंडियन है टाइम प्रेशर में नहीं है? By the way, rook d8
दैट्स अ
played
गुड
Vaishali
क्वेश्चन
blunder.
एक्चुअली।
अरे
किस
भाई
क्या बात?
blunder में Vaishali 95, she's losing a pawn.
Oh, I told
No,
you यार
no,
here
no, no,
95
no,
is,
no, 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 no,
wait wait,
no.
what's happening? Oh, 95 rook d3 rook c6.
Yeah, of course I saw that.
Crazy.
Bhai, good question. If a player wants to go to the washroom but is low on time, what do you do, Saj bhai?
डिपेंड करता है कौन सा महीना चल रहा है,
Okay, let's say March.
अच्छा, I'll give you 12 more guesses.
अच्छा अच्छा अच्छा। Fifth November, second February.
एक्चुअली क्वेश्चन क्या था, जस्ट व्हाट इफ अ प्लेयर वांट्स टू गो टू द वॉशरूम बट इज लो ऑन टाइम, व्हाट डू यू डू? भाई यू होल्ड इट, यू होल्ड, यू कैनॉट गो, ऑफ कोर्स यू कैनॉट कॉल द आर्बिटर एंड यू कैन जस्ट
But
से भाई
technically,
मेरा
Saj,
टाइम
there is
रोक
no
दो।
rule now for like.
आई मीन
There
दिस
is
इज
no
अ
rule, I
FIDE
think.
इवेंट।
But like, what can FIDE do? Like, FIDE क्या करेगा भाई?
आई मीन आपने गलत जीन्स पहनी हुई थी, उससे आपको बैन मिल गया था, तो दिस इज लाइक अ मच बिगर थिंग ना।
True, true. But I think वो है मजबूरी का, मजबूरी है तो मजबूरी है भाई. But meanwhile, Light have taken and chat Vaishali under huge pressure now. Yeah, Vaishali has to save this game. She cannot lose. I mean, she was leading. She could go back behind. Oh.
हम्म। ये रूल्स में थोड़ी ना भाई, ये ऐसे ये चीज़ें रूल्स में ही तो होती हैं, इट्स अ कोड ऑफ कॉन्डक्ट भाई।
By the way, Rapport भाई 25 मिनट से सोच रहे हैं. So I
बट
don't know what to.
जस्ट wondering, is he, wait, Lagno already won her game, so if
Oh.
Vaishali loses then she loses the first spot.
And at least two, three people go ahead of her, yeah? Because
नहीं, just her, just her, टैन
she's
जोंगी
been.
का तो खत्म हो गया ना।
हाँ.
बाकी सबके 6 पॉइंट होंगे.
got it. But Lagno goes ahead, yeah. I mean, she's not gonna let go her lead with 3 rounds to
शी इज
go.
ऑलरेडी
So,
अहेड.
हाँ वही तो ड्रॉ करना जरूरी है यार.
बट मुश्किल है यार, मुश्किल. कि गोइंग बैक टू द ओपन सेक्शन, प्रग का अपोनेंट अभी भी भाई वो कितने टाइम से सोच रहा है ये. आई
Hmm.
थिंक इट्स बिन लाइक अराउंड व्हाट 15 minutes, नो 24 minutes.
Come on. एक बार वो H2 पॉन मिल जाए ना तो भाई थोड़ा सा मजा आए गेम में, तब तक के लिए तो. By the way, Sar, there is this move. If you go to Divya game, knight to f3 by Gukesh. Like if Gukesh plays knight f3, apparently the only move is knight to c7. That is not easy, or is it?
So you have to understand the idea of knight f3 is to play rook e7,
Hmm.
and also there is a secondary idea of rook e4 to attack d4
Hmm.
and rook e7 to attack a7. So these are my two ideas. And if I, for example, played rook d7 to stop rook e7, then I can play rook e4 and I win the pawn by force.
Hmm.
So the only move that kind of defends both is knight c7, because after rook e4 I can play knight e6, defends this. And if you play rook e7, then I can play rook c8, and now my pawn on a7 is safe, and I can kick the king away with king f8. Sorry, kick the rook away, and then knight e6 happens in the next move, and black has completely equalized, I think.
Yeah, but थोड़ा difficult है यार. Knight c7, rook c8 देखना I feel. 14 मिनट है.
Okay,
15 moves
Gukesh
to go.
already nominated. Has been, if Divya spends like 2 minutes on this position, she will find 97.
Hmm. I mean, rook a4 is the other option, as we discussed earlier, to put pressure on that d4 pawn beforehand. But I think black ka move likely will be knight c7 unless you play knight c4 and attack the rook. So apart from
Hmm.
that, in most cases, I think black is going to pre-move knight to c7. Because also knight can go to b5 and defend a7 from there. That's also the luxury the knight on b5
Hmm.
gives. So I think it's the perfect move.
Great point. And also, let's not forget knight e6 करके knight c5, and then I'm attacking your a6 pawn as well.
True, true.
So this knight has to find some place, and she will play knight c7 anyways. So I don't think it will be a hard move for her to find.
Ah, man.
तो chat chances बता दो यार. What do you think? What do you think? Is it going to be a win, draw, or loss for Gukesh?
I So, Ajbhai, as of now, it feels like a draw to me. If Divya finds nice on rook c8, it feels like a draw because there's c2 hanging in many variations, and black also has a bunch of white also has a bunch of weaknesses. So
Hmm.
also another mistake by Vaishali, queen f5,
Oh,
and
okay, going back.
Bibisara is now a simple pawn up, more than a pawn up potentially.
Yeah, I think she's just playing very fast because of time, and it's just costing her.
Difficult. So I'm checking. Vincent Keimer, Vidit, is there some good news? Sahaj bhai, Nihal is the only good news today. ऐसा अब तक मुझे feeling आ रहा है. कोई भी नहीं जीत रहा यार. Nobody else is winning.
Hmm.
Like Nihal
Okay,
का draw was
switching
good
back.
enough, right?
Yeah, Nihal
Ah.
is the only, I think, positive thing. But I think अगर Rapport का game भी अगर वो खराब चला गया, तो I think there's only just one Indian. That's it. That's just Nihal. Nihal is the only hope.
And also chat, अगर 6 पॉइंट पे लीडर है तो जो 4.5 वाले हैं उनकी उम्मीदें बढ़ती हैं. Imagine Nihal and Matthias have played each other. Both will end up playing somebody who's on, let's say, 5.5 or 6, right? So it is possible that they both. We don't want Nihal to lose, but it's technically possible. So I think जो 4.5 वाले हैं, they have an outside chance because Nihal and Matthews drew. So इसका मतलब कि भाई, Pragg genuinely, I think, has a chance if he wins. Like it's more of a chance than it was, at the start of the round.
You know, I somehow feel that Anish has a very good chance to win, like the event. I mean, like now
Hmm.
the situation is like more or less clear. And Anish का tiebreak कैसा है? Like just to check it out, his tiebreak is actually pretty
It's
bad actually.
it's very bad. Vidit से just ऊपर ही है. भाई भाई साथ में है
Hmm.
दोनों.
Hmm.
So not
11-12.
yeah. Hands has drawn. Yeah.
विदित की रैंकिंग पे भी 12th ही है.
तो क्या था भाई?
चैट अगर समझ आए तो बताना मेरे को.
Dear Sahaj, please explain how and why Gukesh lost 3 games. Any comment on his playing style? Abhishek is asking.
I think he's just trying to play for a win every single game, and sometimes it can backfire, as we have seen in the previous rounds. And I think in each of those games, I think he at least had a draw, or he was just pushing for a win, and it just didn't work out his way. And yeah, I don't think it's really a comment on his performance, because I think the
By the way,
first
Gukesh
loss is
repeating.
understandable.
Knight c4. Oh, no, doesn't. Oh, wait, what? He played knight c4, rook d7, and king f2, and suddenly after knight c7, bar is minus point 0.1.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. But okay, nothing to worry about still. But yeah, as I was saying, yeah, I think it's not really a comment on his strength, because it's just your form, yeah, and also how you feel. When you lose 2 games in a row, I think it's already a very bad feeling, and I think he's definitely not playing. Even Edis Gural had that very nice comment about him, no, that I would like to beat him when he is playing, in another event, when he's not going through something like this. It was very nice of him to say something like that. Um, so
by
yeah,
the
I think
way,
it's just the tournament.
by the
Yeah,
way,
go ahead.
knight c7 played, and it feels like ki bhai, this is getting extremely scary, Sahaj bhai, because now you're not getting to a7 easily. My knight controls the queening square, no knight b6. It also attacks the a6 pawn, so your rook on a1 is tied down to defending it. My rook on f8 is finally azad panchi. So bhai, where is white's play coming from? I'm not sure.
कुछ तो I think maybe he
हुआ
sees
है.
some benefit with rook e4, rook e1. I don't know.
डर लग रहा है भाई. डर लग रहा है भाई.
तेज
Come
भाई कुछ
on.
बोलो भाई. What do you mean?
Analyze VD's game. By VD game, by the way, Kamer has taken on f3. Queen takes f3 played, and knight f8. Apparently, nice move by Vidit, trying to get the knight to e6, I think.
And then knight d4, yeah. I
But
don't like with its chances here.
h4 pawn का क्या भाई?
गया वो.
This is
गया h5
dangerous.
pawn गया. Queen h5 and queen h4 can hang. But queen h5 में maybe you will play queen f6 to not give it up instantly. King g1 rook f1 आ सकता है लेकिन. But this looks I mean, it's the +1 advantage for Vincent
Bhai, Divya is
already.
better. Rook e5, big mistake by Gukesh. It's
What?
going down the same path. Divya Deshmukh is better against Gukesh now. भाई चल क्या रहा है सहज भाई?
Oh boy.
And she
Okay.
finds one of the best moves.
Okay, I'm just putting it out there that Gukesh is not losing at all. This is still very much savable. अगर गुकेश को board पे लग गया ना कि he wants to make a draw here, so he can very easily do it. But he wants to play for a win. So don't be alarmed, chat. It's still fine. By the way, they are running very low on time as well. 12 minutes for okay,
Sahaj,
13 minutes for
you
12
know,
moves. Yeah.
the thing is, the rook on e5 now occupies the knight square. You don't have that repetition either. I have covered my 7th rank. And if white were to pass a move, let's just play h4. Apparently, like, idea is knight to d5 at the correct moment. Either first playing f6, let's say rook comes to e4,
So h4
and
अभी खेला
then
मैंने. Knight d5.
let's say knight d5, knight d5. And I'm guessing ki knight b4 could be irritating as well. And it's not clear. Knight f4 aa raha hai, knight b4 aa raha hai. It's just black is the one who's kind of creating threats now. What is white's threat in the position? I'm not able to understand. There's no threat.
It's a very good question. I'm not even sure. Maybe he wants to put his knight, but knight को हटाओगे कैसे अब c4 से? By the way, king e2 he plays. That's a point seven
That's
advantage.
Bhai, that's a mistake.
Oh, bhai. F6 is what Divya has to play. I cannot believe this. Wow.
Sahaj f6 के बाद Rook f5 is the best move. I mean, I don't see Rook f5 happening. I think Rook e4 hoga. And then after b5, almost a. Why this is nerve-wracking. Gukesh could be on the path to lose four in a row. I mean, at least Divya has the momentum now.
Yeah, yeah, for sure, for sure. But okay, not super clear yet. But yes, um, looks
Chat, the
very
thing
scary.
is,
जो लोग कह रहे हैं Divya is not playing very good rather than Gukesh is playing very bad. I mean, I think you're wrong to say
hmm,
Divya is not playing very good because she's I think she has played every single game. I think I mean she has surpassed everyone's expectations. I would say she's beaten a bunch of 2600 players, one 2700 player as well. And she's holding against Gukesh as well. So she's playing fantastic chess. And yes, Gukesh is just having bad form for now. But I think you shouldn't take that away from Divya for sure.
yeah. And somebody saying, "Bhai -4 थोड़ी है, minus point 4, point 6 है." I think the thing is not about the evaluation, it's the momentum, right? Lokesh was the one pushing. He was pushing throughout the game. It was plus almost one at one point. And suddenly Divya in the last five moves has played the best moves in the position. And it's the momentum shifts. As a chess player, what happens is when you're playing, चाहे आप कितने भी अच्छे chess player हो, you can sense that momentum. And the
Hmm.
panic sets in कि भाई मैं तो बेटर था, वेयर इज माई एडवांटेज नाउ, आई डोंट सी इट. एंड गुकेश जो 3 गेम हार चुका है, लाइक ही कुड हैव लाइक इमोशनल रिएक्शन कि भाई मेरी एडवांटेज तो स्लिप हो गई. आई डोंट इवन हैव अ फोर्स ड्रॉ नाउ व्हिच आई हैड. एंड आई हैड अ सिमिलर ड्रॉ इन टू फर्स्ट गेम्स. इफ आई हैड टेकन द ड्रॉ इन द फर्स्ट गेम, यहां में होता ही नहीं. सो I mean, it's very hard to stay emotionally, calm in these situations. Gukesh is human, yeah, and he's about to lose four in a row potentially.
भाई एक सेकंड
By
ना
the way,
बी राइट बैक।
हाँ हाँ, by the chat, Pragg game में कुछ हुआ है. Yep, we'll go to that game as soon as Sahaj bhai is back. I think Bishop h2 was played. It says it's a question mark. Oof, bhai. Well, it doesn't feel like a question mark. Chat, it doesn't feel like. Can we have the possible to have the Pragg board survive somehow? I don't think it's a big mistake. Yeah, thank you. I don't think Bishop h2 is a big mistake, Chad. I think because Bishop e3 is the move for white now. You have to sacrifice the rook for the knight and just Bishop e5. वो एच पॉन है हमारे पास एक पास्ट पॉन है जो सेकेंड रैंक पे जाने को कभी भी रेडी है. I don't think it's a big mistake. By the way, Rapport did not even find Bishop e3. He played Rook h1, and now Bishop d6 is absolutely fine for Pragg. So yeah, I think he's okay. I think he's okay as of now. So no, nothing to worry. I can't say the same for Vaishali though, who's completely lost now. Can we have the Vaishali board instead of Pragg for a
बाय द वे
second?
दैट वाज हर्षित। उसका 10 मिनट में मैच शुरू हो रहा है। हर्षित राजा
Hmm.
फॉर एवरीवन इन द चैट। एंड ही आल्सो कुडंट बिलीव व्हाट्स हैपनिंग इन गुकेश's बोर्ड राइट नाउ।
Bhai, Saj bhai, we need to quickly check first of all Vaishali because she's completely busted now. It's all but over.
Oh, okay. So
Rook
this was
c5
the
आ रहा है.
position.
She's losing a
Yeah, I'll
piece.
just अरे अरे rook c5 is oh e4. Yeah, time pressure is a big problem, yeah.
So Vaishali is going to lose her edge. By the way, Bishop d6, Bishop e3. Can we rush to the Pragg game as well? Rook takes d5 played. And he has sacrificed the exchange back.
Okay, king e2, rook d4, b3, a slight inaccuracy by Pragg. Rook h1, bishop d6, bishop e3, rook d5, only move, and c d5, okay, back to equality. So Pragg managing his time, तीन ही चाले और हैं, so I think he's gonna save it, yeah?
He could save this one, but I think Sajbhai, he has to win though, right? Saving would not do it for in terms of qualifying.
Hmm. Okay, winning this
so
is very difficult.
so maybe okay, let's go to the Gukesh game now because I think that's the crazy one. B5 was played, knight a3 attacking the pawn, and now best move yet again by Divya, rook to d6.
Why is she winning a pawn by rook a6? By
Chat, I want to direct your attention towards one statistic. Accuracy for Gukesh, 96.2. Accuracy for Divya, 97.4. So she's 1.2 accuracy ahead of Gukesh right now in this game.
Wow. Wow. She's playing fantastic chess. Gukesh game is at 0.19 depth of 35. Yeah, true, but I think we can just, instead of saying -1, -2, we can just say that Gukesh is losing a pawn right now for free,
Hmm.
which is the problem.
Maybe rook e4, Sahaj. I can kind of attack your pawn. So if you take on a6, I
Maybe
take on d4.
कुछ F5 नहीं आ रहा क्या मेरे पास? Okay, rook e4
F5,
खेला.
rook e5, then I attack f5 then.
अच्छा, okay. That's the move, yeah, rook e4.
First of all, why can't
मैंने
we play knight b5? Is that so bad? Like,
right now
yeah.
you are allowing rook c to check. I guess it shouldn't be um takes rook
Yeah,
c2.
I mean,
Only black is
yeah, yeah,
playing this, no?
yeah.
Maybe you have rook b7, rook a7. You can hope for something, but looks very difficult. Yeah, this looks like this is gonna fizzle out into a draw, most likely. Unless Gukesh again plays for a win or he does something. Because I mean, you're, I mean, if you go into Gukesh's mindset, after three losses in a row, you definitely don't want to draw this match with the white pieces as well. That too, knowing that you had
Yeah.
a good position. So I think he might go for a win here again.
Good news for VD fans. Kamer has made a slight error, and now the game is close to equality after the only move knight to e6. And this can ensure a good chance for Vidit, who has 20 seconds to play 13 moves, Sahaj, and played 96.
Awesome. Actually, after
Wow.
Queen h5, you have Knight f4. That's the plan.
Hmm.
But just considering the time, it might be a bit difficult for Vidit to find all of this. Yeah,
Chat,
by the way,
every.
Vaishali is
Huh.
completely busted.
Yeah, I think Vaishali is losing. Chad, I think Vaishali will go down and hopefully she will strike back in the next game to get her spot back. But meanwhile, I think in all the open session games, Pragg Rapport dead equal, Vincent with it dead equal, Gukesh slightly worse. But what? Go to Gukesh's game, Sajbhai. King D2 slight error. Divya picks up the pawn.
I was telling you, he's still playing for a win. Rook f6 and rook. He's just a pawn down and he's still playing for a win. Now, rook g6 is what Divya has to play to attack the g2 pawn. And my guess is to probably play rook g5 and to save this pawn on b5.
But that's not easy. I feel that's not easy. Maybe Gukesh's gamble will work this time, yeah? Oh, it's not that, Sahaj. After rook g6, g4, rook e6. Why not directly rook e6?
अच्छा, probably because if you take, अच्छा नहीं, आप मेरे को तो pawn से मारना पड़ेगा ना? Yeah, that doesn't make sense. In some way, the pawn on g2 is better instead of the pawn on g4 because it's more advanced and you can. I was thinking like you
Look
can
at
play
this.
knight.
This is impossible. So अगर आप पहले g4 खेलते हो तो after rook
Yeah.
e6, rook f5, there is rook e3 attacking the h3 pawn.
Ah, okay.
Why? But that
That's
is impossible to find.
yeah. That's insane. Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, that is insane. What is
Rook
going on in
f1.
Parham's game? Parham is defending, but I think Anish definitely putting the pressure. And Anish is in a two result position more or less.
Ooh, Divya Deshmukh makes a mistake. Pawn to b4. Oh, she gives the c4 square, and now Gukesh is absolutely back.
Oh yes, for sure. Yeah, for sure. डर लग गया था यार एक सेकंड के लिए. Yeah, but knight c4 तो I mean okay played instantly.
I mean, we also want Divya to do really well. Yeah, I mean, it's a hard call, Sajbhai. Like, you don't want Gukesh to lose. You want Divya to win. I mean, draw, I guess I'll take it. Yeah, I think, but I don't know if Gukesh will be happy with that at all.
I think Gukesh is playing for him. By the way, b3 is an interesting move here.
Maybe that's our idea.
Yep, India versus India is always tough. They hate
By
Vidit
the
or
way,
what? What? Of course
oh,
not.
Vidit Gujarati, chalo, Sajbhai. We have a move. I think rook c1, knight e6, queen h5, knight f4 played, took,
Hmm.
and now f3 check is in the air. So important moment for Vincent Keimer.
Is he losing? This looks. If you play queen f3, also have rook g3. So you cannot stop f3. I mean, you have to go king h1 or something.
Yeah, king h1 and rook g3 anyways.
And then f3, yeah, next move.
Queen h4, f3,
gf3.
gf3, g5 apparently. And this is queen
Bit
f4.
hard. This is a bit hard, yeah. Queen h5, queen f4. Draw तो है white के पास if he wants.
Hmm, tough. I think 10 moves to go in the Vidit game. So I think this is the toughest here in terms of holding. But White could make a mistake as well. So it's still double-edged, Chad. It's not like Vidit is just defending now. He has attacking ideas.
Hmm. Gukesh should win, otherwise the trolling would be brutal. Nahi, bhai. I think Divya is a very strong player, and I think she has proven that again and again. Even in this tournament, she's proven it again and again. She's 50% in this field, yeah. I mean, in the strongest open in the world. So you have to give respect to the to Divya as well.
I think though Divya's moves are now a bit more difficult. For example, Rook D8,
Divya's go
allowing
board.
Rook. Yeah, Divya's I think best move is Rook D8. After Rook E7, Knight D5, allowing Rook E7, and then calmly playing Rook E8, which to me feels humanly impossible to find. She likely needs to find your idea B3 Saj. That makes a lot more sense to me. But
Wait,
again,
wait, wait, wait.
Rook.
Look at this. Rook d7, knight c3.
Oh, I mean, if she finds it, she deserves at least a draw, yeah? She deserves at
Of
least a draw in this.
course, of course. This can throw him off a bit as well. Okay, so let's see knight c4. Now Divya, and for 6 minutes, 7 moves to be played. Still equalish. Not a big problem yet, but b4 से उसका advantage चला गया.
Hmm.
Gukesh loses 6 points if he
Gukesh,
draws. No, no, I
no.
don't think so.
I think he
Yeah,
loses around half of that, yeah? Three
like two
क्या
or
चाहिए
three.
शायद.
Yeah.
Hmm. Still no moves by Divya. 6 minutes, by the way. Oh, she plays
Rook.
Rook E8.
Mhm.
Decent try, I think.
So if I take on e8, knight e8, and let's go knight rook f4 to attack this, what's happening there? So takes rook e8. ये knight e8 पे ही बैठा रहेगा सारा टाइम. Ah,
Hmm.
okay. The only move here, yeah, rook f6 for black.
But is the knight endgame okay for blacks, Sahaj?
It's a good question. I mean, to evaluate this is not easy for sure because knight c6 पे बैठ रहा है आपका and you're attacking all 3 points at the same time. Maybe she wouldn't go for it, just seeing how scary this is. By the way, he takes
Interesting.
on e8, knight e8 on the board. Rook f4 ही खेलेगा वो, I think.
Tough position, chat, in all the games. I think Anish is now apparently close to winning against Param.
Oh, wow.
That would be an insane win for Anish, who
This is
could
the
join the
position.
leaders on 6 points. And
Hmm.
yes, Vishali lost. Vishali lost.
Rook c3, rook f7 are the two moves that he has to think about. Rook c3 is slightly superior.
Yeah.
Idea is that you just get out of this seventh rank. So if you take hg5 here, then rook h7 से rook c7 मर रहा है. So you just play rook c3, a nice intermezzo. When you play king g4, then you take on g5. On Pragg's board, I think it's the same. Oh, by the way, 52 seconds for Pragg. Some updates here. No, no, this is the current position. Yeah, no updates here. I think
Yeah.
this is fizzled out into equality. Probably, I think here he will be
Yeah,
fine.
that one H pawn is very strong. Yeah. Ties down most of white pieces. What will be the cutoff by today? I think knowing the leaders will be at on 6 points. Um, Technically, the cutoff, I guess, would be 5
Yeah,
if your tiebreak
5.
is great. If your tiebreak is bad, then I think it will be 5.5. So it depends on a bunch of factors. By the way, Vidit game, we should jump quickly because e5 played and Vidit had an only move in the position, of course, and he finds it queen c6. And now he threatens mate in 1, so rook g1. And now Vidit has to find rook g3. The only move in the position again. The idea is f3.
Oh, idea is queen h4 के बाद g5 भाई. And queen h5 के बाद king g7.
भाई f3 होगा यार.
f3
नहीं
पॉसिबल नहीं है ना
g5
यार.
है. ओ रुक हैंगिंग है.
क्वीन h4 के
माय
बाद f3
गॉड.
पॉसिबल नहीं है ना यार, g3 मर रहा है.
ओ माय गॉड. कट ऑफ वी बेसिकली मीन बाय कट ऑफ कि कितने पॉइंट्स होने चाहिए कि जहां पे प्लेयर्स स्टिल हैव अ चांस टू फिनिश इन टॉप टू. दिस इज नॉट रियली रिटन इन स्टोन एंड इट्स आवर जजमेंट ऑफ what might be required. I think anybody who's on 4.5 or below after today has no chance because three rounds remaining, 7.5 will not be enough. Panch walo mein, if you have amazing tie breaks, maybe there's a chance, but honestly, mushkil hai. But yeah, some chances there. Sade Panch, I think they have Sade Panch and Che are in.
Oh, played by the way, rook g3 on the board.
Wow. After today's game, Gukesh will be out of top 10, I think you mean, not 4. That is true. If Gukesh draws or loses, in either case, he'll be out of top 10. Um, he has played Rook F4, by the way, Sahaj. I think before we jump back to Vidit's game, Rook F4 has been played by Gukesh. So
Going
things
there.
looking okay. Uh, yeah, let's go back to the Vidit game, I guess.
This is the position. Yeah, rook f4. Oh, by the way, rook f4. Yeah, rook f4 played, and now rook f6 is what we were discussing here. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
Let's go
switching
back,
back.
I think, to
Pragg's
the
board.
Vidit game because that's the
Vidit.
crunch moment. And Chad Vidit, of course, if he somehow wins this, basically joins the leaders. Let's not forget that. He's on 5 points. So it's a huge game for India.
Mm-hmm.
Draw would also maintain his chances. He's a defending champion. In a draw, then his likely opponents, I mean, could be Nihal, Sahaj tomorrow, could be Matthews Blue, could
But
be Hans Niemann, could. Huh.
Sahil bhai, I think 5 is very fair for a cutoff because performance rating is your metric, right? So, agar
Hmm.
if you are thinking that you won 3 out of 3, then most of them would be 2700 players. So, I think your performance rating would be increased anyways.
No, I think
But
it matters because if your rating is 2700, you have likely played 2600s more. So your performance rating will be lower.
no.
If you are at 2600 for who's reached to the top, like Matthews Brubam, then your tie will be better because mostly you've played 2700. So for somebody like, let's say, Arjun or Pragg, their tiebreak will not be as great ever because they've played lower rated players mostly.
Hmm.
So super important, I think. But I agree with that. I think 5 should be the cutoff. 5 pay still. If you win 3 games in a row, you should have a chance. But of course, it's very unlikely.
So, Queen h4 and g5, I think Vidit has already found this move, this resource. And I think we're looking at a draw here. Pragg better ho
Yeah.
gaya slightly. Someone is saying in the.
Not really. I think f4, h2 was played. And I don't see a way because after king f2 here, Sahaj, trying to get to the pawn, simply rook h3. And there is
Ah,
no
okay.
way you can approach the pawn. If you
Yeah, if
move
you
the
move
bishop, then
the if you move the bishop here, then what's happening here? If I go bishop d2,
bishop d2.
possible तो है. अब but king g2 के
But
बाद rook d3 आ जाएगा.
rook d3 aa raha hai. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So there's no way actually.
Hmm.
And I'm sensing also f6 and g5 at some point to just like that's an option. If you do take on h2 at some point, that pin might just win me the pawn back, and also rook a8 ideas as well to grab the a2 and b3 pawns. And don't forget d5 is also weak, so this should be a
But
comfortable
let's
draw,
not
I think.
forget. Let's just go a4. By your rook came from h3 h8 to h3. You're not looking at the a8 square right now. So let's just push the pawn
Hmm.
down. Maybe that's his best bet.
True. I think pushing the pawns as far forward as possible is a good plan.
By the way,
By the way,
Divya did play. By the way, some moves are happening in Divya very, very quickly. Look at this. Rook f6 was
yeah,
played. Rook d4, rook f2 check, best move. King e3, and now she has to choose between c2 and g2. And g2 is better, although c2 looks more human.
yeah. Chat C2 looks more tempting because you're attacking two pawns still. I know knight defends B2, but also white has this majority, right? So you want to grab C2. So
Yeah, because
G2 better.
connected
Yeah.
है ना pawns.
Uh, G2 Marnal doesn't feel natural. If Divya finds that, that would be quite impressive.
3 minutes for her. Three more
And
moves to be played as well.
yeah, yeah. By the way, updates in the VD game apparently. If we go back, uh, oh, look at this, Sahaj. Rook G3, Queen H4, G5 found, Queen H5, King G7 played. He played that
Wow.
move. Why? Vidit on fire.
Now Vincent plays h4. I think he's trying to put some pressure on the clock. अभी विराट को queen g6 निकालना है. I think amongst all the moves, all the sequence of moves, this is probably the easier one.
Also, Queen D5 apparently works. Hmm. By the way, Pragg has drawn. Wait. Oh, I think Rapport offered a draw after King F3. And Pragg took it. So, chat, Pragg goes to 5 points. As we discussed, technically in the limit of the cutoff, but his tiebreak might not be as great. But yeah, that's a draw. I think a fair result. At one point, we thought this game was gone. So, Pragg's game has also ended, Sahaj. Now, two important games remaining. It's Vincent against Vidit and Gukesh against Divya. Let's go to Vincent for now.
By Pragg drew on move 39. Isn't 40 moves the rule in this event?
Mm, that's true actually. Maybe it's 30, yeah? Maybe we don't remember it correctly.
I remember
और
it
एक
being
मूव
40.
पर एक मूव का होगा मे बी देवर लाइक कि ठीक है रुकेश 3 चेक दे माइट हैव प्लेड रुकेश 3 या मतलब रुकेश 3 किंग
Hmm.
e2 किंग f3 and it's just not shown on the board.
Hmm.
So okay, we are
That
heading
could be,
into a
yeah.
Rook end game now.
Yeah, Queen G6 played, by the way, by Vidit. So another game heading towards a draw.
By the way, after queen g6, king g6, s takes g5, black has to find the only move rook e3 first, not
Hmm.
allowing rook e1 from white. Because if you take on g5, rook e1, and you should resign.
Hmm. So rook e3 is important. Nice intermezzo. I
Yeah.
need to take up the g5 pawn in the next move, and it is a GG.
Honestly, you're threatening rook e2, so I'm very happy.
Hmm.
VD 5.5, I think pretty impressive chat. Pretty impressive, yeah. Um, Pragg drew, yeah, we saw that. And also Gukesh game Sahaj, we have a few updates. I think she did take the G2 pawn. That's
Baap
so
re.
crazy. Wow. Divya is, I mean, crazy. Rook d8 pinning, king f8 only move. Rook 8, and now king e7 or rook c2. I think rook c2 will be played, I think. King e7
But
just
King
needs to.
e7 is tough यार. King e7 में वापस एडवांटेज आ रहा है दिव्या को फिर से.
Rook c2, knight d6 पे क्या हो रहा है लेकिन Saj? Because it's just losing the knight, right?
That's fine. I mean, you're losing the knight, but I think you have enough pawns. You'll play g6. I mean, this is also why I think king e7 will be played. But this knight
Uh,
is kind of gone. You'll win the b2 pawn. You'll probably win the h3 pawn as well. And okay, this is good.
oh,
But yeah, this
apparently
is tough.
it's a repetition, yeah? Rook a7 check, king f6, rook a6 check, king e7, rook a7. It's a repetition.
Yeah, but he's not gonna do
If
the
Gukesh
repetition.
wants it. King e7 played, by the way. Chat,
He's not
now
gonna do the
Gukesh,
repetition.
are you sure?
100%.
Divya can also play on with king g5, by the way. She's not forced to do so. For example, rook a check, king f6 check, king g5, rook a7, and now simply like king h4. And you continue. Rook takes f7, h5, and try to play pass pawn.
ये
She
black
can
भी
play on.
black खेल
Black
रहा है
guesses
now.
she can play on. If she plays on, I'm going to be so impressed, Sahaj.
But I think if you know Gukesh personally, right? I mean, you can always decipher that he plays for a win. So I think repeating against him, knowing that he's not going to repeat and might even be in a worse position, is a good, I think, practical decision.
By the way, 39 moves, 40 moves done for Gukesh. So he's going to get 50 more minutes. Last move for Divya. Let's have a look at this one. And then I think we're going to see a long thing from Gukesh because for him, the extra time comes at the right moment. He can now calculate and see whether he actually has winning chances or not.
Hmm. Spoiler alert, he doesn't. I mean, he has, I mean, of course, he has connected pawns, but, it's not technically, it's not objectively winning. By the way, King
Yeah.
E6 is what she plays. Yeah, she is happy with the draw, basically.
Yeah, true, true, true. Because now you don't have King G5. So Rook A6 check pay, you are pretty much forced to go back
Hmm.
to E7. King F5, I mean, feels a bit risky, yeah.
Possible, yeah, but yeah, it feels risky for some reason.
So we have reached the 40th move. Let's check out the Vidit game, maybe Sajwai. Let's see what's going on. They still have 5 more moves to go till the 40th move. Important moment. White has to take, by the way.
So Queen G6 forced, basically.
Mhm.
यहाँ पर क्यों सोच रहे हो भाई? You cannot play Queen E2 or something. Like if you return Queen H6 and GG.
चैट कोई सूत्र नहीं है भाई. साहज भाई पोजीशन के हिसाब से बोल रहे हैं. देयर इज नो सूत्र. आई कैन गारंटी यू बिकॉज I also have access to Sutra, and there is no Sutra.
Yeah, there is nothing.
There's only Mangal Sutra. By the way, going to the game of
ये तो
Anish is
भाई
still.
आपने
भाई rhyme कर रहा था भाई करना पड़ा भाई. By the way, Saad bhai, what do you think of Anish's chances in his game if we go back to his game against
Anish's
Maqsood?
chances. 1 second. This is the position. Ooh, very high. Very, very high. Okay, but this pawn is a bit annoying. You will
Hmm.
move the bishop and play h7, and this is defended by the pawn.
Hmm.
But supposedly king d4 is the only move here. 3 moves are left. By the way, last move was an inaccuracy by Anisha. Rook a2 नहीं मारना था. Rook e2 check दे के rook a2 मारना था. That's a nice little nuance there. Probably because here you have king d4. That's a small difference in the position that can, turn the king d4 played, by the way. He doesn't make a mistake anymore. I think maybe he goes
Because
for a draw, yeah?
yeah, rook two now you have bishop d3 ideas, just kind of pushing that h pawn. That h pawn is worth more than the bishop, I think now.
Mm.
Um, so black has to be careful. By the way, with this game, I don't know why VD's time shows as 0. Should I be worried?
वो विलर की तो चाल भी नहीं थी.
वही तो तभी तो स्ट्रेस हो रहा है.
थोड़ा पहले जाते हैं, रिफ्रेश करते हैं. नॉट रियली श्योर व्हाट्स हैपनिंग हियर. प्रग ड्रॉ, लेट्स गो भाई. वी आर नॉट हैप्पी विद दैट यार. उसके चांसेस बेसिकली गए अब.
Okay, takes. Vidit has 1 minute. Now, there's a nice move, h5 check, apparently. And after king h5 forced, there is rook e1, king g6,
e6.
e6, rook e3,
Yeah,
rook
but
takes, pawn
this.
takes, and this is some pawn and game, which is a draw, yeah?
हाँ, but
We
look
can
at this.
try.
You भाई, chat question for you. King g1 or king g3?
Oh, be careful, chat.
Okay, king g3, king g1, 1 g3. Actually, chat is 50-50, I think.
So, आज मैं बता दूं
Yeah,
move.
lot of people falling for this. Yeah, king g1 only move, by the way, in this position, because king g3 अगर आपने खेला तो g4 and this king is in a zugzwang. You cannot take this pawn because this pawn will run down. That's why you need to play king g1 here. So this the king can just go up and just take it. You are basically taking one more move. King g3 से आप दो चालों में इसको मार सकते थे. यहाँ पे 3 लगेंगी. But at least you're capturing the pawn at the end of the day.
Yeah. Still waiting for Kaimer's move, who now has 3 minutes. Rook e1 played directly. And now Vidit has 2 moves in the position chat. One is rook e3. That leads to a pawn endgame, of course. Second is g takes h4. and after e6, rook e3. So in either case, he has to find rook e3. I'm sure he will. Like king f7 would be lost. So Sajbhai, do you think king f7 is possible here?
No, 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 absolutely not. No chance. Because he also this pawn is running down as well. So let's not forget that.
Rook e3 played, by the way. Nice move.
Okay, so he saves the position. I think we're looking at another draw here. By the way, chat, a nice motive for you. After rook e3, f e3. Remember, I was talking about floating squares some time ago. That अगर दोनों pawns साथ में बैठते हैं, and if you have to calculate the distance between the pawns that are with each other. So यहाँ पे अगर मैं pawn रखता हूँ तो 1 2 3. Similar to that, it should be 1 2 3. So it doesn't reach the corner of the board. It doesn't reach the end of the board. That means the king alone can stop these pawns. Like in this case, you can see it. If white plays h5 check, black can immediately take this, and he's basically in time to capture the pawn back. Of course, you can play e2 e1, but मैं इसको ignore कर रहा हूँ just for the motive alone. So this is where you see floating squares.
Saj bhai, I want to show a variation, okay? So let's say you play rook takes e3, f takes e3, and now king g3. You are the wild one. You play king g3, and now g4. Okay, so the king can't approach. Now the only move for white is c3. Then king f5. Now only move for white is d4. And now the only move for black. Chat, question to you. What do you think? I mean, it's a random position. I know it's random, doesn't make sense, but still, what's the only move for black to not lose the game?
Literally, only move.
उसके बाद भी कंटिन्यू है, but this is insane. Yup, chess पुणे भाई, पुणे में कुछ crazy chess चल रहा है. b5. And now you don't take on b5. If a takes b5, c4 wins for black. So you have to now play h5 instead of ab5. Black has to play c4. B takes e4, B takes a4, h6, a3, h7, and now not a2. इतना करने के बाद e2.
Yeah, because you wanna check with you wanna queen with a check. So
King
king
f2
f2 पे
stopping the pawn.
अब a2,
a2,
h8 queen पे
queens.
up queen, and then you queen with a check.
And this is a draw. So king pawn endgames are fun. I think there was a book by Daniel King, I think, on king. I think these endgames highly recommended. बहुत सही है.
By the way, h5 he plays, king takes h5 happens on the board, and now rook e3 only move in the position. And I think we are getting that position. Yeah, जहाँ पे takes के बाद he has to choose between king g1 and king g3.
King g1 only move for white now.
Yeah,
Has to be
yeah.
careful.
He has to choose between these two, and king g3 is losing because of g4.
भाई गलती कर दे केवर भाई.
Erdogan is crushing Levon. Really? Wow. That means Levon's chances just go away, na? Completely.
भाई डॉगमस क्या आदमी है यार. मतलब he's just 14 years old and wow. Who finds king g1, and now Vidit has to find king g6. Only move.
Okay, king g6.
g6. Only move for Vidit Gujarati. 40th move, by the way. 40th move.
But this is a very simple one.
Yeah.
Very simple one. Wait, king g6 के बाद मेरे पास c3 है क्या maybe?
c3, king f5.
And now d4, or is this too much?
cd4, and c5.
And black
wins.
wins. Yeah. Just trying to see if I can complicate the position somehow, but not possible. I think we're just looking towards a draw here.
Which is why Pragg has
5.5 is still fine, I think, for Vidit, no?
It's great. I think it's great. Black pieces say Vincent के साथ draw is not bad. As long as he does draw, the game still on one critical move before the time control. And king pawn are so much fun to watch in general. I think it's so many tricks.
Is the draw for Nihal good for him? Yes, I mean, he's still the leader of the tournament. Still, I think there are only two of them, Blue Bomb and Nihal Sarin. And by the way, Alireza and Hans also drew. So, and that's another two players who are half a point behind Nihal and everyone else. So, By the way, some moves are played. King G6 on the
Yeah,
board.
and 40th move, what you guys chat. So with this survives the scare. Also, let's not forget, in terms of leaders, Mishra and Nodrbek are now in a dead drawn position, so they will also not make it to 6 points. Param Anish is the only game. I think Anish is the only one with chances to join the leaders.
बड़ी crazy सा fortress है उधर, I think. But Parham objectively should save it, but it's difficult. But it does have enough time, so it should be fine.
Meanwhile, no moves by Gukesh uh, after the 40th move. I think he's really gone into his think tank and is trying to figure out bhai kuch hai ki nahi. I think he'll be a bit more pragmatic this time after 3 losses. But if there's a way, he will find a way to push.
I mean, I think the 40-minute timer, sorry, 50-minute timer hasn't even been added in that game yet. Because
Yeah,
he's
yeah,
still
yeah.
using the time from before.
Tough. Sajbhai, I think Vidit game will end. Maybe I'm hoping soon because King Pawn Endgame. I mean, I think they will think for a while, right? Because you really wanna calculate C3. Okay, he plays, yeah.
King F1,
King F1. King
King
F5 only move,
F5, only
obvious
move.
though.
King E2, King E5, King E3. Oh, by the
Yeah.
way, King D5 is the only move here.
What?
Yeah, yeah,
Acha,
yeah, yeah.
okay. Makes sense, of course. Yeah, yeah.
Maybe some chances for Vincent. King E5 तो वापस आ रहा है.
पता है क्या
They should
प्रॉब्लम
play
ये है कि
King F3
whenever
then King D4. Yeah, what?
हाँ the only idea is you have C3 and D4 but that just undoubles black spawns तो खत्म ही हो गया काम. So you have to do
Hmm.
something on the king side I feel which doesn't exist.
So if I could play C3, you'll go C6, okay, let's say King E5, and if I play C4, am I lost here? No, no, there's no
Uh,
risk, I think. By the way, King F1 played and King E2 is the current position.
you don't want to be fancy here कि भाई king E6 खेलूं मैं. And after king E3 I'll take king E5 to take opposition because now C3 is apparently winning.
Hmm.
And it's not clear why.
I think you're going to F3 G4 and you're gaining a tempo there. White के पास like black के पास एक reserve tempo है which is C6 and white के पास दो है, right? C3 and C4.
Hmm.
This is where if the position, for example, goes into this situation, let's say you go C6, right? White goes C4, King F5, King F3, King E5, King G4, King here, King H5, King F3. He can play moves like G3 and
But
put him in a zugzwang.
Sahaj, I am just going through some random variations. Like it's some variations it's holding by a thread, yeah. Um,
Hmm.
depends on how Kamer plays this. So if Kamer finds the right way, it might put Vidit under pressure still. So King D5 now, as you can see with the blue arrow, the only move. And usually King pawn endgame is a principle of the chat. जो आपके pawn के पास दो चालें होती हैं, you don't push it anyways. यहाँ पे है नहीं technically C7 pawn के पास, but you don't want to push that pawn ideally. जितना लंबा बचा के रखोगे उतना better.
And if you go like King F5, this is a perfect example of this of why this doesn't work because you can go King F3, and if you play King E5, then King G4 attacking this, King F6 वापस जाता है, King H5 of course, Black plays King F5, and now I think even G4 check should work here. Because if you play King F4, then this is a zugzwang, right? Mutual zugzwang. जो भी king हटेगा पहले वो यहाँ पे वो
Hmm.
waiting moves बड़े काम आ रही है जो आपके reserve tempos थे. तो white can play
Hmm.
C3 and C4 and black can only play C6, which is a
Hmm.
great point. So you can play C3, plays and C4 and now black is in a zugzwang.
Yeah.
So
So
King
with it,
D5 difficult. भाई ये position अगर होती 30 सेकंड में तो it would be difficult to play King D5 here, no?
I agree, and I think सही time पे time मिल गया. I think with it को, I think he can use that time. Um, Definitely not easy still. Pragg drew. Yes, Pragg has drawn. Why can't every other players qualify by the rating spot? Because Hikaru has gained a ton of rating. Yeah, he's 2815.8. Um, Wait, did he lose rating?
नहीं 2.15 ही
Uh,
था.
so, so he's 2815.8 and he's Arjun say at least what 30, 40, 44 points ahead right now. Baap re. That's
Wow.
impossible. And already some months have counted. Yeah, it started
And
from
Fabi
the
already has qualified, so he doesn't need the rating spot.
Hmm. Gukesh gave chat no moves actually. Gukesh has been thinking for a long time. So that's a
दोनों
good.
boards पे I think they are thinking. We can just quickly show what's happening here. This is the final position. Gukesh has been thinking for around not 2 minutes. I think it's way more. कितना टाइम हो गया? I think 10-15 मिनट तो हो गए होंगे यहाँ पे, right?
हाँ, आराम से आई थिंक 10-15 मिनट तो। भाई सारे गेम्स ड्रॉ होंगे कह रहे हैं ऋतुराज यार, आई एम नॉट सो श्योर। I mean, they both could end in a draw right now. Yeah, Gukesh could just repeat, and they could end in a draw. And Divya could, Divya keh raha hu, Gamer could just repeat with the king and could end in a draw. Like we could have the
Hmm.
games end in 5 minutes, or they could last even an hour. We don't know.
गुकेश तो मतलब आई थिंक खेलेगा यहाँ पे for sure. I think also he sees the opportunity of creating two passers. By the way, it is possible we might see a rook knight versus rook. Like no jokes, it's possible.
भाई इतना दूर चले गया, अब इतना डीप
अरे
तो नहीं जाना था।
like I think अगर ये pawns आगे बढ़ते हैं तो black will try to find a way के you can sack the knight for 2 pawns. Then he will be left with a rook and knight, and maybe he captures some of these pawns, and we might see it.
हम्म, पॉसिबल तो है।
By the way, is this the highest rated player Divya has ever played against?
I I think so. I don't think she's played Magnus or Caruana in a classical game.
I don't think so
Not
either.
Hikaru. Yeah, not Hikaru either. So yeah, very likely. Wow. Chat 46 minutes for Vidit, 51 for Divya, 45 हो गए। बहुत टाइम है दोनों के पास।
Shouldn't this be easy for GMs? They study so much about endgames. Yeah, chess is too complicated. Even if you study a lot, you always get a different position, something you haven't studied before. But you can draw from what you know. You can, like, if some pattern you will remember, तो यहाँ पे ये दिखा था, then you can remember something from it. But in chess, you always get a new position. So even if the likelihood of you reaching the same thing is very, very less. So to answer your question, this is not easy. End games are, I think, one of the hardest things to master in chess. The hardest thing,
Yeah.
I think.
Uh, as they are thinking, the girl game, please. Yeah, I think Gukesh vs Divya was one of the games, but we are looking at that right now actually. But just don't see any moves.
By the way,
Gukesh in a
Jordan
deep thought.
seems to be crushing Mamedyarov. Oh yeah, Erdogmas has defeated Aronian, by the way. It's official. Wow.
Wow. भाई क्या बंदा है यार। Dogmas, by the way, on 5 points. Dogmas is in sixth place in the standings right now, Sahaj.
Wow. So he's above of Arjun, yeah? And Pragg.
He's above Arjun, above Pranav, above Pragg, above Noderbek. Of course, Noderbek is playing, but above Nepo. Like he's in number six. Like he'll likely be in the top 10. Yeah, after the end. So still with a
For
chance.
sure, yeah, for sure.
भाई ओकेश को क्या हुआ है, कुछ तो बताओ। कल सिंगफील्ड कप में कानून प्ले ड्रॉ किया, अभी सभी हारा है। आई थिंक इट्स जस्ट वो होता है ना, लाइक आई डोंट नो इफ यू हैव ट्राइड एनीथिंग। कई बार क्या होता है, कोई भी चीज़ में अच्छे हो ना, जैसे आप पढ़ाई बहुत अच्छे हो, ठीक है, यूजली यू विल गेट 98%, 96, 98 व्हाटएवर। एक पेपर कभी या दो पेपर कभी 2 हफ्ते के लिए आपके नंबर बहुत कम आ जाते हैं यार। इट जस्ट हैपन्स कई बार। एंड जितना नंबर कम आते हैं उतना आपका कॉन्फिडेंस कम होता रहता है। सो यू डोंट इवन नो हाउ टू कम बैक फ्रॉम इट। So the only way is just take a break. I think after this break, Gukesh will settle down. And World Cup में हमें पता भी नहीं लगेगा कि भाई ये वही गुकेश है जो हार रहा था। So you cannot be perfect. इंसान है, he's 19 years old. नाउ मैग्नस ने तो बोला है भाई गोट जी, तो फिलहाल के लिए हमको गुकेश नहीं लग रहा, दैट इज वन स्टेटमेंट, बट गुकेश इज डेफिनेटली अ वेरी वेरी स्ट्रॉन्ग प्लेयर, उसमें कोई डाउट नहीं।
फॉर श्योर। नाइसली
रानू भाई ये
पुट।
क्या है? Gukesh should win. Yeah, I mean, ideally he should win on paper at least, but position-wise, I'm not sure right now.
Juris
Do you
Polker
forgot
has
this will
defeated world champion. No, actually, she defeated Kasparov. That is true, but I don't think it was a classical game. I think it was rapid, if I remember correctly.
and
Not
same
sure
for
if it was
Magnus, by the way.
classical.
Same for Magnus, by the way. She defeated
Yeah,
Magnus in, I think, Rapid. I think
and
she
I don't
defeated
not
Magnus in.
sure if Kasparov was a world champion at the time. I'm just gonna take a.
Yeah. As Sajbhai looks, meanwhile, Rook A6 check played by Gukesh. Can we refresh the board? Oh, एक गोल आया होता साज भाई. In click on it, हाँ. Rook A6 आ जाएगा.
I'm clicking on it constantly, but वो shift होता है बार बार.
हाँ, तो Rook A6 check, and now I think King can come to d5 apparently, but I wouldn't go there. I would just go back to e7, played by Divya. And she's asking Mukesh the question, yeah, do you want a worse position? Play something else, or do
Hmm.
you want to draw? I don't think
Gukesh will
Mukesh wants a
say,
draw.
I will take option number two, and I will go rook b6, or I will do something that continues the game.
Agreed. Mukesh is mentally drowned with Magnus with comments. He needs psychological support. Bro, he's a world champion. He has a huge team around him. He has the support. Trust me, he has the support. I don't think ऐसा है कि support की कमी है. It's just क्या, it's just a bad event. कई बार happens. And he also, his pairings, as Sahaj mentioned 2 days back, like his pairings were also unfortunate. He ended up playing all the talented youngsters, yeah, a Dogmas, Edis Gurel, like Sare ऐसे youngsters strong थे. So uh,
So basically, she did defeat him in a rapid match, and then he was not a world champion also at the time. He was world number one, but he was not the world champion.
got it.
So it has never happened before, but it looks like it's not going to happen even now because I think Gukesh is the one pushing, but he can overpress.
Come on,
So
Gukesh ने एक बार तो रिपीट कर दिया है Sahaj, so he can't do it again. We've had this position, I think, twice. Yeah.
I mean,
No,
it
not
would
twice.
be, I
Sorry,
think,
once.
the smarter thing to do, I think, to go for a repetition here, but we know he's not going to do that because he
Yeah,
wants to win this.
honestly, आधा point लेके आगे बढ़ो. At this point, I feel, because I mean, Divya has already shown signs that she's ready to take a better position. It's not like she's made some mistakes.
Hmm.
Accuracy wise, she's already higher. Um, C2 pawn मर रहा है. Not easy.
ये तो सिंपल मर रहा है भाई, नाइट d2 वगैरह में तो नाइट f6.
So let's go through. So let's say rook b6. I try to win the b4 pawn. You take on
Thank
c2.
you.
I take on b4. You go to rook h2 now. And I
Thank
say,
you.
bhai, rook b7 check. I want to push the b pawn. Let's say king f6. I don't know.
King
b4.
e6.
King e6 खेलोगे क्या? ठीक है, king e6.
Thank you for the third
b4.
pawn.
Check king d4.
भाई ये बहुत रिस्की है गुकेश के लिए.
हाँ, exactly. This could end up as a loss for Ukesh as well.
या
Check
फॉर श्योर.
king c3 में भी है.
King c3 and okay, let's push h5 or something. b5 आएगा. Rook
b5,
h1 just to put the rook behind.
b6.
b6, you go rook b1. Like, even if you play rook b8 and b7, you cannot play rook e8 because मेरे पास knight है. So rook
Yeah.
a7, knight f6, b7. I
By
just
the way,
start
he has
pushing.
played. He played
Yeah.
c3 instead.
Okay, so he wants
Okay.
connected pawns instead.
Fair.
फिर से रेस हो
Takes
गई यहाँ पे.
takes. Okay, takes. Rook g3 check. Where do you move the king? Sajal, I'll be back in 1 minute, yeah?
ये सही है भाई, क्वेश्चन पूछ के I'll be back in 1 minute. But yeah, I think you'll give a check and you just take rook h3 in the next move. So probably king d4, wherever the king goes, you just go rook h3. And I really think Gukesh has to be super careful here. I genuinely feel this can be. this can be bad for him. Like rook a7 check वगैरह, king e6, knight e3 I guess to play rook a6 check again. Check आया king c5, check आया king c6. Oh no, king c6 पे rook h3 है मेरे पास and I just win something here. Also rook e5 can work. But once this pawn starts running down, भाई कोई रोक नहीं रहा है इसको. No one is stopping this. So I genuinely don't think that this is anything good. अरे पंडित जी, हो गया जोक यार, रहने दो. Divya's tournament was good. Yes, very, very good. Does Gukesh's performance after the World Championship kind of justify Kasparov's opinion that Magnus ended the era of World Championship? What do you guys think? Um, I think chess is a lot more fighting now, especially because of engines. Um, like it's very difficult to make a statement like that because he's still 19 years old. Like at 19, it's very hard to say if he's gonna be better than everybody else or not because he's still growing in every single way. He's still growing. He hasn't hit his peak yet, and that's the scary part. Once he hits his peak, when he sort of stabilizes, then we can, I think, revisit this conversation. Then I think it's fair to say that he's still 19. I think it's too harsh. Yeah, hello, Juma Datta. What's up? How Gukesh lose to everyone after being a champion, he even facing a problem against Divya? Because that is chess for you. It happens to the best of us. It happens to the worst of us. It is very normal. One bad round can really take away your confidence, take away the feel. I mean, I think after his first loss, Sahil and I were having a discussion whether, there is any merit in playing this tournament anymore because Gukesh के लिए कुछ जीतने के लिए बचा नहीं है. Like he is not fighting for the top spot anymore. So if it's not the top spot, then I mean, it's difficult to play because you win against someone, then people are just gonna say, अच्छा इसको तो हराना ही था. But if you even draw or lose to someone, then it becomes headlines. So then it's difficult, I think, to be in those shoes. Bro, I think we should support him in these tough times because he shows some signs of becoming good. Yeah, indeed, he does. He does. That's why I said he's very young and he's still learning. And I think you will see his peak, I think, when he's 23, 24, 25, something like that. That's when I think most players hit their peak. So we'll see. How are pairings made? I think I've explained this before. It's very simple. Let's say there are 100 players. Top to 50 is one group. 51 to 100 is group number two. One plays 51, two plays 52, three plays 53, and so on. And you sort them by their rating. Yeah, अगर मेरी rating 2800 है, तो I'll be number one. If मेरी rating 2200 है, maybe I'll be 51, 52, something like that. This is like around for open events. सहज भाई, अब बोर्ड्स पर ड्रॉ हो रहे, अर्जुन विल नीड एटलीस्ट टू विंस एंड स्टिल हैव चांस. यस, indeed, indeed. And also Kalki pairings will be very important. I mean, you need like a lucky break here because 5 point पे बहुत लोग हैं भाई. Like I think from around number 5, which is Abhimanyu Mishra, is still playing by the way, to 19 is all people on 5 points. And a lot of people are still playing their matches. So not looking barat है भाई 5 point पे, basically, for the lack of a better word.
Interesting. Interesting terminology, Saj bhai.
Sorry?
Interesting terminology.
Oh, that wasn't even that wasn't even on purpose, I swear. Oh, that's funny.
By the way, चल क्या रहा है? सीसी के no moves, yeah?
या C3 के बाद सोच रहा. ओ भाई, तो B3 प्लेट, लेट्स गो. यार रीलोड क्यों नहीं होता अपने यहाँ पे? ना कॉल
I
के
think
बाद
वो
1 सेकंड बैठते हैं, ठीक है? मेरे को बताना आप मैं क्या कर रहा हूँ.
whenever you analyze, it goes into analysis mode, so you will have to click on the arrow once.
जो जो गोल वाला एरो है, राइट?
हाँ
लगा लगा, वो जो शेयर वाले के बीच में होता है.
हाँ 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 हाँ.
ठीक है, समझ गया.
I
अरे यार
believe
चैट फिर से
debate
शुरू
of
हो गई.
Gukesh and World Championship happening because Carlson has Championship for long and placing Nakamura Karna were unable to beat him, so there's unreal expectations to win all. Um,
भाई मैं भी आया 1 मिनट में. हाँ, टेकिंग अ शॉर्ट ब्रेक.
hmm. सही बात है भाई, प्रेशर तो है ही. आई थिंक विद ग्रेट पावर कम्स ग्रेट रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी. ओरिजिनल डायलॉग है बट रट लो, लिख लो कहीं पे. बट आई थिंक या, आई थिंक वर्ल्ड चैंपियन heavy is the you know क्या, heavy are the shoulders that wear the crown, or whatever the quote is. I think Gukesh feels pressure every time he plays, and that's why he's very cautious with the events he plays overall. He'll not play every event. He did not play freestyle, and he's very conscious. Every decision is made after discussion with the team, and then he'll go and prepare and for a tournament. So this is an important event. Technically, there's not much for Ukesh to play for here because even if he finishes second or first, he doesn't get anything apart from prize money. So him playing wasn't guaranteed, but he did because it was a tough event. He loves to challenge himself, but the challenge proved to be much tougher than he thought, basically. And now in round number 8, he's playing Divya Deshmukh, who's 300 points lower rated, but it's half a point ahead. And honestly, अब उसके पास 2 credit pass pawn तो है, but रुक जीती check के बाद already I think black will be a pawn up. So Gukesh, a pawn down against Divya. Um, yeah, not exactly what he would have thought starting the game. Heavy is the head that wears the crown. हाँ भाई, shoulders crown क्यों पहनेंगे? Good point. With great power comes massive electricity bill. मैसिव चीजों की आदत है जितने भाई. आई थिंक बिल मैसिव होना चाहिए, दिल मैसिव होना चाहिए भाई. आई थिंक दैट्स मोर इम्पोर्टेंट. Crown is the heavy that head the wears. Wow, Shinab, I think that's what I was looking for actually. I think Gukesh is winning. I doubt it right now. Really doubt it actually. Other games, yeah, I think Sahaja will come and he will change the board. But honestly, there are only two main games that we can focus on. One is Gukesh and one is Vidit. And Vidit game में कुछ भी नहीं हुआ है. Vidit has been thinking for 20 plus minutes right now. So, I mean, साथ में Vidit game में अगर चले हम, Vidit has been thinking for 20 plus minutes. चल क्या रहा है भाई? Like 15 plus minutes at least.
He wants to be sure. He wants to be 100. Why? I think there is some tricks here. No, king d5, king f3 तो के बाद maybe there are some tricks. He's calculating the queen pawn ending like king f3 गया, king d4 गया, king g. Maybe I think इसमें black का ही chance होगा इधर तो.
हाँ.
King c2, wait, g4, king b3, king f5, and now b5 is the move. Yeah, but still it's difficult. Like ab5, a4, you push all the way,
But okay, I
and black
mean, for
पहले queen कर
Vidit,
रहा है
it
तो.
should be
Oh, white
pretty
queens with a
doable,
check
yeah?
though. White queens with a check.
But okay, if anybody is winning this, it's black, yeah?
Yeah, basically. Actually, no, because अगर आप king b4 वगैरह कहीं जाते हो तो I can play queen c4 check and I can take on c5. Then maybe white has
Hmm.
chances.
Hmm.
So he's calculating the right way to play here. I think it's. I mean, it's very bad to blunder in a king pawn ending. I think.
Yeah, you're so close now. You're so
Yeah.
close. Once I played, I don't want to name anybody, but once I played a guy, I was pawned down in a king pawn endgame, but double
Mm-hmm.
pawn tha, extra pawn.
Mm-hmm.
And somehow I confused my opponent and won. भाई,
कौन था
pawn
बता
down
दो.
में. And फिर अगले दिन आके वो मुझे गिनाया था भाई आधा घंटा कि how he was winning. So I was like, yeah.
Oh.
King pawn endgame is not traumatic, भाई, because you're so close
Mm.
to your desired result, but not really that close.
Also, king pawn endings is the first like end game that you study as a child, I think, because king pawn endings are the simplest form of any end game, and it teaches you this brute force calculation, yeah, raw calculation. You definitely don't want to mess up here.
Hmm. And also, King Point game, the evaluation doesn't go from 0 to plus 0.2 or plus 0.5 or even plus 1. It goes
Hmm.
from 0 to plus 11 straight. Like
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
there is no comeback possible.
Does Pragg have any chance? No, भाई Pragg का तो draw हो गया already.
Saj bhai, Divya game में move आ चुकी है and Divya is a pawn up now or is going to be a pawn up. So I hope Gukesh's plan of pushing these pawns is legit, because otherwise after rook h3, he's actually a pawn down.
भाई पॉन पुश कैसे
So
करोगे? किंग तो हिल नहीं
exactly.
रहा. दोनों पीस सामने बैठे हैं.
And in fact, now if you keep checking, Black's king is supposed to just walk to g5. You can't just check now.
Hmm.
It's over. There is no draw.
So rook a7, king f6.
Rook h6, king
Rook a6
g5.
पे king
And
g5 and Divya plays on.
bhai, Divya has a pawn up
Rook
against
h3
Gukesh.
played. Let's go. Can
I hope
Arjun
Gukesh will.
qualify still? Yes. I mean, theoretically, yes, but very, very, very unlikely. 0.23% chance.
Let's just put it this way, 3 में 3 करने हैं, एंड कल अगर जीते नहीं तो कल तो होता है ना, एक हाइपोथेटिकल चांस भी खत्म हो जाएगा. As of now, Nihal is our best bet, and Vidit, of course, if he draws, is the second best bet. I think if Nihal can't do it, then unlikely that Pragg and Arjun will do it. What do you think is a good way to get more money sponsors in chess? We have chess is earning more than 90 percentile per. I think it's also on the chess players, right? This is something I honestly believe. If you look at tennis, uh, anybody apart from the world top 30 or 40 doesn't make millions of dollars. So I saw this documentary, a clip of a documentary where a world number 90 or 100 player is struggling to make ends meet in tennis. I think it was world number 120 or 80, like somewhere around 100. He was like, I make no money. Whatever I make, I spend on travel, accommodation, coaching. I make no money. So chess में भी I think sometimes we think कि भाई 2650 player है, but he's not even in the world top 50. So वो पैसा कमाना, especially in a game जहाँ पे people are sitting in one place, yeah, it's very hard. So I think it's also on the players to market themselves somehow. Magnus, for
Hmm.
example, yeah, I mean, if you look at like Hans is one way of getting sponsors. He's a bit controversial, but he's also a very good player. Skills cannot be replaced, but skills plus being able to market yourself is the best way possible. Like anybody who's a good at marketing and is 2650 will get more opportunities than anybody who's 2700 and doesn't have that skill. But yeah,
Hmm.
it's not a replacement for skill. Like skill needs to exist, but many people have skills. But yeah, you
They
need
don't
both.
market themselves as much.
Yeah. By the way, 93 played by Gukesh. So one of the best moves in the position. And now
Uh,
apparently,
Making room for the
G-
C pawn.
yeah, I mean knight d5 is a potential threat, and also c pawn azad ho gaya. Rook h5 is the best move. Rook h4 check, sorry. And suddenly white has only two moves, or you lose.
No, king d5 but the knight c7 check है ना भाई. Oh yeah, you
Why?
have to.
The best move is king e5. I'm not even sure how you play king e5 with a straight face.
Hmm. तो किंग c5 में भी हो क्या रहा है? Rook h5 check is also not easy ना by Divya.
Hmm. But then white has to come back to d4. Why? You don't go forward. King
So I give
b4
it.
and rook.
So you
King
have to
b4,
go
rook.
king e5, yeah. But king e5 rook
So
h5 check पे.
rook h5 check पे, apparently king e4 back.
Is there not knight f5 check? कुछ हो नहीं रहा उधर.
Knight
King
f5 check,
e4 and
king
rook
f8, and
h4
black.
check. Isn't this just a draw?
King f3 now you come and
क्या
maybe.
rook h3?
Yeah, feels like a draw, bhai.
King e2 rook h2?
Bhai, so the best Ukesh has is just to allow Divya to check his king. That's it. Wow.
But I think Divya can also play on with h5. It's a simple move. Also, like I wouldn't play rook h4 in a position like this because I will always be worried about this knight f5 check threat. So
Hmm.
I'll go for h5 and c4 and h4 and okay, it's the battle is on basically.
Oh, wow. Sahaj, you're right. So, for example, if you play h5 in the initial position, knight d5 check,
Oh,
king
she doesn't
f8
play
only
it.
move.
Knight d5 check.
She
Yeah, show me,
plays
show me, show me.
knight
Mm,
c7.
yeah,
Oh, she's
probably
going
she
for the
was
draw.
not sure about she's not sure about this knight d5 and king f8 business. Yeah, she didn't want to return
But
back to f8.
but okay, after rook a7, which I think is, oh no, knight f5, chow, mistake. Slight mistake by Gukesh. But
King
now
F8 is that.
King F8 and Rook A7 is not possible because of Knight B5. Oh, interesting.
And so Rook C6 is forced then, and then you go Knight E6 check. And Knight तो बढ़िया बैठ गया.
भाई ये तो डर ही लग
I'm
रहा है. King C4 only move. And King G8 and black is out of the woods. No stress whatsoever. If Divya sees, I mean, she has enough time on the clock. She just needs faith, yeah.
why even
I
King
think if
E8
she,
is fine.
why if Divya has faith, I think she's gonna win this one, Sahaj bhai. I'm now really scared for Kesh at this point.
Hmm.
Yeah, ball is in Divya's court, but I think also she needs tough calculation. King F8, she has to find because it's very easy to just play King D7 or just let White take the pawn on G7 and say okay it's a draw. But King F8, saving that pawn.
But I mean, it's you attack my pawn, I defend it. Let's go.
Yeah. And once I kick your knight away with G6, I think you basically lost because now my knight is very active on E6.
Hmm.
Wow. So one mistake from Gukesh and the game is over.
3 and 2, technically 5 passed pawns on the board. Nice, 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 nice.
Yeah. Tough matchup.
Wait, what? Vidit blundered.
What? Oh my god, he played C6. Are you kidding me?
Okay, that's a huge blunder.
And
That
now
is
C4.
unbelievable. Wow. I'm really curious to see what happened. Like how, what did he not like about this? Did we like underestimate what's happening after King D5? Clearly, he saw
No,
something
no,
he doesn't like, yeah?
we surely underestimated what happened after King D5, but he thought for 24 minutes.
That's true.
I mean, oh, this is gonna pinch the most because he was so close. And Vincent Keimer continues his winning run against Vidit. Yeah, it's good run. Although he has to find C4, which is not something you play, Chad, because you wanna, जैसे मैंने कहा, जो दो पॉन चल सकते हैं, दो कदम चल सकते हो ना पॉन, उनका बचा के रखते हो. Usually you wanna play something else like King F3, but King F3, King D4 is a draw again.
Yeah, but Sahil bhai, like if you think about this is opposition, right? And
Hmm.
black can either go to f5 or black can go to d5. And we have already established that king f5 was a bad move because after king f3, you can get access to g4, h5, and you can kind of try to play
Hmm.
for a win there. So it makes sense to play c4 because you're avoiding black to go king d5 in the next move.
Yeah. Yeah, agreed. And with it, I think this one. I mean, if he draws this one somehow, then he would have been on 5.5, 5 pe to Sahaj. I think his chances are gone. I
Okay,
think because his
but
tiebreak is the worst, right?
yeah, it is. The follow-up is
So
also not easy. Like after c4, if
yeah,
black goes, for example, king d6, king e4, king e6, and now g4 is a draw. You have to find g3. You have to find g3. King हटता है कहीं पे f6 because this is guarded. You'll play g4 now, king e6, and now d4. The point is, you take on d4, I take back, and अब king जो है, it is basically stuck. If you play c5 check, then king e4 में तो हार गए आप easily. And if you play king d6, then I have
yeah.
c5 check.
This is what he missed, Sahaj. This is what he missed. C5 check. This is what he missed. I think this is what he missed. BC5, King C4, and black is just done because I will play B4, get a pass pawn, and
Then
I
I'll
think this is what he
capture this
missed.
and just run here and take
Yeah,
this.
this is what he missed. A great find. I think this is what he missed. And this is very easy to miss actually in a real game. I think Kamer might also miss this though. It is a possibility.
I I would be shocked actually if he misses
Oh, by the
this.
way, chat saying Vincent is giving a stare to VD. Oh, That's not a good sign. I think Vincent has seen it then.
I mean, he senses something is wrong, right?
Hmm. Saj bhai, this could be the end of Vidit's chances, I think, because he has the worst tiebreak on five right now, literally the worst tiebreak. So him scoring 3 on 3 might also not be enough. So that tells me I think this is Vidit's, yeah, unlikely he makes it now. So Nihal is our technically the only hope now.
I'm genuinely very surprised with this.
No, it's just that at the top level, it's like dropping a catch, yeah, a sitter. Sometimes
Mm,
I know it's a very complicated catch. There's lighting, there's everything, but at the top level, you kind of expect it to happen. Like nobody cares about the lighting. People just want to see you get the ball in your hand. So same way, I think king pawn endgame is the last moment of the game. You want to stick to the evaluation. Like when you blunder a king pawn endgame, it feels not just to the audience but to yourself as well. Like what? How did I lose this one? Even though the game is
mm.
very complicated.
Like, I mean, C4 is insane to me. So King F5 gaya to King F3. And if you play King E5, then King G4. We already saw King F6 is lost because White will play King H5, King F5, and then G3. Very important move. And basically, you capture the pawn by force. So not King F6. You can go for King D4 and okay, say that okay, maybe I have some chances to create a passer here. So you take King D3. I'm guessing just G4 makes a lot of sense because you don't want to commit where to put the king just yet. Black has to play b5, only move. Um,
No chance, Raj bhai.
by king
No
f5 is
chance.
also winning here.
No
Everything
chance.
is
No
winning
chance.
here.
Yeah, no chance.
King f5 is just very simple win.
Even just takes must be winning. I'm pretty sure, but
It is, it is, it
king.
is. You
Yeah.
go into this endgame, जहाँ पे black has to play a4 takes c4 push and okay white queens first and there are okay he queens with a check but I can play queen f4 and with queen f4 I defend both pawns. So you will
And
not be able
there's
to
no check.
capture anything. Yeah,
There's not
no
even a
check.
single check actually.
If you give this, then it's a counter check and it's over.
Oh, chat saying Vincent about to push the C pawn. This could be the end of the chances of Vidit Gujarati at the FIDE Grand Swiss. Now, again, we've mentioned 3 by 3 play. Maybe some people have some chances, but as of now, looks. Although Sahaj, I have a question. We saw last time 8.5 was the winning score and eight. Do you think it's going to be 7.5 and eight this year? Because we have 3 rounds to go, and the highest score is six. So
Out of
looking at
eight, na?
that, yeah, but 3 rounds to go. So I'm thinking like teen may say maybe eight will be the max score. Like, will somebody score 2.5 out of three? Unlikely.
I think 8.5 एक तो पहुंचेगा. I think one player.
Really? I don't think
एक
so. I
पहुंच
think
सकता है.
छह पे तीन ही लोग हैं. छह पे तीन ही लोग हैं. निहाल, ब्लूबाम एंड अनीश. वो भी अगर जीतता है तो वो भी आई थिंक इज नॉट विनिंग एनीमोर. सो आई थिंक मे बी 8 and 7.5. लाइक एट पे एक बंदा एंड 7.5 में भी, या तो आठ पे दोनों लोग हो सकते हैं. दैट्स पॉसिबल. या दैट्स डेफिनेटली पॉसिबल आई थिंक.
I think one player can reach. Maybe not two, but one can definitely reach. I don't
Hmm.
know. But eight is definitely where you need very good tie breaks.
Yeah.
Vincent is looking shocked. Someone is mentioning in the chat. That
And
is.
Chennai GM Sajbhai, I think day one when Nihal blundered Vincent, you could see the evaluation on his face.
Mm-hmm.
And if he's giving shocked expressions, I think he's seen it. He's seen it, and he's going to play C4, and with it is unfortunately going to lose. So he played C4. Wow, wow.
I mean, I would give this move a brilliancy actually. This is very impressive. Wow.
And he didn't take as much time. Like he took like what 7 minutes or something to play this. It took 23 minutes to play
Hmm.
C6. So quite impressive calculation.
By 28
Uh,
minutes. It's nearly half an hour, he
wow.
thought.
Wow. So कोई कह रहा है किंग D6, किंग E4, किंग E6, बट वही हम देखा ना G3 था उस पे. एंड
Yeah, white plays
अनफॉर्चुनेटली
G3.
Also, I think there
We
was
have
one more variation I was looking at. So king f5, king f4, f3,
King
g4
F.
check,
Okay.
g4 check, and now not king g3, because king
Hmm.
g3, king g5 is a draw. So you have to play king e3 back, king e5, and now g3 again. That extra move helps, right?
Hmm.
And when you push the king back, I think king f4 just wins. And if king f5, then d4 just wins. So
Yeah, you win this pawn by force.
thank you, Mr. Back. Ali is का क्या था भाई? Only move for Gukesh. Really? Can we go to Gukesh's game, Saj bhai?
Oh, so she gives the pawn. Wait,
Saj
what?
bhai, let me 1 minute.
Why he
Let me
doesn't
one
take
minute.
it? Okay, yeah, sure. Gukesh makes a huge miss and plays rook b6 in this position. Now Divya is
Hello.
close to winning. Divya is very close to winning this match if she finds g6, which is a very simple move. Wow. Wow. Please. Yeah, I think g6. Also, h6 is defended. It is insane to me. It is insane. Do you think she finds g6 chat? Yes or no? Do you think she finds g6 here? Not just close to winning. This might just be winning. सब लोग यस लिख रहे हैं चैट में उफ साहिल भाई let's just go a bit deeper. Sahil bhai, Gukesh just blundered.
Sahaj bhai, I'm telling you, I told you, g6 आएगा एक बार, it is over. And g6 is the best move. Why did he not take the pawn?
He's playing for a win still. He's continuing to play for a win, and it is backfiring very badly.
I think he's gonna lose. I really think he's gonna lose, unfortunately, because uh, I mean, it's not. I mean, g6 was understood. Yeah. So what's the plan after g6, Sahaja? Because I
So
see if you don't
knight,
play knight d6, it's already resignable. So knight d6 check, king
king
e7. Then
e7.
what? Knight c8, yeah.
Knight c8 is just a draw, no? So he doesn't want a
No, knight
draw.
c8, king f8, king f8. I'm going to g7, and you're going to resign soon, I think.
But
So
why
I
not
don't know
king
what the
d7?
because I think my king is a safer, no? Like I don't need to calculate all of this. Like king g7, I push the h pawn.
Hmm.
Um,
You
like
put
I
the
just
rook
keep the
here
king
and you
there.
just push.
Yeah, and honestly, like my knight is closer. Your knight is not getting close to the h pawn any day or anytime soon, at least. My knight is close. I can put it on e6. I will sacrifice for the first pawn you push, and you're not.
Hmm.
Getting, and I think it's lost. I think this might be just objectively lost or like it might just be lost. Actually, I would love to check it on like a stronger computer. I think this might just be lost.
एक सेकंड दो मुझे.
हाँ
I'll
मैं
check
वही
on.
मैं वही देख रहा हूँ साझा एक्चुअली.
देख रहे हो?
हाँ.
बताना मेरे को प्लीज.
Hmm.
Minus
This is
1.7
gonna
and
be
1.2 है, but I think Silo will tell us the truth now. But I think this is lost.
कर रहे हैं कैलकुलेट कर रहा है इंजन कैलकुलेट एज द मूव्स गो ऑन. डेफ 24 पे अभी मैं
क्या यूज कर रहे हो? इज इट क्लाउड?
स्टॉकफिश 17.9 यूज कर रहा हूँ मैं. आई एम नॉट यूजिंग लाइक क्लाउड और एनीथिंग.
अच्छा.
क्लाउड यूज करोगे?
क्या कर रहे हो?
नहीं कुछ नहीं भाई कुछ नहीं. अच्छा आई सी इट.
Okay, I'm putting it up on cloud just to get the truth of the position. Just give me a second.
ओ भाई इट इज प्लस 1.52 ऑन माय इंजन नाउ.
Okay, I'm just gonna give it like a minute. Minus 1.55. It's objectively lost. 1.7. Why it's lost? It's objectively lost this position. It's -2.
वाओ.
So on depth like 30, it's -2. The more you leave it, the more up it goes,
So
basically.
let's play the moves, right? Because that's the easiest way to check. So g6, I think, is the move, right?
Yeah.
What's the? I think now knight d6 is the only move apparently. If rook b8 check, king d7, and there's nothing. It's resigns -3. for me at least.
So rook b8 doesn't make sense. So knight d6, king e7.
Hmm.
I really don't understand why you went for rook b6. And now what do you do? Like I was seeing some lines where you have to take on f7, take on g6, and you have to play this position जहाँ पे आपके पास दो pawn है and black के पास rook, knight और ये h pawn है. And that's the best hope for Gukesh.
I think he's gonna lose, Sahaj. I think it's the I think God is teaching him a lesson. कि maybe some like होता है कई बार. I told you this. Until you learn that lesson, God will keep giving the same problem, and it's maybe the objectivization of the position. कि भाई draw है तो draw है. Like I cannot create winning.
Hmm. Minus 8 point
Great day
for
for
if he
Divya. By the
loses.
way,
Yes.
if Divya does win, I know Gukesh is sad, but it's been a sad tournament anyways. But it's a historic day for Divya, the first female player in history to defeat a world champion. That's gonna be
Wow.
insane.
Wow. That is if she finds g6. That is only true if she finds g6. Yup, in history. That is true. In history.
Wow.
Okay, let's see. G6 is the move, but it's a very tough one. By the way, taking a quick look at Vincent versus Vidit, this is the position right now. So after c4, Vidit went for king f5, and now this is the line we already looked at. This king f3 is winning completely and played.
Yeah. Wow. I'm genuinely shook um, by both games actually going on.
Which one is more shocking to you?
I would say maybe Gukesh, yeah, because I think
Yeah,
uh, Vidit is more of a
oversight.
calculation mistake, right?
I truly cannot believe this. But okay, let's keep the energy. Let's see if she finds g6. It's a tough position for her. As we saw, g6 is very comfortably winning. I think it's -2. Last time I checked on depth 30. I will trust that. That's a 2700's opinion. And I think it is only a matter of time. And Gukesh ke liye bhi it wasn't an easy win. Like from a very brief look, I could find some knight takes f7, rook g6 करके कुछ तो lines थी, which seemed difficult to play. But I'm really shocked by this rook b6 move though. Not sure what this. I mean, this is again another time. No, if he went for knight g7 here, Sahil bhai, after king f8, rook c6, right? She could just go knight b5 check, and she could take on c3, or she could play knight a7 as well.
Hmm.
And he didn't want to make a draw.
Hmm.
It's the same story again. Like
Yeah.
he can save this, of course, but he doesn't want to make a draw.
I think Divya right now might be about to create history, and I think there's nothing Gukesh can do now. It's out of his control.
Oh,
If
mistake.
oh, Divya doesn't find it. Oh, she should have played G6, Sahaj. She was so close, yeah.
So close. Indeed. Okay, now we're back, boy. Bach gaye. Okay, black plays g6 now, I think. Now makes sense. You have to play g6. Yeah, kick the knight away from here. It's a complicated position for sure.
And now knight d6 check only move for Gukesh. So the troubles have not ended yet.
And if king e7, then d4 you have to play. Maybe this is why you have to keep the king on d4, ताकि d4 इतना easily ना आता.
Okay, this is I think safe for Gukesh now. His remaining moves are quite simple. Yeah, d4, d5, push the pawn. I think that
But
that
then
makes
he
sense.
also has to accept the fact that it's a draw. He still hasn't done
Yeah,
that.
yeah, 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 yeah.
By the way, king c4 played on the board.
With it losing, yeah, Ramesh, bhai, we know we saw that. I think we'll switch to it soon. Um,
Yeah, it's that
that is gonna be
exact position, by the way, that we were discussing, yeah, on the board. It's not even going to go into a queen pawn ending.
yeah. VD can't save this chat. If you go back to VD once, um, I think it's simple. For example, if you play king g6, king a5, I pick up the pawns. That's lost,
Mm-hmm.
right? G4,
No, no.
king
I
f4.
think king e5, king h5, then king f5, like king h4 and then
Hmm.
g4, and it's that
Hmm.
reciprocal zugzwang once again.
Yeah.
Mutual
And
zugzwang, sorry.
G4 king f4 wins the pawn. So the only move is king e6, and that's where we saw g3, right? G3 was winning. So
Yeah. I'm guessing with the thought of g4 here, where king f6 is a draw, because after d4, king e6, you just don't sort of take, yeah? And this is a draw. But after
hmm.
king e6, g3 is the winning move. Because then you ask the question, if you go king f6, then g4, and if king e6, then d4. Because if you go king f6, then I have d5, and I can capture back with my king. If you go king d6, then I think I have d5 anyways, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, d5 anyways. And takes, and these pawns are holding the 3 pawns in the back. And so the last move remaining is pawn takes pawn, and you just capture with your king. And once again, c5, king e4 is a simple opposition. Black can resign. And if king d6, then just c5 check this. Boom.
Yeah,
Game over. By the way,
I
played
think
king
C5
e6.
is C5 is what he missed, is my guess. I think this is what he missed.
What
And
even is
King E6,
g3 here?
yeah, also possible. King E6 played. And now Vincent, I think D4 is also winning here apparently. D4 or G3, I think he has to find.
Hmm. Just not g4. That's the only drawing move.
Gukesh is time. I think Gukesh has a lot of time actually. I think it's just that chess is becoming a younger sport. You see a Dogmas who's 14 and already now I think he's number 6 or 7. By the way, Divya has made another mistake. Now it's, if anything, slightly better for white. Okay, it's equal, but knight
No,
f4
she's
trying.
going for the draw.
She's forcing a draw. She could have gone for the win, actually. She's going to be a bit disappointed once she comes back. She's so close. I think one move away. So I think g6 was objectively winning.
Yeah, it was. -2. Saw it.
In fact,
Crazy,
knight
actually.
g7 check, knight g7 check, Sahaj.
King
If
d7.
king f8, knight f5. Now king e8 is the only move, or white wins.
Yeah, because it's a mate in one, no?
Hmm. Now, in king g8, there is knight h6 check, and
Hmm.
it's suddenly
Hmm.
king g7, knight f5 again, and it's getting a
Hmm.
bit shaky.
So king d7 would make sense because if you play d4, then my plan is I want to go knight. Oh, even rook takes c3. GG.
Hmm.
This game ending in a draw then.
Ah, not
Why
sure.
simple, na? If you play d4, then rook c3 mar raha hai.
But
If
knight
you
g7
don't play
मारूंगा मैं, I
d4,
think. Knight g7 मारूंगा मैं.
do you think Gukesh is going to play rook d6 here to defend this pawn and to continue the game? Rook d6 is losing, I think,
Why?
g6 again.
It's losing to g6 again. I think Divya missed
Hmm.
it twice. Chad, हमने कहा था सूत्र से कुछ बताएंगे नहीं, बट मैं तुम्हें कुछ नहीं बता रहा. गेम चल रही है अभी. That's what
हाँ.
we know from our sutra. That's very interesting to me, Sahaj, कि दोनों गेम्स चल रही हैं.
No, but that doesn't mean okay, it won't happen.
हाँ,
But let's see.
हाँ, हाँ, बट वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग कि दोनों की दोनों गेम्स अभी चल रही हैं. The black pawns are not advanced. Yeah, that's the problem. But they can be advanced. Once the knight has to move back, then I think it starts getting winning for black. With it draw नहीं, मैं वही कह रहा हूँ चल रही है. I think with just thinking, he's just spending time. It's not gonna be a draw by. All I'm saying is कि it's just gonna take a lot of time. No, Srinath, I think कई बार ना when you're playing such a strong player, you underestimate your own position. She of course wants to win, but she's seeing ghosts in the position. She's not seeing the objective valuation purely because Gukesh is in front of her. And um,
Hmm.
I think वो हर किसी चेस पे ऐसा होता ही है. सामने कार्लसन बैठा हो, even if you have a winning variation, you might think कि भाई it's not winning because it's Carlson. Yeah, why would you make a mistake? वो चीज दिमाग में आती रहती है. So you don't go deeper into variations because you think कि उसने खेला है तो it's a good move. It can't be a bad move.
Yeah, that's a very fair way to put it.
निहाल बोर्ड. ओके साहब, निहाल बोर्ड लगा दो एक बार. साहब निहाल का है यार, 4 घंटे से बंदा स्ट्रीट पे नहीं है. वेयर इज निहाल?
पता नहीं भाई, निहाल चला गया भाई, निहाल गया.
4 घंटे से गायब है निहाल यार, दिख ही नहीं रहा है.
Why
Where
Nihal
did he go?
drew in like half an hour. In the first half an hour, he drew.
No, he does see knight g7. He just feels ki knight g7 is a draw, but I think right now he has to do it. Also rook b7, is that an option? No यार, knight d3 मर रहा है तो
Just knight. I
can't
mean, you
imagine.
cannot win this with one pawn.
Yeah.
But yeah, this was a very close call. Yeah, if she found g6 here, whoa. And she would be
I,
upset, I think, when she goes back and she checks the eval. She's gonna say, okay, why didn't I play? Because g6 would have entered her mind.
but who knows if Gukesh plays rook d6, as you mentioned earlier.
But the rook
And then
d6, I think
sudden.
he's not gonna play because after g6, this knight doesn't have any squares. Like you can't put it on d4 because this
True.
hangs, this and this is covered. Knight g7 check would just trap the piece. So he's not gonna play rook d6. So I think that was just one chance that he would give her. By the way,
Okay, he
moves are
takes
incoming. Okay, knight
knight
g7.
g7. Now I think it's a draw pretty much. Um, king d7 maybe.
Yeah, king d7. Very nice move. Just getting away from the checks and also not allowing rook d6 anymore.
But just rook b7 check, I think. You pick up f7. Um,
Black picks up d3 and it's a draw.
yeah, it's a draw. That
Might see
that
rook
does
knight
it.
versus rook, but I really doubt it.
Yeah. I think the one who'll be more disappointed once they go home will be Divya, not Gukesh, I think.
Hmm.
Um,
This, yeah.
I think ज़्यादा disappoint Divya होगी Gukesh से.
Hmm. I think Gukesh bhi hoga for sure. He also had a very good position out of the opening, yeah. He just went for that f4 push, which was a bit too early in the game, and the position just materialized. And there was another chance, I think, after that as well.
Yeah. I think king d7 on the board. Rook f6 is another move, but it's all the same. Yeah. You just want to grab f7. If he wants to push, there is no way, right, to save the d3 pawn now.
No, I don't think so. d4 पे रुक से तेरी मर रहा है तो.
Do you think Gukesh should blunder d4?
It's not really a blunder. I think it's still a draw. रुक से तेरी
अच्छा
के बाद.
वो फिर तो ठीक है.
I mean, but it's a bad move. Yeah, you have to play for a draw after that, so he wouldn't be happy with it.
Wow, what a game. Divya holds the world champion to a draw.
Insane. What a performance by Divya. Tournament अब सफल हो गया उसका, I think. Now it's all good.
And
हाँ.
Gukesh was never winning, yeah? I don't think so. There was a single moment when he was, I think it was plus zero point 0.8 for Gukesh at one point, but Divya was plus one, plus two. So she could have won this, yeah. This means all Indians apart from Vidit drew. I think you're right. Nihal drew, Pragg drew, Gukesh will draw, Arjun drew. Yeah, you're right. Vidit is
Hari
the only
lost, I
one.
think.
Hari lost, yeah. But Vidit was the one we needed a draw with at least, yeah. Although Kamer is still thinking, that's a good sign.
Yep, this is the position. He has to play g3. I think he will find g3 though. But Parham's position is absolutely crazy. Look at this position. You have two pawns here, but it's some kind of a crazy fortress.
Oh wow, because oh wow.
Not even sure what the story here is. But yeah, maybe some bishop g6, king d5, and
It's very
you
interesting,
start
yeah.
giving
If
checks.
if you play rook takes g8, it's actually winning for black
Yeah,
because
yeah,
of
yeah.
bishop d5 check. Wow.
So white to play now though.
Wow. Previous move, like he played rook f8 on the previous move. Like if rook g8 directly, then bishop d5 and your queen.
Hmm.
Oh, and Param wins. Bye. Okay, likely a draw then.
Yeah, very likely. Okay, switching back to Vidit's board. Okay, I think Vincent is still thinking here. 8.5 minutes. I think it's a bit more, but Yeah, 8.5 minutes for now. Checking Gukesh. Yeah, he's still thinking. By the way, King D7 played by Divya. And
And
no
chat,
more
yes,
Rook
I think
D6.
Vidit will likely, sorry, Gukesh will drop out of the world top 10 because Vincent is winning. So he's anyway going to cross Vidit, sorry, Gukesh. And I think
Wow, so the
Anish will lose
second crosses the first, yeah.
first. Yeah, and also Gukesh will be world number 12, just ahead of Vishy, I think now. Um, because Anish is going to drop like 1 point and Gukesh will drop three. So
Hmm.
Anish will go to 2749, with Gukesh will go to 2748, if I'm not mistaken. Or it could be similar, but yeah, he's out of the world top 10.
Do you think Gukesh is playing poorly because he has been doing too many events and performing in advertisement and less focused on chess? No, I mean, I'm pretty sure he does invest a lot of time on chess still. So weight of the crown, bhai, and the weight of expectations, I'm guessing, on himself as well. That could be a reason.
Yeah, Mandabai, what's up? So, badhiya. Kasparov was the best player in the world for 20 years. Yeah, he was. I mean, even if he
21, I
walks to the
think.
field, even
Huh?
if he walks to the field now, like he'll be world top 10 potential. I mean, not world top 10. I don't know.
अब तो
You
मुश्किल
know,
होगा अब तो नहीं बट ही
10
वुड बी
मुश्किल है.
टॉप 20 फॉर श्योर या
हाँ, yeah.
सूत्र प्लीज नहीं है भाई कोई सूत्र वी विल लेट यू नो एक्चुअली नो वी
हाँ, भाई
वोंट लेट यू
सूत्र
नो
नहीं है.
बिकॉज देन सम पीपल गेट अपसेट कि आपने गेम स्पॉइल कर दिया अब पता नहीं ना यहाँ पे क्या हो रहा है
Hmm.
नाउ इट कीप्स यू
Uh,
वंडरिंग
Mukesh is quite young. People need to give him a break. He is young. Um, Dogmas is younger, like 40 years. 14-year-old and what, number six in the standings or what?
या insane
Number
so if
eight
Tiku
now.
becomes a world champion then the heavy crown would make him play like a 1400 heavy crown नहीं चाहिए होगा
Hey, I think, the thing is,
क्राउन नहीं चाहिए
so I think any world champion will have those events जहाँ पे they will be not, in great form. The reason could be multiple things, could just be chess. By the way, Rook B5 played by Gukesh. Um, I think a decent move because knight d3, there is Rook d5 check, and I basically pick up the knight, so a trap. But apparently you can play Rook takes d3.
and rook f5
Rook f5, Rook f3, I thought.
don't I have knight h5 what are you saying oh knight g6
Knight g6,
oh
apparently.
cute very cute
But difficult to find this. Uh, Found something. Because king e7, there is d4 now. So suddenly white is slightly better, Sahaj.
hmm
Um,
after
so
what
Divya, like king e7, d4. So rook b5, a very nice find by Gukesh.
but king e7 वो खेलेगी क्यों ना she will just take the pawn
हाँ, कैलकुलेट करना पड़ेगा ना उसको, like
he
rook
just
d3 is
has to
working.
find that rook f5 rook f3 knight h5 knight g6 that's the important
Hmm.
move
Yeah.
she finds this then I think it's good राकेश भाई ने क्वेश्चन पूछा था साइलेंट टिको भाई डज गुकी कंटिन्यू और विदड्रॉ अब ये नहीं पता यार कि उसका ड्रॉ होता है कि नहीं बट आई सेड दिस लाइक फ्रॉम द बिगिनिंग like there's no like point in playing
I
because you're
as I
not proving
told you
anything
from the beginning, I am the future Flash. वैसे बात करी साज भाई ने, but anyways,
नहीं नहीं भाई ये
yeah,
तो
I know, I know.
शुरुआत से ही I was thinking
Uh,
I mentioned this to you even कि should he play or should he not play because I
yeah,
think यहाँ पे you don't have much to gain but you have so much to lose
I think वही stat दिमाग में आ रहा है. The last time Magnus lost three in a row was when he was 12 years old, uh, which is insane to me actually. कि भाई, वाह, क्या बंदा है यार मैग्नस.
Hans has promised to give $10,000 to any GM who defeats Hikaru in open tournaments. He is playing. Will you go for it? No, bhai. I don't think I will go for it because I'm playing my own events these days. And yeah, it's also going to be in US. So definitely not. But it's a nice offer. मजा आएगा
By the way, no moves by Vincent still. Is it a good sign for Vidit? Like he's still not playing, or maybe I'm too optimistic. I need to tone down my optimism.
No, I think you're being too optimistic. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll tone it
Just
down
not
now.
G4, yeah, just not G4. And I mean, you can see that in 1 second. Has
Because you know
anyone
what?
lost? Yeah.
I think what Kamer thinks is दोनों winning नहीं हो सकती. So either it is G3 or either it is D4. वो उन दोनों में calculate कर रहा हो सकता है.
ये कौन सी ज्यादा विनिंग है?
He doesn't realize maybe because it's unlikely both are winning, right? Usually there's one solution in King Point games. So
हम्म
he's trying to calculate both. फिर और कौन सा winning है उसको
हम्म
दोनों winning दिख रही है. He's confused भाई दोनों winning कैसे है भाई कुछ तो मैं गलत calculate कर रहा हूँ.
हम्म Have you ever lost 3 games in a row? Yeah, I have. Once, I mean, after I became a GM, it only happened now, literally like last year. But I was a bit sick and I was not feeling super healthy. And yeah, I was just making blunders left and right.
And I really want to stress कि जिंदगी में मेरे losses भी maximum चार रहे हैं जिंदगी में भाई एक बार. That was also one
Hmm.
time in my life. तो गुकेश अगर चार हार जाए तो भाई that is gonna be a bit sad.
Depressing, bhai.
And राकेश ने लिखा और 5 मैंने प्रग को हराया था तो that kind of covers it up.
Oh, ho, ho,
So
ho.
भाई oh maybe that's what
Amazing.
Gukesh is aiming for. चार हारने के बाद he will defeat like I don't know why.
Amazing. By the way, this is the position she did take rook takes d3 here, and rook f5 is where she is thinking. She's
Oh,
thinking between rook g3 and rook f3.
oh, nice, nice, nice. कितने साल का था प्राग तब? I think he was, I don't remember. I think he was not that. He was 19, I think 1900 something. I was also 1900. I think similar. He was slightly higher rated though, but not by much. I think Rook F5 played. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
Rook G3 you don't play, yeah? Because you see कि यार okay, you can play. Why not? You can't play.
Why
Makes sense.
not? It's fine. In fact, I think rook g3 is more comfortable
Yeah, true, true, true.
because rook f7 mein you can put the king anywhere you want and it's fine. King d6 also works, no? Because knight f6 check I have knight f5 check I have king e6. Okay, this is the position. By the way, rook g3 played, yeah. Rook f7 check. This is the current position. So now just king d6 is Divya saying I am not scared.
Sahaj bhai, Kamer played G4 and it's still winning. नहीं, 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 रुको, रुको. He played G3. He played G3. My bad, my bad, my bad.
भाई
He played G3.
भाई 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 भाई
मैं
इस
G4 बोर्ड पे
बात
देखा
पे
भाई.
इस बात पे मैं 5 मैगी काट रहा हूँ.
भाई नहीं नहीं.
पांच
भाई
मैगीज
मैंने
में
जी
काट
फोर
रहा
देखा
हूँ.
ऑन द बोर्ड.
आई एम
मैंने
कटिंग
G4
फाइव
देखा.
मैगीज. चैट, इज
नहीं
इट
नहीं
फेयर
नहीं
और
नहीं
नो?
नहीं नहीं
इज
नहीं.
इट फेयर और नो?
G3,
यू टेल
किंग
मी. इज
F6,
इट फेयर और नो?
G4, किंग E6 एंड नाउ
भाई ऐसा
D4.
ऐसा वो मेरे दिल को धक धक हुआ ना इसको
नहीं
देख
भाई
के.
D4 हो चुका है ऑन द बोर्ड एंड नाउ इट्स कंप्लीटली विनिंग सहज. आई थिंक इट्स टाइम टू रिजाइन बिकॉज टेक्स किंग D6 एंड C5 या एज वी सॉ.
ये ही डिड प्ले G4 बट ये बोलना भूल गया कि उसने G3 पहले खेला था.
तो मैंने वही बोला. मैंने कुछ कहा ही नहीं. मैं तो G4 कहा.
Yeah, king e6 and d4 and he's completely winning. Yeah, king d6 and d6. Everyone is saying it's
भाई
fair.
नहीं भाई
Why?
मैं मैगी पूरी
18
23
Maggies
मैगी
now
खाऊंगा
for
भाई.
you.
नहीं नहीं भाई मैं पूरी
18,
23 मैगी खाऊंगा. नो
1,
सब्ट्रैक्शंस देयर.
8 is what you get. Bet Commissioner Saab is also in the chat. Please let us know if it's fair.
नहीं नहीं, राकेश भाई आई थिंक एक मैगी ओके. आई थिंक मेक सेंस. पांच तो बहुत ज्यादा है भाई. इतनी मेहनत से भाई पेट भरा है मैंने 23 मैगी का.
Would Virat play King
ओके
D5?
मैंने
Oh,
देखी एक D5.
that's funny. That's very
नाइस
funny.
नाइस नाइस.
That's funny.
अरे यार. दिव्या स्लाइटली बेटर. डोंट सी इट. नहीं
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 आई डोंट
मुझे
थिंक शी इज
देखने दो, मुझे
बेटर.
देखने दो.
ये तो ये तो डेड ड्रॉ है भाई.
King
इसमें तो
D8
कुछ ही नहीं
she
होगा.
goes, yeah, King D8. So knight F5
हाँ.
and they're just playing rook knight pawn rook knight pawn. Basically, just if you exchange these two knights, you're just gone. This is GG. Or Divya says, you know what? Let's go into rook knight versus rook. Rook h3, knight e2, knight takes e3. And then Sahil bhai will be
Hmm.
so happy.
Bhai, I'm always happy.
Hmm.
Always. कुछ है ही नहीं
But
भाई यार गेम में. I
the,
think they can shake hands.
yeah, where should they shake hands first? I'm not sure if they should shake hands here or in Vincent versus Vidit or in
अच्छा.
Gukesh versus Divya.
हाँ. भाई VD I think has 10 minutes. So it's not like he has all the time in the world and 11, 12 moves to go. I don't think he'll make it to 60th move. And Vincent kind
-1
of.
for Tiku.
Hmm.
He says, -1, bed commissioner has spoken.
हाँ तो ठीक है,
I
23 का
think it
22.
should
I
be
think that's
more.
fair.
It should be like way
नहीं
more,
नहीं नहीं
but
नहीं नहीं, that's fair I think. एक से ज्यादा नहीं भाई, ये तो कोई ऐसी था. She has already qualified for women's candidates. Who? अच्छा दिव्या, yeah, she has. How is Vincent winning? Can you show Saj bhai एक बार?
so if you go c takes d4, only move, king d4, and there are two moves that black has here. One is c5 check and one is king d6. So c5 check is what you should calculate first because it's a direct move. And after c5, king e4, and it's a basic opposition. So if the king goes here, I enter via here, and if the king goes there, I enter via there. Simple. That's how it's winning. And if you played king d6, then finally you have this breakthrough on the queen side, c5 check, bc5, king c4, and then you win this pawn, and then you push b4 and you push this pawn down. Outside passer is a very simple win in any king pawn ending at this level.
By the way, Rook plus Knight versus Rook, famous endgame which Judith lost to Kasparov, Rakesh Bhai saying. So we could have the same scenario. Who knows?
Oh,
Anish drew, by the
interesting.
way. Anish drew. So that means कि standings आपको दिख रही हैं. I think अभी Anish उसमें आ जाएगा. अच्छा, Anish is on 5.5, not 6. Okay. So only two players on
Divya
five
blunder?
and
No, no blunder. It's very hard to blunder here.
actually it's pure luck. Yeah, Vincent is on 4.5, so he doesn't go to 6. He only goes to 5.5.
Hmm. How is it luck? 4.5 to 5.5 is not luck. It's
नहीं मतलब
it's
he's going to
math.
join the leaders like from Nihal's perspective. Like
Ah,
it's
okay, like that. Yeah, of course.
why
But
if
knight e5 check, if I
uh,
play king d5, yeah, the computer says it's rook c3 and king e5. And you might get a rook knight versus rook here, yeah?
why sahab.
I'm telling you, it's possible.
Okay, so what is the variation now? Let's go.
The question is whether she wants to go into that or not because it's unnecessary for her.
I don't think so.
Like,
She wants that. Yeah, I don't think so. I mean she can because she defended Rook Bishop versus Rook in this tournament itself. If you remember,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
right?
But she has
So
less
Rook Knight
time
is
now, so.
yeah, Rook Knight versus Rook would be easier. But I think also she had that Rook Bishop versus Rook earlier this year. Rook Knight
Mhm.
versus Rook. I'm not sure. राघव जी लगता है पहले दिन ज्वाइन कर रहे हैं भाई. Gukesh only 3 points? Question mark. I would
Wow.
just play Rook. क्या हुआ?
Did you see Yash's comment?
Yeah.
It's like the moment it hits, then you think to yourself, you question your
क्या
life choices.
क्या आदमी है यश.
Like, why I would like to see like how your brain works, why how you think of stuff like
हाँ.
that.
साज भाई मंगलसूत्र.
I saw.
Hmm. Who can play Nihal tomorrow? That's a good question. Um, I think it's supposed ideally Nihal ke white aane hai kal. That's good news. So it will be one player who's supposed to get black. And if we check the pairings, it could be Firuzja, I think. I think Firuzja is likely because Nihal will be the top seed on six, right? Because Blue has a lower rating. So Nihal will play the highest seed who's supposed to get black. And I think the highest seed
Oh,
is
Sai
Timer
bhai,
or huh?
sorry to interrupt you, but look,
Arey yaar.
it's on, boys. It's on. Let's go.
Wow. Yeah,
It's on.
Firuza is the highest seed. Firuza is the highest seed, so he will likely play Firuza tomorrow. Nihal is Firuza happening.
Divya lost? No, 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 no. Because I think she did it because I think it's the easiest path to equality here. Now
Hmm.
the next step is to just sack this pawn as quickly as possible so the timer can begin. Like this, I like these moves, but I think just push the pawn down
By the
and
way,
just
C5 played in the Vidit game, so I think Kamer has found the winning idea, and Vidit can pretty much resign now. And yeah, hard luck. He had a draw
for
in hand.
sure. Complete draw. Yeah, c6 is a huge, huge blunder.
Uh, King E5 is very simple when actually just King C5, King F4, and now B4. And unfortunately, Black's king is too far apart. AB4, King B4, King G4, A5. And
White will just promote faster. You can always
yeah.
calculate it like this. Like you're starting with the fourth rank, black is starting with the fourth rank. You're pushing it to the fifth rank, black plays king f3, so you waste a move. So that means you're gonna queen faster. So queen. I think the last move is also important. So I'm just gonna show it as well. Queen s7, just to block the king completely. And then you bring the queen to g1 and it's completely winning. So switching
Loss
back
coming from
to
Nihal.
Gukesh versus Divya. Now, I really, really want her to sack this pawn as quickly as possible because Gukesh यहाँ पे खेलेगा. This is not a good approach, I feel here. This is not a good approach here because you need to sack this pawn as quickly as possible because I don't think Gukesh will take it because it starts the timer, right? Otherwise, he can, play this position for 30 moves and then he can take the pawn afterwards.
Hmm.
That means Divya will have to defend for 80 moves, which is unnecessarily long.
Hmm. I don't know how to use emojis, but as an old guy, I managed to Divyare with bhai. You don't look old. I think old की definition आजकल change हो गई है भाई. Guki will win. Why is he not taking pawn? Um, I think he will. Is he contemplating not? I mean, he has to take now. मतलब h5 push कर दूंगा मैं anyways. So you have to take that pawn, I think.
Yeah, but I think do it as quickly as possible because you don't want the timer to just reset. It's just unnecessarily long. Gukesh तो नहीं मानने वाला ना drop पे. We know that. Now,
Yeah,
also the question is how much has Gukesh studied this endgame?
I'm sure he has studied this for the World Championship because Rook Bishop versus Rook and Rook Knight versus Rook उसने बहुत देखी होगी during World Championship because very likely it happens. So he might have studied this in very high detail actually.
Hmm.
Vincent Timer क्या था यार ये?
Okay, knight d4 c doesn't take the pawn. Very smart approach. Divya just push h5. Just push the pawn. Like even if it falls, it falls. No king d7. Don't play moves like that. Just get rid of this first.
Like h5, King d6, and now you have only couple of moves, but okay, I mean, not that difficult.
I don't like this. I don't like this so much.
King e1 check, King d6 पे, King e8, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
It's getting a bit nervous because usually it takes a lot of time to get the king on the back rank. Here it's
Hmm.
already done, even before the timer has started. So Kesh has a nice setup at least. I am also 1992 by. So
The worst thing is that if the king goes to e8 and somehow this pawn blocks the path of the king to escape, that is possible, technically.
hmm, true.
By the way, we are reaching the 60 move mark in one more move, and that means additional 15 minutes for both players.
By the way, king d6, king e8 is the only move in the position. No, king c8 as well. Sorry.
King c8, no, that's what I would have preferred. King e8, I
Uh,
don't like so much because I feel this king might get trapped here. Like rook a7 looks a bit annoying. Ah, he's fixing the knight on f3. Push, the push h5. Come on, h5 is
भाई
very
रुक हैंगिंग
very
है भाई.
important here.
रुक हैंगिंग है भाई.
Oh, I mean, rook check deke h5. Don't be
इतना
like
भी
me,
पुश
Divya.
मत करो सहज भाई.
Maybe rook
Hmm.
f1 she plays. Maybe rook f1. Okay, I think Gukesh can win this.
Really?
Yeah,
No chance, yeah, no chance.
just
No
I
chance.
think so. I think he can outlast her here.
No chance, भाई. Zero chance. There is like 0.23% chance maybe, but not more than that. Like genuinely, like it's so
I think
impossible.
he can win this. I'm telling you. The fact that she's not giving up the h pawn means that idea is not in her mind right now, and she's not thinking that after move 40 he can take the pawn and he can do this exact same thing to her. How much can she defend? This
Hmm.
is one of those games where that Abdus Sataro versus Erdognos. You're looking at that length of the game, basically.
नहीं उतना नहीं होगा. I think because I think usually people don't take as much time in these end games though. Especially Divya, I mean, she will get some time, but even 15 minutes, she has 25 minutes on the clock. I don't think she can take all the time in the world because 50 move खेलना है.
Also, Rook F1 is a nice. It was a nice tactic because after Rook F1, knight e5, Rook F6 check, and Divya is winning.
Yeah.
But she goes
By
Rook
the
D1.
way, Vincent Keimer about to win. If you want to switch, I think Vidit will resign in the next few maybe seconds or a minute.
Oh, this is the move you were saying, yeah? A b4 and now King b4 and just a5, and that's it.
Yeah, I think it's pretty much resigns. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, we did share. I think she defended Rook versus Rook and Bishop versus Rook Rakesh Bhai. I think she had the same endgame as Benjamin Borg that she lost.
Yeah.
So she must have seen that endgame. I'm not sure if she's seen Rook Knight versus Rook recently, but I think it's a much easier one to defend, and she has enough time, so should be easy. And by the way, for
No, I
Vincent
think she
Keimer,
had
if
more time when she defended Rook Bishop versus Rook for sure. She had like 40, 50 minutes or something.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
That's
she
where
didn't
I
lose
lost
that
one
game.
Maggie. I remember.
Yeah, 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 yeah. But okay, A5 now only move for Vincent, but I mean, talk about obvious moves. Yeah,
A5 played.
I think VD will resign. Yeah, I don't think he'll play in
No,
the
no,
next
no. I
move.
think he'll play a bit. It's a tough match, no?
Really?
Yeah, yeah, he'll play
No,
a
I
bit.
think he'll resign. I think he'll resign.
No, I'm telling you, why. He plays.
I'll be genuinely shocked if he plays. Like
He is,
genuinely
he is,
shocked.
he does, he does.
Oh
Nope,
wow,
King H3.
shocked.
Of course, but this is also, he knows that if he loses this, then basically his chances to win this tournament are zero.
Hmm. Okay. So A6. I don't know what Kamer is thinking. I mean, it's not like he has an option.
A6, yeah. He's taking his time. And meanwhile, Divya has still not pushed the H pawn. Please push the H pawn. Because if you don't, that's a big problem. A G pawn is a knight. We call it the knight pawn. The knight pawn is a win always. Rook and bishop are usually draws, and the king and queen are
Ah,
always wins as well.
okay. It makes sense why he didn't resign. Yeah, because the king is coming to H2. So,
But
um,
okay, this is a
I mean, yeah,
very
of course, it's
elementary win.
elementary, but yeah, I get why he didn't resign. Okay. So, like, can we show that win once for white? Like, how does white approach?
She will show king h2. He plays now queen f2. I'm guessing because he's just
Yeah.
spinning the pieces. Black plays king h1 and queen h4 check. Basically, the point is that you corner the king, then you give a check, and then the king is on g1, and then this move that you gain, you bring the king closer. So you bring king c3. Black plays king f1. Now you give a check again. King will go here. You attack the pawn, then you check it again, and this way the king cannot run away from the pawn. So king is once again in front of the pawn, and then you bring the king closer. And slowly, slowly, when the king is close enough, then you start giving checks, and it's a mate. Oh, he just resigned.
Resigns. There it is. And Vidit Gujarati loses. I think his chances of winning the candidates have gone down drastically. I would say 3 on 3 pay, he might still do it, but I think so can Pragg, so can Arjun. So फिलहाल के लिए a huge blow to his chances, and Vincent Keimer maintains his chances. And now it's time to go back, Sahaj bhai, where Divya has an only move, not a difficult
Yeah,
one.
do not lose rook. You're right. But yeah, I think she will find this. I'm not understanding why she's not pushing the h pawn. I
I
really
think
don't understand this.
I have to agree with
It's
you. I have to agree with you. I think H pawn क्यों नहीं push कर रही है, I'm not sure.
You push it simply because it will stop them. I mean, you don't have to defend for so long. So the timer started basically after king takes c5, that's move 56. That means theoretically, Gukesh can play this for 105 moves, take the pawn, and then he can play for another 100 and another 50 moves. So it's going to be a 100 move
Hmm.
match that she has to defend.
Agreed. And also, once you push the H pawn, I think with the confliction of pieces, it takes some time for white to grab it. Yeah. So it also dislodges the white pieces. Your king can meanwhile maybe move towards the center. So again, helps you in a few moves there.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Just distract the opponent in this way. Yeah.
Okay, she's offering a repetition. I would have moved to B8, honestly. I mean,
There
I
is
would have moved to B8.
rook
I don't know
e7
why
check
she
only
did.
move. Place.
Uh, okay, she's getting it a bit more close than it should be. Okay, not really. Yeah, very safe. Rook E1 now, I guess. Very comfortable. Will Gukesh push this? I mean, he is pushing, but I don't think it's gonna work. The only way it works is Black King, जैसे साज मैंने बोला, tries to escape via the king side and the H pawn gets in the way. तभी I think
Hmm.
sticking to the queen side is pretty safe.
No,
You will.
there is a way to win if you trap the king along the b file or the g
Hmm.
file, something like that. It's a bit complicated though. I would definitely advise you to check out the game of Kasparov versus Polgar. It's a very prime example of how Rook Knight can win against a Rook.
Hmm. Yeah.
Acting, no, no, no. I swear we don't know. This game is still on.
Hectic.
By the way, king e7 is a
Okay.
blunder here. Rook e8 check is gonna be lost, so he has to play king d7 or king c7. And again, I swear, I mean, I'm telling you, the first thing her coach is gonna say today is, why didn't you play h5, h4, First thing would be, why didn't you play g6, to play for a win, and then why didn't you just push this pawn all the way down, just sacrifice it?
So when did you become Divya's coach, Sajbhai?
Never. Nahi, bhai, never. Isn't
Because
this
first thing to
Sahil Tikku's favorite endgame? Yes, I actually forgot about that. Sahil, bhai, it's your favorite endgame. Tell us more about your
uh,
favorite, more about how you feel looking at this endgame.
very happy actually.
Very
Okay,
happy.
bye. At least somebody will sleep well, even if I I won't. That name is not Divya, as you might think, but Sahaj.
Rook
Okay.
h7. No, no, no. You are going for the pawn, Raghav. He's not gonna take the pawn.
I think now he will, maybe. No.
He's just trying to, keep the game as long as possible and tire her out, yeah? I mean, let's not
Correct,
forget,
correct.
she's also defending this position for almost 6 hours.
Yeah. Congrats, Pranjal. Hazar rating is a big milestone. Game still on 100%, Rakesh Bhai saying.
Yep, wasn't, chat आपको सच ही बोलता हूँ मैं, come on. Unless, when I'm not. Rook Bishop versus Rook is not endgame. Why is it not endgame? 96 check, probably. 95 okay. Repetition? He just played knight f7 and then 95 now king
Come
d8
on, push
again.
the H pawn now, Sahaj. I mean, why not
He's
now?
yes. He Gukesh is used to playing 7.5 hours. That's why I think there is a good chance he can trick. And if he
Sahaj Bhai,
has looked at this before.
what about a two Maggie bet?
No, you have to give me a massive like what do you call it? Odds for this. You can't
Ah,
tell me. Come on. I'm giving you a 0-0-0 position.
चलो रहने दो यार, फिर मन
Give
नहीं
me some
है.
massive odds and then we'll talk.
चलो रहने दो,
Chat,
चलो
am I wrong
ऐसे.
here? Come on.
नहीं नहीं, सही है, बट इतना रिस्क करने का मन नहीं है मेरा. वैसे ही मूड खराब है यार, आज
Mm.
इंडिया को जीता नहीं.
Divya lost Rook Bishop versus Rook in Tata Steel, yes, but she also defended the Rook Bishop versus Rook in this tournament.
Let's go! The H pawn moves
Finally,
forward.
finally, the H pawn has moved. By the way, the timer has reset now, just so you know. So we have another 50 moves to go, chat. And let's not forget that one player has 33 minutes and the other one has 10, and they have additional 15 more minutes.
Damn.
Okay,
High
not much to
mathematical
think
chat.
though. There's not much to think. Yeah, sure. Say, what about chess profile review for viewers, chat, and suggest improvements? I don't understand the question, Bunking Master. Okay, she plays h4. Let's go. Finally. Finally. It was like 10 moves or something. Okay, Rook c7. Okay, now let me just check how many moves it was. 56 पे start हुआ था. And she played h5 on move 72. So like 15 moves she defended basically. Just like that. Just sack it. He has to take it now. Raghav, it's not really about the king escaping. Like you can have the king in the back rank or you can not have the king. It doesn't really matter. You just have to remove this so you can start the 50 move rule in chess. What does Gukesh even want to prove by playing this long? That he can win this. Of course, if you have no chance to lose and you can only win, then why not play, right? Like there is no
Uh,
chance that he can but unless he blunders both pieces, then only then he can lose. But that's not gonna happen. Rook can only take one. It's not meaningless. It's not meaningless. Remember that Kasparov did defeat Polgar here.
Sajbhai, now I think you should take right because I mean it's you are going to get the rook distracted at some point, so you better just take now.
You don't have an
No.
option, so is knight c6 stalemate? No, 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 because you have a rook and a pawn. So that doesn't work.
Yeah.
Piece is just
I
rage
mean,
quit. Is rook versus knight a draw? Yes, but I have actually played that endgame myself some 6 months ago and I won because a lot of players don't pay attention to such basic endgames. And especially when you're in time trouble, it can be difficult to defend. See, he doesn't take it. Yeah, he wants her to play h3. Play h3. Come on, don't save
yeah,
this.
she will play h3, and I think there's nothing you can do because the king is cut off, so there is no mating threat. You can't checkmate the black king, which is the rook and the king. And
She
why
plays
did she
rook
give a
e1.
check? Why did
No
she give a
idea.
check? I don't get it.
No idea. This King D6 and King C6 happening, so I'm not sure what's going on. By the way, your camera,
Okay,
why?
that's a bit weird. Should just played h3. I mean, just get rid of the pawn.
He plays King D5, keeping the threat of Knight D6 check alive, and now H3 is good because if you play Knight D6 check, I have King D8, and I can save myself. Now I don't have to go to the corner of the board. You try to avoid corners here because
Sahaj भाई
then
bad
White
news.
has more chances.
मेरी जो बैटरी है दूसरी खत्म हो गई एंड आई फॉरगॉट टू पुट द फर्स्ट वन ऑन चार्जिंग तो मैं अब
I
लगा
feel
रहा
like
हूँ
this is like on
नहीं नहीं
purpose
नहीं
at this point.
नहीं नहीं
Like this is
नहीं
the
भाई
second time that this is happening.
अरे यार I've
Second
just put
time this is happening.
oh shit ये क्या हो गया भाई ओके आई हैव पुट द बैटरी ऑन चार्जिंग सो होपफुली 5-10 मिनट
हाँ
में
हाँ
वो
हाँ
चार्ज
हाँ,
जाएगा
sure 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 sure.
नहीं नहीं भाई आई एम हियर आई मीन आई एम
This
हियर
is
इन
this is
फीलिंग एंड
this is
ऑडियो
Sahil Bhai right now.
अरे नहीं यार अरे नहीं भाई आई एम लुकिंग एट द गेम विद फुल
This
इंटरेस्ट
is Sahil.
एक्चुअली
I'm telling you, this is what Sahil Bhai is doing right now. Like this.
गाइस गिव मी वन बैटरी
Yeah, yeah,
भाई
yeah, yeah,
अरे
yeah,
यार
yeah. It's a good chances, good chances. This is what he's doing right now. I'm telling you.
नहीं 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 बाय द वे नाइट e3 attacking the rook so maybe rook c1 check
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Rook C1 check. Kuch bhi, yeah. Rook E1. You just don't blunder the rook when you find Rook D3 is also good. So two things, yeah. First, you avoid being on the back rank, which I think she couldn't, and that's also why he's not taking because she can escape. So you avoid the back rank and you avoid the corners. If you're in the corner, then it's a problem. Like Kasparov also won when when Judith's king was on the corner. I feel on the B file, if I remember correctly, or it was a G file, something like that.
oh rook g1 did she play क्या rook g1
Hmm. Rook G1 is what she played. Yes.
king
This is the current
d6
position.
king d6 rook g6 check I think is
Rook
the idea
G6. Yeah.
okay fair nice
Okay, she's fine now. Correct? Because the back rank
yeah
problem is
and if
gone.
the king has to move I think you have to play knight c4 now I'm guessing with the idea of rook g6 and knight d6 and you end up winning that's a winning position right
Oh yeah, knight F5, Rook G6, and knight D6. It's winning. Rook D7 mate. I have actually played this once before as well. Like with the rook and knight, and I played for like 50 moves, but I couldn't convert. So difficult. Have you ever faced this before?
rook knight is a rook
Uh-huh.
I faced this once.
This is
I do
Sahil
not
bhai.
even.
Yeah, I've faced it once.
अरे यार
I have faced it once. How many times have you faced it? Stage. रुक जीवन खेला है क्या रुक जीवन अच्छा रुक जीवन खेला बढ़िया 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 लाइन बढ़िया मजा
nice,
आ
nice,
गया
nice, nice.
गुड गुड गुड
So
गुड
Haj bhai taking acting classes recently.
ओ रुक
Alia
सी वन
Alia Bhatt School of Excellence. के brightest student है Sahaj Grover. The king d6. Okay.
ब्यूटीफुल
Let's
रुक
take
डी
the
वन
knight
चेक
and end the game.
वाओ वाओ
अरे
वाओ
मजाक कर रहा हूँ भाई.
वाओ
Okay, check.
ओके किंग ई सिक्स
Okay.
H3 इट्स टाइम
h3 knight d6 पे कुछ हो नहीं था ना नहीं कुछ नहीं हो रहा.
चेक
Let's push. Let's push.
चेक 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 H3 के बढ़िया
Yay!
मूव
Let's go.
okay we are approaching move 80 only when he takes the pawn on h3 that's when the timer begins.
Hmm.
So we have around, let's say, around half an hour more.
Let's go. Okay,
There's
chat,
nothing
we are
else.
almost there into the six stars about to finish. He has taken the pawn finally. So
Escape.
81, 81. So 131 will be the final move of the game. Saj bhai, I'll give you 1:5 odds and a bet of two Maggies. Or let's say one Maggie. What do you think?
Now it's difficult. Now पहले मना करके फिर उसके बाद कैमरा भी ऑफ करके like this is not a proper one ना. Give me
Hmm.
like I need to gauge I like get your reactions and stuff. But I feel like she's gonna save this now because once the king is out, it's very hard.
Yeah. Yeah, agreed.
Now Gukesh will also be a bit sad, I think here.
Man, chess is hard. Divya had
1
was
is to
one move
20
away.
odds is fair. Yes, 1 is to 20 odds is fair.
कुछ भी भाई, कुछ भी. I mean, world champion versus Divya 120 odd कैसे fair है भाई?
But it's Rook Knight. It's literally a dead drawn position where there are
हाँ,
maybe
but
like
like
there's like one or two tricks. That's it.
one or two is enough.
One or two tricks is what I mean. If Rook Bishop versus Rook,
हाँ.
there's a very good chance, and she has 11 minutes on the clock too. I think she's gonna save it. By the way.
Okay, so now I think maybe rook h1, moving the rook far away as possible, could be decent. Um,
Mhm. Like you don't want to allow 93 check basically.
hmm. Check.
Okay.
Okay, ये बढ़िया है. But okay,
So
counter
one
check
move
to be precise.
has started. One move has begun. Just one.
Wow.
Sehaj going to win bet? No, no, no. Why? There is no bet. I don't think he's going to win. 95 check is possible, or King D5 is also possible. 95 checks may
Divya,
probably makes more sense.
Divya was winning at one point. Agreed. Also, knight e3 check Sahaj is also possible, I think.
95 just I like more because you can bring the knight back to d3 in
You
case we
know,
give a check here. अबे
मेरा
यार, he
इंजन
goes knight d3.
95 पे -0.01 दिखा रहा है Sahaj. How is that even possible? How is
Really?
that possible? How is that possible?
Wow.
Divya is better even though she's a pawn down. Peace down,
Peace
sorry.
down, bhai. Peace down.
ये क्या था? ये कौन सी वालिश है भाई? Why is the bar biased?
Good question. But at least the players are not thinking, they're treating it like a blitz match.
Legit, I can send you a screenshot, yeah? It shows.
हाँ हाँ, भेजो भेजो, आपका फोन तो आपके सामने ही होगा.
अरे यार, व्हाट्सएप से भेज रहा हूँ भाई. फोन तो सूत्र देखने के काम आता है.
Oh, right, 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 right. Me too, me too. सूत्र कुछ बता नहीं रहे अभी. No ideas what's
हाँ,
going on.
भेज दिया फोटो भाई, चेक करना.
That's crazy. Oh wow, minus 0.01. Yeah, even the eval bar is drunk. Okay, what else? 93 check. Now the king can literally go anywhere. All the legal moves are fine, but I think he's trying to push her to the corner. Like if you are in the corner, then there are some good chances to win here. Love, अरे thank you so much राकेश भाई. Thank you so much. यही बात सुन के साहिल में वापस आ सकते हैं, बट उम्मीद पे दुनिया कायम है.
93 check played, king d8.
किंग डी किंग d6. सहज भाई कैन इंडियन क्या? अंश भाई, ऐसे सवाल आते क्यों आपके दिमाग में? दैट्स व्हाट आई वांट टू नो. किंग d6 तो फोर्स है. रुक d1, देयर इज नो रुक d1 check. And you can also defend with knight d5, but the problem is after king d6 she can go king e8 and just escape via f7.
Okay, king d6.
इस साहिल भाई अच्छा मुझे लगा एक्चुअली में गए.
अरे नहीं भाई, अरे रुक h1, come on, let's go.
और king e8 just escape.
Why king e8? हाँ, also works.
लोल टिक्कू भाई हो गया चार्ज. राकेश भाई इज आस्किंग.
अरे
नहीं नहीं
नहीं
नहीं नहीं,
भाई,
अभी
कहाँ से?
फोन चार्ज अभी थोड़ी ना हो, अभी तो टाइम लगेगा फोन चार्ज होने में.
नहीं नहीं भाई, अभी हमारा कैमरा थोड़ा सा, एक बैटरी चार्ज हो रही है स्टैंड के ऊपर और एक कैमरा के अंदर, दोनों साथ में चार्ज हो रही है. We'll be back with 2x the cameras.
किंग f7 incoming. So it's move 81 we started, so it's only been three moves so far. ये अच्छा है, एटलीस्ट दिव्या भी ज्यादा नहीं सोच रही है यहाँ पे, विच इज गुड.
Hmm.
बट इफ यू थिंक अबाउट इट, शी हर डिफेंडिंग रुक बिशप वर्सेस रुक एंड रुक नाइट वर्सेस रुक इन द सेम इवेंट इज क्रेजी.
True, true, and also like great practice actually. साल में एक बार आना चाहिए ऐसा एंड गेम, you kind
मिसाइल
of
वे को खुश रखने के लिए.
नहीं नहीं, it's great prep actually for tougher times when you end up playing the candidates. You need such end games.
Raghav is saying, Gukesh, next video, how to make your fans suffer.
भाई ये कौन सा कैमरा लग गया है? रुको रुको रुको।
Oh ho ho! We can never unsee this. Let's go. We want to see
रुको
this.
भाई।
That was a great camera, bhai.
हाँ अब सही है। वो मेरा लैपटॉप कैम था भाई।
Your laptop cam is actually quite good.
It wasn't working till 2 days back. One day, I don't know how it started working till since
Hmm.
day before yesterday. I don't know how. Okay, 2 मिनट की बैटरी है चैट, सो जल्दी गेम खत्म कर देंगे तो अच्छा रहेगा।
Said you should play World Cup. It would be great way to qualify for candidates. Thanks, bye. But I think I'm good for now. I'm good, just watching the games, commentating on them. I mean, I genuinely enjoy it so much. King F7, I think is fun, easy.
फन कहाँ से है भाई? फन मतलब
It's all
यहाँ
fun,
पे
right? Oh, look at
अच्छा
this. You want to see something cool? King D8, Knight F6. How to end this game in one move, chat? Tell me how to end this game in one move. Do not suffer for 50 more moves. How would you end this?
हाँ रुक सी वन।
Close, but not quite.
हाँ कि रुकी सिक्स, ओके। हम्म।
Rook E6, exactly. King E6 and it's stalemate.
you know after the current move king s7, the first preference of my engine, rook
Yeah.
e3।
हाँ तो बस करो बस.
मतलब the engine is also on Divya's side, I feel like ऐसा मुझे फीलिंग आ रहा है।
Okay, 95 check. King goes to F6. Okay, now we are back. We're not in the back rank anymore. Of course, King E8, Rook C8 would just be lost in one move. So King F6 is what I would play. Don't go to G7. I feel this is where things start to go wrong for you.
Great to see chess return to its homeland, India. Greetings from Ireland. Thank you, Mr. CEO. World champions of World Cup winner. Agreed. And now I think King G5, King E6, वही ड्रामा देखने को मिलेगा दूसरे साइड पे।
Arjun should stop taking unnecessary risk. What? I mean, why did you think about Arjun right now after 5 hours his game finished? And where was the risk today? His opponent played 4 knight Scotch. There was no risk. You mean Gukesh or what? Pre-moved in classical. Yep. Very nice. King G5 now? He is risky, yes, indeed.
Okay, only 6 moves have been played, chat. So 44 moves to go.
भाई यूं निकलेंगे 44 moves. आप रुको तो सही. ऐसे. In 1 second, I'm telling you.
I'm imagining them playing 44 moves in 1 second. That sounds a lot of fun.
I don't think they're gonna play until that long, by the way.
I think Tiku can legit beat his engine in a blitz game. Which engine, by? Yeah, I know. Your boards are not getting updated. Players are making more moves instantly. Really? यार instant तो कॉफी भी नहीं बन रही यार, मतलब तो moves कहाँ से आएंगी? I think Divya is still thinking. It's actually a good result for Divya. Of course it is, but she was winning at one point. So when you go back home, I think both players will be disappointed, but
I
Divya
think
will be
she'll
more
be
disappointed.
happy regardless with the result.
Yeah, but I think defeating a world champion would have been you know
What happened in Vidit's game? Vidit sadly lost his match in that king pawn ending. It's a bit surprising also, and I think with that his chances are
ये राकेश
basically
भाई ओमजी
gone.
क्यों
Yeah.
लिख रहे हैं भाई? बिग ब्लंडर। क्या हो गया राकेश भाई को? क्या क्या सुन गया राकेश? बोर्ड 52 मजे ले रहे हैं यार।
कौन है बोर्ड 52 पे? Oh, अच्छा, actually it is a big blunder.
अरे
Wait,
भाई गई
taking
बैट.
a quick
अरे
look.
भाई गई बैट.
This is the position. Oh, it was actually dead drawn. And look at this black played king b3 and it's dead lost. Oh, Goryachkin is defeating Daniel Yufa. Wait, didn't he lose to? Huh. Oh, he lost to
I think he
Gukesh.
lost to
Right, right, right.
Gukesh. Yeah,
He
yeah.
lost to Gukesh, yeah. And now it's completely lost. B4 check. What a beautiful move. Only move, by the way. Yeah? Beautiful move. And now suddenly it's gone. Okay, going back. This was the current position, and now key rook f3 check खेल दिया है. She's thinking for. I think
Sajbhai, I
okay.
think
Her time is not really
uh,
low. Yeah.
by the way, before we just one look at the game between Aditya and Ronak. I know it's not relevant to, let's say, the candidate spot, but a very interesting endgame. Apparently, F4 is the only winning move for Aditya, who's going to crush Ronak Sadhwani.
Oh, beautiful. You know, I defended a very similar position from the black side with king rook and I think it was 3 pawns and king bishop and knight and 3 pawns on my birthday. I remember it was like some 6.5 hour long game or maybe 7 hours long game against Gopal, and it is not
Oh,
fun.
nice.
But f4 is actually just I think just trapping the rook. Probably that's why it's so bad.
Yeah. And the rook has
Yeah,
absolutely no squares now because king
yeah,
d7, I can simply
absolutely
move
no
the bishop to
squares.
b6. So,
Look, absolutely destroyed. बोर्ड इज लैग भाई मैं खुद लैग कर रहा हूँ यार. Don't worry, it'll be fixed very soon. Going back to the game, this is the current position. King f5, rook 8, and rook f3 check on the board. By the way, blunder for Divya, she goes king h4, knight g6 check is just checkmate in 2.
okay, so king g2, yeah? I mean, the safest choice.
Yeah. भाई ड्रॉ कब तक होगा ये?
एक काम करते
नॉट
हैं.
श्योर
I
भाई.
think it's been like uh, 11 moves. Maybe what we can do is once have a look at the standings tab tak ke liye, Saj bhai, because I think this will not change the standings too much because we already have the results of the major leaders, right? So
Yeah,
can we
yeah,
go to
yeah,
the
sure.
standings once? And chat, you see, Matthews and Nihal have played each other. So they have one, two, three, what, 8 players on 5.5. So if they will end up playing each other, so nobody will be uploaded from 5. So that means कि आपस में match होगा and Nehal will have white tomorrow and he will end up playing the highest seed. That's Firuzja, I think.
Hmm.
So I think if he defeats Firuzja, I think his candidate spot is almost confirmed, Saj. Because he'll go to 7 and with 2 rounds to go, he'll need like 1 point, which is very comfortable.
And he will have the white pieces as well. Let's not forget. But most likely he's
Yeah.
gonna play Nodirbek. So it's gonna be a fun match.
Oh, who's higher rated, Nodebek or Firuzja?
Nodirbek, no? I think.
Uh,
Not sure, just taking a quick look. Nodirbek, no, no, Firuza is like 6 points higher.
and Nodebek had black, so he's supposed to get white. So does Nihal. So that will not work.
So he'll play
Um,
Firuza then.
He can
Yeah,
play
he'll
either
play.
Firuzja, Mishra, Param. I think one of these guys.
Okay, okay, cool.
Param is on 5. Yeah, Param is on 5 enough. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
let's
Or
go
Kaimar
back.
also. Yeah. So going back to the game,
I'm also thinking whether he will play all the way here.
you mean Gukesh?
Yeah. Already he's
Um,
playing this position for so long, no?
I think he'll play for like 30 moves is my guess. I don't think so. He'll play for longer.
Siraj bhai, I think Divya can be 2600. Yep, she's quite young, so for sure, very good chances. But for that, I think she also needs to play a lot of open events too. It's hard to be, I think, 2600 if you don't play open events. Oh, by the way, some moves have been played. Yeah, move 95, king f2. By the way, it was move 81 when it started, so we're 15 moves down. He's just
While the
trying
90,
some
हाँ,
way to just get the king in the back rank, basically.
I think they'll reach 100 moves and agree to a draw. Like Gukesh will at
Hmm.
least a three-digit number under your
Yeah,
belt.
for sure.
साज भाई, मैं इंटरनेशनल मास्टर हूँ, आगे बढ़ने के लिए क्या करूँ? क्या नाम है आपका भाई? अगर आई एम हो तो जानते होंगे हम, आपको नाम बता दो।
Absolutely, I would know you. So, what's your name? 101 का शगुन, nice. Oh, he plays king e5, okay.
I guess just maybe a check on if h5, then rook h8 back. Nothing changes.
So- Bhupinder Jogi is funny. Check, check, check.
Let's go. Ah, Sahib Singh. Yeah. Sahib Singh is an IM actually. Sahaj bhai, any advice?
Are you Sahib Singh, really? Okay, we played a match very recently. What opening was it?
Oh, nice. Nice. Two-factor authentication, Sahaj bhai.
Exactly. अब जाके गूगल करेगा. Check, okay.
Okay,
King goes
check
to
King
G2.
G2. I am Deepak Kalal.
King G2 is simple, I think. He's just not able to get him cut off in the back rank. भाई देखो, he's not answering. He's busy googling. भाई पकड़ लिया मैंने आपको. Just study. अब आपको यूजर चेंज करके आना होगा.
But I think that was a nice IM guess though, right? Like not somebody you expect as an IM.
Yeah. Sahib Singh was a
है
good
ना?
guess, but you forgot that he's from Punjab. I mean, I know him,
Hmm,
of course.
nice one.
I am Raghav. Amazing.
ओके, 5 मिनट की बैटरी है तो 5 मिनट में खत्म कर दो भाई लोग।
भाई, hopefully it happens, but let's see.
ओके, रुके थ्री।
साहिब सिंह ने ही सहज को हराया था एजेंसी जिम क्वालिफायर. Yes, exactly. See, that person is gone now completely. He doesn't know it. Divya just blundered earlier. No, she didn't. There was no blunder. We were watching. The blunder happened like much earlier, like before this Rook Knight versus Rook business.
कैसा बिजनेस है भाई रुक नाइट और रुका? इतना बोरिंग बिजनेस। कहते हैं बोरिंग बिजनेस मेक्स मनी, साज भाई, क्लियरली।
Okay, check. King J2, Rook A3, I guess. अगर बोरिंग मिलते हैं कल. Okay, bye. See you. The world of suffering and pain. Yeah, but this is, I think, how strong players also test you, because it's. I mean, imagine it's not fun for you guys. Imagine how much fun it is for Divya. I mean, she's been defending against the world champion for the last 6 hours, and now she's been trying to defend this for even longer, and there is no sign of a draw. I mean, imagine how much suffering it is for her. That's why it's not easy,
या
and it's rightfully so. Yeah, I mean, it's within his rights to do that. He can try for 50 moves, and he will try. I'm not sure if he will try for 50 moves because there's no point in playing that much, but he can if he wants to. Like for example, Nodirbek played for 190 moves. I mean, it's insane. Yeah.
हम्म, आई थिंक थोड़ा सा मोदी थोड़ा हटके भी आदमी है तो करता कई
Yeah,
बार.
yeah. No other way is मतलब he goes
By the way, chat, I just saw FIDE का जो commentary वाला stream है, ठीक है, that has 1.9K watching, Sahaj.
mm-hmm.
And जो गुकेश वर्सेस दिव्या का खाली board है, that has 5K.
सिर्फ एक बोर्ड.
It's just the board camera. Like, it's just the board.
Wow.
No commentary, nothing. It has 5K watching.
भाई insane.
Bhai, this just tells you कि India में the most two famous players are Gukesh and Divya. Clearly, like, okay, not the most, like,
Mm.
you get my point what I'm trying to say. Like, a super,
Yeah, yeah.
super
Yeah, Pragg
interest.
is also there. Arjun is also there.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay, King D2 played.
भाई लोग फिडे की चैट में मेरा नाम क्यों लिख रहे हैं? पागल हो गए लोग. Anyways, I think it's about to be over.
Yeah, hopefully.
उसकी चैट मुझे नहीं देखनी भाई, अजीब सी चैट है. Okay, साथ में I think the king is just moving forward. I think Gukesh is gonna agree to a draw now. Chat, question for you. Will my camera battery end first or will the game? So game or camera? Come on, chat. Predictions.
Um, I think game.
Game, yeah?
Game. Everyone says camera.
Camera. Easily. Camera. Camera battery. I
दो
also
बार
think
हो
game.
चुका ना.
I also think game. Okay, king d4. Just check. I mean, मैं white के रुक से king को check दे रहा था भाई. रुक h4 check. भाई. This is what 6 hours of commentary does to you,
Wait,
Sahaj
what
bhai.
happened?
I was about to play rook h4 check.
Oh. That was interesting actually, because I thought he just played King C2 and then the piece just went back.
Oh, they agreed to a draw. They have agreed to a draw, chat. So मेरा कैमरा लंबा चला, बैटरी से सब.
How?
ओ बैटरी भी गई. अरे भाई क्या
ड्रॉ पहले
टाइमिंग है
हुआ
भाई.
भाई.
ओह
ड्रॉ पहले हुआ.
भाई. हाँ.
Let's go.
Wow, what timing, yeah? What timing? Just by seconds. Wow, wow. Just in time. So, chat, I think that was an eventful game at the very least. I really want to thank you all for joining. एक बार standings दिखा दो समय भाई. Gukesh, I'm pretty sure will not be as happy. But Sahaj bhai, Nihal Sarin, now I think are pretty much only hope.
There is no other Indian in sight. Okay, there is Pranav, but I think with 5 points, you need to win a bunch of games to have a shot. Yep, Nihal, I think, is the
Yeah.
only hope right now. Agreed.
Yeah, Nihal, the only hope. Maybe some outside chances for Arjun if he can win all three. But as of now, honestly, it just looks like it's a battle of Nihal Sarin pulling it off. Let's hope so he can. And chat, आखिरी 3 rounds, I think कल हमें बहुत answers मिलेंगे. Some of the players will get knocked out for sure. Maybe somebody has a resurgence with an epic victory, as we see Vaishali in second place as well. Super crucial, right? Because tomorrow her game is important. She has to win. Let's hope so she can regain her #1 spot tomorrow as well. So, Chad, thanks a lot for joining today. Saj bhai, thanks a lot for joining. And Samay bhai, amazing broadcast. And Chad, we're going to see you tomorrow. Saj bhai, any final words?
I was just trying to just because you're not on camera, I was just trying to just mouth what you're saying, yeah. So it doesn't look
अच्छा
weird in the
अच्छा
chat. Okay.
अच्छा. मैं भूल ही गया था मेरा कैमरा ऑन नहीं है एक्चुअली. ओके चैट, वी गोना सी यू टुमारो. टेक केयर. सहाज भाई क्या अजीब ही आदमी भाई. बोलो. Okay,
Oh,
chat.
funny.
See you tomorrow. Take care and good night. Bye bye.